Good morning, L.A. It is a fantastic Wednesday. We got a lot to talk about right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of L.A. sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. Of course, our phone number, 855-97-LA Fan. That's 855-975-2326. D. Fish, how was your night, man?
It's a pretty good night. Half an hour later to sleep than I originally planned.
Why? Did no one tell you had a show today?
Yeah, but I'm still like, it's tricky. Like, there's like a 15, 20-minute window where it goes from like 9 o'clock to like 9:37. And all of a sudden,
that's how time works.
Like, you're not.
Yeah, who told? Did you think time was going backwards?
No, not backwards, but like it should stop at some point.
I agree, dude. I will admit. So what do you do in the morning when you get up here for the morning? Because I'm not a snooze button guy, but I'm a 4-alarm guy.
Is that not
Raj,
the same
you a
thing?
4-alarm guy?
No, not at all. But I don't do snooze. I just get up when it goes off.
I never hit snooze. No, I set multiple alarms. I got my 4 o'clock.
That's smart.
My 4:05, and my 4:10.
Yeah, I mean with this gig, I was never a multi-alarm guy, but I am now.
That's absolutely
just to make sure.
And here's what the thing is: I'm always awake before the alarms go off, so I'm always turning them off 1 minute before. I'm like, it's like my snooze button, and it's awesome. I love it.
It definitely is like your snooze button.
It's
for sure.
Yeah,
but yeah,
I'm not hearing
it was pretty chill. Pretty chill last night. Obviously, keeping up with the NBA draft and seeing how things were going.
There.
Yeah, so. All good. What about you?
Oh, dude, I went out and met up with a couple of buddies. I didn't drink at all. I'm very proud of myself because the World Cup has been a drink fest trying to kill me and my liver, and along with everybody else in the United States. It was great. Watched 2 World Cup matchups yesterday. Had a great time doing it. England is England, so funny. So funny. Just some good stuff from them. And, of course, we got a lot of crow to eat on this show because a lot of that smack was talked about Cristiano Ronaldo yesterday, who decided to...
No. That was you guys.
Oh, really? You're not... This is not D. Fish and Decker? Your name's on the show, bud.
Hey, I said I was going to watch.
My takes are your takes. Can't take it back, man. Okay. You're strapped to this bomb, whether you like it or not.
All right. I got you.
I'm just all right. So Cristiano Ronaldo made us all look stupid yesterday. We were all talking all that smack. Raj, what do you think? Cristiano Ronaldo, the greatest player of all time again, baby?
He played. There was like 6 mechanics on that team.
Oh my God.
Okay, JJ Redick, just a bunch of plumbers and mechanics on that team. I see what you're saying. Cristiano Ronaldo, of course, with 2 goals yesterday, becoming the first guy to score in 6 World Cups ever. Pretty impressive stuff. That being said, yeah, he played against a group of toddlers. I'm not too worried about that. The World Cup continues. We got 6 matchups today, but you talked about it. We got to talk about the Dodgers today. Lots to cover on yesterday's blowout victory. My guy, Chucky Robinson, baby. I've been trying to tell you, this guy's a dude, 31 years old vet. 2 knocks last night and a safety squeeze. You don't know.
Yeah, you're going to have to break that down for everybody.
You don't know about the joy of a safety squeeze, D-Fish. We'll teach you about it. I've
seen it before, but you have to explain it to me so I can really...
We will get into the details and the inside baseballs of how great a safety squeeze is today on today's show. But right now, we got to talk a little bit about that draft yesterday, man, because the Lakers get their guy. And listen, it's not the guy that we were thinking it was going to be. The reports were out there. And it also wasn't any other of the names that we thought it was going to be. They get their hands on Cameron Carr out of Baylor, 6'4" shooting guard. What are your thoughts on this cat? I've done some. I'll freely admit this. I'm a college basketball novice. I watch it occasionally. I'm way in during March Madness. But I'd be lying if I said I followed everything in the college basketball side year-round, and especially during the season. So what do you got on this guy, Cameron Carr? I read some notes on him, read a lot of scouting reports. Seems like he's a hell of a scorer. However, the one knock that I've been seeing in every scouting report, not much of a defender, which says to me he's going to fit in just fine.
Okay, I don't know about that part. You're not going to fit in fine on the NBA team if you can't play defense.
Well, these Lakers, he will. Who do we have that can play defense?
No, it's some guys that can D.
Right.
No, I think Cameron Carr, I feel like he's taller than 6'4", maybe the height listed is at the combine they do a shoes off and a shoes on.
So I saw one at 6'6", and I saw another one that said like 6'4.75".
Yeah,
so.
and there's some teams that really value the shoes off because it gets them the actual height, but then you'll hear some basketball coaches and basketball people like, well, you don't play basketball with your shoes off.
Facts.
So why does it even matter what the height is with shoes off?
What was that line in Fletch? He's 6'4", 6'6" with the afro.
Yeah.
You ever see Fletch?
Something like that. So I think the Cameron Carr, 6'5", 6'6", like I'm talking about long arms, not long arms. Long arms. His wingspan's listed at 7 feet. So think about a guy that's 6'5", with a wingspan of 7 feet.
That's pretty impressive.
And so that also will allow him to be more disruptive on the defensive end than maybe sometimes his skill or his ability would suggest. Just like we talked about yesterday, like disrupting passing angles, tipping the basketball, getting deflections, etc. But his one coveted skill is the shooting. And this guy can shoot the basketball at a really, really high clip. Saw him at the combine in Chicago, played great, high confidence too. Like he believes in himself irrationally to some degree. And so I'm sure those things probably impressed a number of teams, but clearly for the Lakers feeling like this guy could fit in well with the shooting and the floor spacing, some of the versatility. He's a confident offensive guy. He'll have to get a little stronger. Like he has a more wiry, like rangy build, so he'll need to put on some strength and some muscle. But not surprised that a shooter was added, in particular once guys like Quaintance went off the board at 20 to San Antonio. If that was a guy that the Lakers had circled, like we talked about, like then the scenario shift, and then you go to another player into another kind of situation. And so Cameron Carr at 25. And, it's an inexact science. The Lakers took Dalton Connect at 17 a couple years ago, and he had a pretty good start, great preseason in his rookie year. And I think we had higher, not necessarily expectations, but anticipation.
Yeah.
To possibly see him in the rotation more and with more opportunity. Hasn't carved it out yet, but, it's part of a young player's journey. And now Cameron Carr will be, the next young guy to join this group and try to carve his way in. But the shooting will help. That's the currency in basketball now.
I understand that, but like the thing, again, I do see the no defense aspect of his game, or what's being reported, I should say. I'm sure he can definitely learn how to play plenty of defense, but the fact that he can shoot, you mentioned that name, Dalton Connect. Dalton Connect can shoot, and I feel like we haven't really seen a whole lot of Dalton Connect in these last couple of years. Is he a guy that's kind of just fallen out of favor with the Lakers, or is it not a fit for the Lakers, or is it just next man up, and this is a guy that we're going to give a shot to?
Yeah, I think Cameron Carr is a next guy up. You have the draft pick. You want to use it properly, in particular in a situation where your free agent money is going to have to go to specific guys. And you still need to be able to build through the draft. You really do. I think with Dalton Connect, and this happens with young players on veteran championship teams, like you don't get an opportunity to play through the mistakes that all young players are going to make when you're a young guy on a veteran team that has championship aspirations. When during our years, we young guys that came into our group, it just, your leash is really tight. The window is small for you to make mistakes. Earning trust above a veteran guy is really difficult to do. And so Dalton Connect over the last couple of years has found himself, like, is he going to play before Jared Vanderbilt? Is he going to play before Rui Hachimura? The
answer is a resounding no on both of
right?
those. Yeah.
In terms of just like veteran guys, Rui shoots the ball great, has great experience. Jared Vanderbilt's an elite defender and rebounder. And they're veteran guys. And then there's a guy named LeBron James that also plays the forward and wing position. And then you trade for Luka. Yeah, you trade for Luka Doncic. And then there's another guy that's 6'7" that also plays the guard and wing position. So Austin Reeves. So it just, there's no room really for, guys sometimes, even though they get drafted in the first round, you go into a veteran team that's trying to win a title. it's just tough to find the space. You just have to have some patience and believe that over the arc of your NBA career, all of these reps and opportunities are still going to pay off for you.
It's not only that, it's just also the idea of that the Lakers traded up to get him. And by the way, they didn't trade up high to get him. They traded up one spot to get him. What was your read on that? What was the purpose of trading up just the one spot to the Knicks? Did they just think the Knicks were going to grab this kid, or was there more to this?
Good question. I probably through some communication, they learned that the Knicks probably were going to take him, but the Knicks were in a difficult salary cap position, so I'm not sure if they were going to take him and keep him. They may have taken him and then traded him for, cash or, some other, draft asset or capital that could help the Knicks down the line. But sometimes when you see a guy that you really feel like fits and you want a player, you go for it. You make a trade or you make a transaction that's necessary to get the guy that you want, in particular if he's that close. You don't want to let him come off the board assuming he'll be there at 25, and then you miss out on that opportunity to get a player that you really like. If they had gone through all of their scenarios and, let's say if Quaintance was, the first name on the board and he comes off at 20 and then Cameron Carr is the second name, or maybe a couple of the other guys that got drafted between 20 and 25 were all gone. And so then Cameron Carr is like, that's that fourth name on the list. But it's not like he's the fourth worst player, right? It's just that his name was the fourth name on the list.
Yes.
And so there were other guys that possibly checked the box that the Lakers wanted checked, and Cameron Carr checked a lot of those boxes as well, and he was still available. And so all of that homework and research and diligence is done before draft night starts. And then you're following an algorithm at that point. Some of it is maybe instinctual to some degree, depending on what happens, but you already have slotted, if this guy is off the board, this is what's next. If this team takes this player, this is what's next. And there's probably a situation that played out that way as some of those names came off the board above 25.
You're listening to D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And we are talking about and reacting, really, to the Lakers' first draft overall, Cameron Carr out of Baylor, shooting guard. And it's right here in the chat already, in which case, get in the chat at The Fan LA on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. Everybody is already in there and chiming in. No Drink Rob actually brings up a good question, something that immediately came to my mind, because the Lakers do find themselves in, obviously, the position that they are in. Lot of cap space, yet they haven't yet signed any of their guys. We've seen the litany of names they want to bring back, but seeing that we get our hands on Cameron Carr right here, what do you think this does to a possibility of bringing back, say, a Luke Kennard specifically?
That's a good question. Yeah, it's a great question. I don't think you can compare Luke Kennard to a rookie coming in, even if he can shoot the ball really well.
Might be a fair comparison, but I'm just looking at the depth space that's going to be available.
That's what makes it a great question is a scenario where Luke Kennard just made $11 million this past season. Probably played well enough to not necessarily get a reduction in salary.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say worst case for him, it stays the same. That's going to be an expensive $11 million for the Lakers based on some of the other decisions that they need to make. And so when you start to prioritize which personnel is going to allow you to come back and compete in the Western Conference, it's going to probably start with more size, versatility, defensive, physicality. So you're also starting with re-signing Austin Reeves, trying to get LeBron's deal done. Are you re-signing Rui Hachimura? Are you re-signing Jackson Hayes?
Marcus Smart.
Marcus Smart is still under contract. I think he has a player option or team option.
Oh, I thought he was a free agent. I guess I was way off on that one.
I don't think he's an unrestricted free agent. Yeah, I think he has a team option maybe or a player option even.
Thank God.
So, so it's once you start to add all that up and somebody gets squeezed out, if you can draft a young shooter that also has some good upside, and you're going to pay him, $2.2 million this year, that could be a better way to use your resources than paying Luke Kennard $12 million to stay in L.A., even though you love him. He played great, did a lot of great things, but you can't pay $12 million to a specialist to some degree when you're trying to get a lot of other things done on the roster in a year where you have to really, the Lakers have to get several things right in order to really maximize the cap space that they have this offseason.
Like, what do you think kind of impact you think this guy can make right out the gate? Do you think we were a little spoiled this year? Because I watched the Spurs this season, and man, just watching Stephon Castle, knowing his age and what he's done right out the gate, is there a cat you think is going to take that Stephon Castle type of trajectory, and can it be this guy Cameron Carr?
Cameron Carr's skill sets are different. I think Stephon Castle is a more versatile ball handler and defender than Cameron Carr. I do think a lot of young players saw what Dylan Harper and Stephon Castle were able to do. And, sometimes once you see it, then you can believe it, then you can become it. And so, yeah, I think more young guys are going to come into the league thinking they can have that type of impact. Sorry to say it won't happen that way, most likely, because it's very unique that young players come in and have immediate impact on highly successful teams. Yeah, there's always going to be Rookie of the Year and young guys that are putting up good statistics. But guys that can, help you make a run to the NBA Finals, that's a really short list of young players. Cameron Carr can shoot the basketball really well. He's a very confident guy. Again, good athleticism, going to have to really dial it in on the defensive end. That's what's also separating Stephon Castle and Dylan Harper. Is those guys can defend at a really, really high level. To me, the guy who everybody's going to look back at in this draft and in terms of the possibility of Steph Castle, Dylan Harper type of trajectory is Darius Acuff. And the Sacramento Kings ended up getting him at 7.
Saw that.
The Brooklyn Nets passed on him at 6. I think the Clippers would have taken him at 5 if Darius Garland wasn't there already. And those two guys together may have been a little smallish for a starting backcourt. So Keaton Wagler does fit better there. But Darius Acuff is a name you should keep in mind. He has all-star potential. And then Caleb Wilson at 4 to the Chicago Bulls. If I was, which I'm not, that's why I'm here with you.
Yeah, naturally.
Caleb,
but if you were.
If I were, Caleb Wilson could be the best player in the entire thing.
Interesting.
Yes.
What is it about his game that you think that? Because you saw it firsthand over there at the Combine.
He can do everything, man. He can really do everything. Seriously. You could drop him onto any NBA team today, and he's going to help you win, period. Which is, it's why he was taken 4th. I understand, the Grizzlies taking Boozer at 3. Carlos Boozer, Cameron's dad is a good friend. We played together in Utah. I'm happy for their family. Obviously, Peterson and Dibansta were the 1-2 back and forth guys the whole time.
And by the way, Peterson did not look happy going number 2.
Because he wanted to be 1. He expected to be
did.
1. But I could be very wrong. But Caleb Wilson is a combination of all 3 of the guys that went before him.
Interesting. And he's in Chicago.
Yeah. He's a little bit of Dibansta, a little bit of Peterson, and a little bit of Boozer, all in one package.
Look at you, Bulls. You finally got a dude, according to D. Fish. And, man, when was the last time the Bulls really had, a dude? I feel like that's one of those lost cities for so long when it comes to the NBA, just because the dominance. We were talking about it yesterday. We were talking about the years of how we've been spoiled by dynastic runs. And, being a kid that grew up in the 90s, when I think of a dynastic run, which is such a weird thing to say out loud, considering the fact that I'm a Laker fan and I've been through multiple Laker dynastic runs. But because of my impressionable age in the 90s, when I think of a dynasty in basketball, my first thought is Jordan and Pippen and the Bulls.
Yeah, that's what comes to mind. I'm a little older, so the 80s Lakers come to mind for me.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, you roll into the Bulls in the 90s. And then because of those two teams and those runs, that birthed our passion for the dynasty we established in the 2000s with championships and the Spurs and all these other, the Patriots, the Houston Comets in the W, the Sparks in the W,
the Kansas City Chiefs.
So many teams in the early 2000s were influenced by the runs before. And so, yeah, I think the Bulls they've had some rough years. Caleb Wilson, they're not going to win 50 games this year, but he definitely is going to help. I can tell you that. And then, yeah, back to the Lakers. I think, anytime you can add shooting to your portfolio, it's like a blue chip stock or an equity that there's certain things you just need to have in your portfolio just to make sure. Shooting is one of those things in the NBA now. And so for the Lakers to add shooting at a low cost makes it an overall net positive for sure.
Not to mention, on top of that, you mentioned DeBesta goes ahead first overall. What do you think he's going to bring over to the Wizards? I mean, that team, like, overnight, in the last 3 days, looks kind of nasty.
Yeah, I think just a different level of relevance. Trae Young and Anthony Davis obviously are well-known NBA names, but because people have heard their names for so long, like there's a hesitance to really come out and fully support it until you see how they're going to do. That best is going to make them come out no matter what. So all of a sudden the Wizards games have a flair to them. People are going to be talking about the team, excited to see the team play. And so Trae Young, Dabasta, and AD that's a good combination of players that you can plug a few other guys around. And in the Eastern Conference, you can make a play-in run and start to have a chance to be a team that can compete for playoff spots.
On top of that, Darren Peterson going number 2 to the Utah Jazz, so the Lakers are going to have to be dealing with that for the next couple of years. Is he the truth, the way they say? The truth is, because here's the thing. I've seen the stats. I've seen him when he plays, but I've also seen how much he didn't play this last year. It's going to be very interesting to see how that goes, and I'm looking forward to discussing that with you throughout the show. Guys, lots to talk about. We got World Cup, of course, yesterday's NBA draft, which we will talk about throughout the show, not to mention on top of that the Lakers pick of Cameron Carr. But coming up, injured Dodgers clearly doesn't matter because the next man up gets it done. Who was the next man up last night? Well, we'll tell you right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of L.A. sports. And that, of course, was Alex Call hitting a home run last night in the Dodgers game. Blowout victory. And, of course, it was the hottest play of the game from Next Gen, the next generation of home comfort. Dodgers get it done yet again. They win the series yesterday, going for the sweep tonight, 12-3. Nothing else I can say other than an absolute ass-kicking is what the Dodgers gave the Twins in Minnesota yesterday. Kind of a stark contrast to the 2-1 matchup, pitchers duel we saw on night one. Justin Robleski with another victory, a guy making himself one hell of a case to stay in this rotation when it becomes healthy. I don't know what to say other than that kid has been fantastic. Tommy Edman with a single in the first inning. RBI, good to have him back. Good to have him back. Sorry, that was a sneeze and a very professional one at that. But also on top of that, this team, once again, just with their next man up mentality. This was the lineup, of course, Shohei Ohtani leading off. You saw Pages in the second spot. We got Freddie Freeman in the 3 spot. Mookie Betts in the 4 spot. Tommy Edman getting it done. Max Muncy, Alex Call, Freeland, and my guy, Chucky Robinson, veteran catcher, 31 years old. Got his first hit of the season yesterday. In fact, got his second hit of the season yesterday. In fact, got an RBI on a safety squeeze, which you do not see in pro baseball very often. Dude, this team just does what it does. It's injury-filled left and right. It does not matter. This is the best team in baseball with their 51st win of the season, and I just can't get enough of the factory that the Dodgers have created. And that's what it is, man. It is a factory that just produces wins.
Professionals, teams with high talent and big name players, like it's really difficult to like show up day in and day out and just find ways to win, and it's not like everybody's having breakout seasons and they're just hitting, 10 home runs a night and blowing everybody off the diamond. Like, they're playing baseball. They're making, good decisions. They're defending well. They're doing a lot of the things that it takes to win, despite the injuries and some of the things that have happened, so far this season. Not really getting the chance to see your pitching rotation in full. Guys not swinging the bat as well as they're capable of. But it's
by the way, Mookie Betts with 2 hits yesterday,
yeah,
which was obviously a very good thing that we've been waiting for Mookie to kind of break out. Granted, he made an error at shortstop, but yesterday we posted out a clip yesterday, and there was a common question that was put on that clip when I was talking to Dodger fans. Hey, you guys need to chill out. There's nothing to really worry about as far as Dodger fans. That being said, stop getting injured, but let's not worry too much. They're kind of rolling through this with no problem. But the one name that got brought up a few times was Mookie Betts, of which I hear you. But that's Mookie Betts, man. If there is a guy that I firmly believe that can get out of any situation he's in based on his mentality, how he handles the game, how he handles his teammates, how his teammates handle him, his overall just athleticism, it's Mookie Betts. I have nothing but the utmost faith that Mookie Betts, I would say, in 1 month's time will be hitting 265, 270, and putting up the numbers we've seen Mookie put up for years.
Yeah, I think sometimes we're conflating like sports, right? Like I think about Steph Curry and like the sheer volume of opportunity that he gets that averages out his percentages, right? So in a basketball game, Steph Curry can influence, whether he takes 20 shots, 17 shots, 25 shots, et cetera. But it's how the averages kind of get to that median place where he's always going to shoot certain percentages from, he's a 90% free throw shooter. He's a 39, 40% three-point shooter. And baseball is so much harder to, like, you don't influence necessarily how many times you get up to bat, right? You don't influence too many things in terms of having the volume it takes to, like, be the average that you are. So when I think about Mookie and Kyle Tucker and some of the guys, Freddie Freeman, guys that, like, percentage-wise aren't hitting the ball as well as they normally have, you still have to think of it as, like, over the course of 1,000 at-bats, those guys are still going to hit the ball probably 300 times.
Yes.
But there are going to be seasons where if they've only been up to bat 186 times or they've only been up to bat 286 times, it's going to take longer to get to that 300 average because they just haven't had enough opportunity yet. So it's easy to sit here right now at this point in the season in June and say, oh, he's only hitting 263. Oh, he's only hitting 239. But you're going to have to double and then possibly triple the number of at-bats at some point.
At some point.
And then the batting averages and all the percentages and things average out. And that's the way I kind of look at it. You can't put a determination on something halfway through the season and try to put it in a bottle and say that's what it is. Like it's an evolving thing that we have to kind of be willing to wait and see.
I mean, he's got 179 at-bats this year. He's going to finish the season probably closer to 300, 400 to 500 at-bats, which is normally a normal range of at-bats. The guy has 6,262 at-bats in his career.
Right.
We haven't even scratched the surface of what this season is at the moment. It is still June 24th, and I hate to remind people because when I remind people, I think it drives people nuts with how long baseball really is. Again, we're not even halfway through the goddamn thing. What's up, Raj?
Well, when can we worry, damn it? Because how long we keep
Not
saying
on
it's early?
June 23rd.
I'm tired of saying it's early. Like, when
It is early.
When do we get to worry then?
Why do you want to worry?
That was my next question.
Like, when do we get
I don't want to worry. I want them to start hitting.
They're the Dodgers. You don't get to worry. If you're a Dodger fan and you're worrying, you need therapy. This team has 51 wins. They are the best team in Major League Baseball. They're not even remotely playing at their best, and they're not even remotely healthy. Yet they're still head and shoulders above everybody
I'm worried
else.
about a series with a team like Philly who has some arms who are rumored to get Skubal to add on to what they already have with Sanchez and Wheeler.
That's nice.
You know what I mean? And if they get Skubal, and we up here Punch and Judy hitting, you know what I mean? And
Punch and Judy hitting. This team has Shohei Ohtani, Freddie Freeman.
He comes up once in the 9. He can't be up every time.
I want to vomit hearing what you're saying. This is the most astonishing offensive onslaught baseball team maybe ever assembled in the history of sports.
Yeah, on paper. But what I'm seeing on field,
they have 51 wins. That's more than all the other teams.
Yeah, what are we measuring success by?
I just want to know, when can I say it's not?
Is this
early?
WFAN? Are we talking about the Mets?
When can I stop saying it's early? At what point am I? Because I got my calendar right here in my hand.
July.
You guys, in July. Okay, is there a particular date on July? Because I'm busy on the 2nd.
How about this? July 1st is next week. On July 1st, we can go ahead and say it's no longer early. We've hit the halfway part because the dog days of August will hit. Then September will be a actual high-intensity month. And then we got October. I hear what you're saying, by the way, about the Phillies. I 100% do. The Phillies are nasty. The Phillies went ahead and scored 8 runs in the top of the 9th inning
With
down
2
to
outs.
their last out last night.
I know.
That is an
But it's
offense
the
everyone should be
pitching
scared of. And yeah, their
that we should be
pitching's
worried
good,
about
too.
in the series in the Dodgers. I'm looking ahead at stuff. That's all.
I appreciate you looking ahead to
Thank you.
October, but it's still June 24th, and this team is going to win over 100 games.
And I've written it down on my calendar. June the 1st.
You go ahead and do
Mookie
that.
Betts will be batting 400.
I did not
And
say
Kyle
that.
Tucker will be a 30-30 guy like he used to be. Okay, got it.
Raj.
There's still plenty of season left.
So with the Lakers, right? If Luka Doncic comes to the Lakers and LeBron averages less points, is that better or worse?
I'm sorry, say it again.
If Luka Doncic coming to the Lakers and LeBron averages less points, like his stats go down,
That's
but the
horrible.
Lakers are still winning, is
Nope.
that better or worse?
In basketball, that's fine. In baseball, don't work that way. Usually when you have a stronger lineup, RBIs go up, runs go up. I need better.
Man,
Okay.
I appreciate your demand for this team is to be better. I don't know how you can get better than the best team in Major League Baseball, but that's what Raj demands.
Okay.
D-Fish. Do you think that we are unrealistic in Los Angeles with our new demands of this Los Angeles Dodgers team?
I mean, I think we're probably unreasonable with our demands for individual players on the team.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how you can expect more from the team when they're winning more than everybody else in the league. So there's no, like, I don't know how you measure that part as, like, it's not getting the job done. I can see how you can single out, individual guys and say, hey, man, you normally hit this many home runs, you're behind. You normally have this many RBIs, you're behind.
Yep.
I get that part, but still, I'm just, the ultimate goal is winning. And, last I checked, like we said yesterday, they don't put RBIs on the side of them diamonds when you get a championship ring.
Unless you have a lot of RBIs. Maybe they'll put it on the side of the
Maybe, but yeah, that's not the thing to worry about. It's the wins that really ultimately matter the most.
Absolutely, and we will discuss this as the season goes forward. How will Mookie Betts eventually fully break out of it? 2 hits for him last night, so that's a good step in the right direction. Looking forward to seeing what the Dodgers do in the rubber match of tonight's game because, ladies and gentlemen, Shohei Ohtani taking on Joe Ryan. That is going to be one hell of a pitching matchup. We are going to take a quick little break, but good news, it is somebody's birthday, which is definitely going to lead us into today's top 10 right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Hype Man Raj, because we got a lot to talk about in today's top 5.
Oh, yeah, we do. And we're talking about old guys like you and Fish. That's right, because it is the birthday.
What?
I'm sorry.
I'm still in my 30s.
Okay,
I'm the
you're
youngest person here.
You're right. That's a good
including you,
And then,
Raj.
and then there you go.
Yeah. All right. Well, we've got Mr. Lionel Messi. It's his 39th birthday.
I'm the same age as Lionel Messi.
All right. Okay. Y'all still
How dare you?
That's fine. That's fine.
I don't care that I'm aging like milk.
Pasteurized or?
It's not important.
Okay. All right. Well, anyway, it's
He used to
Lionel
be handsome.
Messi's 39th birthday, and of course, he is the GOAT, and he's doing it well. Now, he's not quite 40, but gentlemen, I need the top 5 athletes who do it at 40 plus, who've done it at 40 plus. I'm doing it right now. They've been retired, whatever. But top 5 athletes done it at 40 plus. D Fish, hit me with number 5.
Número 5.
Yeah.
What else?
Yes.
I'm gonna go with George Foreman.
Oh,
5.
good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with George Foreman at number 5. Retired, came back, hadn't boxed in a while. Mm-hmm. Had eaten too many burgers off the grill.
He got a few of them, man.
And still got it done.
Yes,
Still
yes.
got it done.
So
Foreman
had
at
that
5.
power. Had
Yeah.
that power, boy.
Yeah,
Rest
he
in
did.
peace, George Foreman.
Yes. Hawked so many grills to us. It was amazing.
Yep.
I'm going a little bit older, and yeah, I really thought about throwing George Foreman on this list because obviously winning a world championship in your 40s definitely should get you on there. But did he pitch until he was nearly 50?
No.
The same way Jamie Moyer did?
Yeah.
Oh, baby. Do you know Jamie Moyer?
I mean, I know the name, yes.
Jamie Moyer was a soft lefty who probably broke 90 miles per hour 3 times in his life, all of which were in a car, not with him throwing a baseball.
Sure.
This man pitched till he was 49 years old.
Now recently, too,
and
right?
just retired, I think 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
I loved Jamie Moyer. I made an appointment watching when he was pitching for Seattle for the 90 years he pitched for
Yeah.
him. And I can't stress enough, in his 40s, specifically had a 4.43 ERA, wins and losses 105 and 89. And by the way, 105 and 89 just in his 40s.
Damn.
Just in his 40s.
That's pretty good.
Badass.
Pretty good.
Jamie
All right.
Moyer.
I like it. Okay, of course, it is the birthday of the GOAT. That's right.
And who's the GOAT?
Lionel Messi.
Oh, not Ronaldo?
No, not
Just-
quite. He good, though. But that
Skip
brings
Bayless
us
is pissed.
to number 4.
Número 4.
Fish, what you got?
Oh, this one is tough because my list is. Oof. I'm gonna go with Le Tigre, Tiger Woods here at number
That's a good one.
4. Winning the Masters in 2018.
Yeah.
Just what an incredible accomplishment, especially coming off the injuries in the leg and everything. Like his son was there. It was a really great moment. So I'm going with the Tiger at number 4.
You think he'll ever win another tournament? Not
No.
just okay. Yeah.
Nope.
same
I
here.
think we're long gone, and he's definitely not going to win it if he's allowed to drive to the tournament. So I hope so. You just hire a driver. Just hire a driver. Just hire a driver. T-Fish, right? Hire a driver. He's got enough money to hire a driver.
Yeah, hire a driver, but we don't have to.
What? I mean,
What?
it's
Just
good
hire a
advice.
driver.
Yeah, it's a show of record. We show for
If
the
I
kids.
had his money, I'd hire a driver.
Yeah, I heard
Just
that.
a thought.
Okay, what you got? And and every time we go out, you usually Uber.
I do.
Oh, credit for you.
I hire a driver.
You do,
And
you
I
do.
don't even have your money, Tiger.
All right. So what you got at number 4?
Number 4, I'm going with one of the greatest to ever do it, and I'm so tired of anyone having the Hall of Fame question.
Yeah.
Mr. Barry Bonds not only belongs in the Hall of Fame, he deserves his own wing of the Hall of Fame. Last I checked, it was called the steroid era, not the Barry Bonds did steroids era. Well, anyways, Barry Bonds played till 43 years old. He was still averaging like 150 walks a season
Yeah.
because still no one wanted to pitch to that man, and
Eesh.
they were right to not want to do it.
Yeah, it was crazy. There's some wild stats, crazy
Dude,
stats in that
insane.
era. Just video game type stuff. All right, Lionel Messi's birthday. So we're looking for the top 5 that do it at 40 plus. D-Fish, hit me with.
Número 3.
Numero 3. Man, this is getting hard, bro. I'm going with Serena Williams at 3.
Okay.
Ooh, good.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Serena Williams
so
at
mad at
number
myself.
3. I wanted to flip it, but I'm gonna go with Serena at 3, man. obviously her entire run and career in tennis, and now that she's back, especially, it's a timely mention of her on the list at number 3, championship level, elite level tennis into her 40s, and then now we're gonna get to see it again, baby.
Yeah.
This is going to be controversial at number 3 because I'm sure it should be number 1 in everybody's list, but I'm going with Tom Brady. I'm going with Tom Brady in his 40s, obviously the championships, the GOAT of the NFL. What do I need to say about Tom Brady other than his face looks weirder by the day, and I'd like him to chill a little bit. Outside of that, can't deny what this man has done in multiple cities. So, yes, Tom Brady, my number 3 over 40 of all time.
All right. Okay, Derek Fisher, I'm looking for your number 2.
Número 2.
Tom Brady is my 2 on the list. I almost flipped it with Serena, but it's difficult to, even for him to be 2, it's difficult, but Tom Brady at 2, the sustained excellence is it can't be questioned, really. I don't know if we'll see it again. Patrick Mahomes might end up being the closest to it, but I don't know. Tom Brady is that dude.
Hard to say, no.
Yeah, now, if they were to tie, do you give the tiebreaker to Tom because he beat Patrick Mahomes head-to-head in the Super Bowl?
Yeah, possibly. I think sometimes once somebody has established themselves, it's the Michael Jordan conversation, right? Once somebody's established, residency of being the GOAT, it's hard to move them off the mantle. It just really is. Even if somebody comes behind them and accomplishes the same exact thing, it's still just but he was first. That's who most people are going to lean towards.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. What you got number 2?
Number 2, I have a feeling it might be someone else's number 1, but I don't know yet.
All right.
Mr. LeBron James.
Oh.
Absolutely everything he has accomplished, even now into his 40s, and what he will accomplish into his year 42 season, hopefully right here in Los Angeles. You can't deny it. Probably should be number 1, but that's because my list is just that good.
Oh, all right. Well, that brings us to number 1 because it is Lionel Messi's birthday today, his 39th birthday. So we're looking at the best to do it at 40 plus. That brings us to numero 1.
Número 1.
I got a technical qualifier here because Messi's not actually 40 yet. So that means he doesn't have to be on the list.
He does not.
No.
Which is a new thing for you, D-Fish.
Yeah.
I love that.
All right.
Love that.
Yeah, that's new for me, which means numero 1 is LeBron James. LeBron James. I don't have enough words to describe what this guy's doing at age 40 plus. We haven't seen it before. We've obviously seen some guys play basketball into their 40s, but not to be still playing at an all-star level in their 40s. That's just insane.
Completely agree.
Number 1 on the list.
Incredible.
Yeah.
But did he ever say into a microphone mid-game, Lou Brock, you were good at stealing bases. But today, I am the greatest of all time. Ricky Henderson is my number 1 over 40, just for the quotes alone.
Yeah,
that's a good one.
Ricky talking about Ricky, always in the third person.
Do you know that, Fish? He always talking in third person?
I didn't know he always did.
I have a quote from Ricky Henderson, and it's maybe my favorite quote of all time.
Is it the 10-year one?
Also a great one. Ricky Henderson is just chock full of the greatest quotes, but he actually addressed him speaking in the third person. People keep coming up to me and saying, Ricky always saying, Ricky does this, Ricky does that. And I don't know, and that's not the case. That's just something that Ricky's always done.
How many Rickies is that now?
A ton of Rickies.
A ton of Rickies.
Everyone always talking about Ricky says this about Ricky. No, Ricky always says this about Ricky. That's nonsense. That's just something that Ricky's always done.
What was the 10-year one?
It was because he was going onto a bus and he was going towards the back, and he's like, "No, Ricky, you can be in the front of the bus. You have tenure." He's like, I've been playing the big leagues for 15 years, not 10 years.
No, not I've been wrong. Ricky been playing.
I'm sorry, he said Ricky been playing for 15 years, not 10. When he played for the Mets, he told his teammates he had an apartment that can see the entire state building. Yes. Ricky, baby.
So if you guys have time
is
at home,
great
if you're on a
stuff.
computer, just look up great Ricky Henderson quotes.
And if you really have some time, look up Ricky Henderson and Paul Molitor, maybe the funniest thing that's ever been said of all time. He had a teammate that had to wear a helmet on because he had like an aneurysm at a young age. He played with this guy on the Mets, and he was sitting there watching him take batting practice. Hey, why are you wearing the helmet on the field? He's like, oh, well, Ricky, I had an aneurysm when I was a kid. I wear it for protection. The league allows me to wear a helmet on the field. He's like, oh, that's crazy. I played with a guy who did the exact same thing. And then he just paused, and John Olora just looks at him and goes, yeah, Ricky, that was me. We played together in New York, Seattle, and Toronto. They won a World Series together.
Ricky was a legend.
Ricky being Ricky, man.
Guys, there's 6 World Cup games tonight.
There are 6.
Today and tonight starting. Mexico plays at 6
Switzerland,
p.m. That's
Canada
gonna be huge.
today. Then we got Bosnia and Qatar. We have Morocco versus Haiti. We got Scotland versus Brazil. How you feeling about your Brazil taking on my Scots?
We're a little banged up, but I'd like to get out the group with the win, if we can. Good win. That'd be nice.
South Africa versus Korea, and then Czechia versus Mexico tonight at 6 p.m. It's going to be one hell of a day of World Cup soccer. And yes, we will be talking about that. Of course, Ronaldo with himself having a day yesterday. We will discuss that as well. But coming up, guys, we had ourselves a draft last night, and we got to talk about that draft. Let's find out about the Lakers scouting issues going forward right here on D. Fish and Decker and the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Derek Fisher and myself, Cody Decker, and all of you get in the chat at The Fan LA on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. We got a poll up right now. We just finished putting together our lists of top athletes over 40. Who do you guys have? Get in there to the chat on YouTube right now. LeBron James, Tom Brady, Serena Williams, or Tiger Woods. Get in there and get your vote and make sure your voice is heard. Also, our phone number, 855-97-LA Fan. That's 855-975-2326. And ladies and gentlemen, we got a lot of World Cups going on today. We had a lot of World Cup yesterday. We will talk about that throughout the show. The Dodgers kicked all that ass last night. We discussed that in the first hour. We will discuss that again as the show goes forward and preview tonight's Dodgers matchup against the Minnesota Twins. But boy, oh boy, D-Fish, my guy, we had ourselves an NBA draft last night. And the Lakers got their guy, or the best guy available to them at that exact moment, because we spent a lot of time talking about the name Quaintance as a possibility that they were absolutely after. As you mentioned, at the 20 spot, the Spurs went ahead and grabbed him. So next thing you know, the Lakers play a little catch-up, trade up one spot to the 24th spot to get to the Knicks, and they get their hands on Cameron Carr, a 6'6" shooting guard out of Baylor. What do you think of this pick right out the gate? Everything I've read about this cat is that he's just got a huge wingspan, an absolute shooter, and a dog, but not much to be said on defense. What are your thoughts on that one assessment, and what can this kid bring to the Lakers?
Well, the defensive part is, I mean, that's consistent with a lot of young players now. Like, so much focus is on the offensive side of it, and being able to shoot the basketball is just the currency that everybody wants access to, and he has it. I'm not surprised to see that shooting for the Lakers was really a priority beyond if Quaintance or any guy with size that maybe they were looking for specifically came off the board, then shifting to another need of ours is perimeter shooting, or length and size at the guard position, right? Like Austin Reeves isn't a huge guy. Marcus Smart isn't a huge guy in terms of height and length and size. So you could see a prioritization on a guy with some length, great wingspan, really confident, shoots the ball really, really well. And so for a guy to come in as a young player, I'm not sure whether he can earn consistent minutes in the rotation to start, but there's a lot of runway for the Lakers in the years coming up. Obviously, the team this year, they're going to try their best to put back together and compete to win a title, and that'll be the focus for years to come. But again, each year as the decision around LeBron continues, like, that space is going to open up, and different players are going to have the opportunity to step into that vacuum at whatever point it's created. And so you still need to bring players in that, even if they're not going to have direct and immediate impact, then can you see them growing into the type of player that can help you win games, and even in 2 or 3 years when you need to turn and you're looking again for a more cost-effective way to improve your team than spending $40 million on a free agent. And if you have a guy in-house that you've basically developed and worked with, that helps a lot.
Do you think we're a little I feel like we're spoiled right now because we just saw 2 rookies and, of course, the very young Wemby go to the finals, and the Spurs going man, if only we can get our hands on that type of magic. But how often do you run into a Harper and a Stephon Castle the way that the Spurs just ran into as rookies?
really hard. Those guys were drafted, I think, 2nd and 4th respectively. So that's a different type of player that you're getting access to in the top 5 picks of the NBA draft. There obviously have been some great players that have been drafted lower historically as well, that we've seen have significant impact and become Hall of Fame guys. I mean, Jokic was 41st, I think, pick in the draft in the 2nd round. I think Tony Parker's a 2nd-round pick. A lot of guys that have been great and been all-stars, have been picked late. I mean, Austin Reeves is undrafted. So where you're picked doesn't always exactly determine it, but you're definitely you're the potential for landing a guy that can help you now, help you forever is for sure higher in the draft. And the Lakers are very rarely that high in the draft just due to the success historically in terms of teams that are normally playing in the postseason and not going to have a high lottery pick, and then going after championships year in and year out and kind of, trading away picks in order to get players that can help you right now. So I think you're seeing the Lakers trying to start to blend a little bit of playing for now, but also blending in some of the needs for what the future is going to look like.
The post-LeBron era.
Even in hiring J.J. Redick, the conversation was about, we truly believe he can help us win games now, but he also is wired in a way that in that post-LeBron era or whenever we slide into more of a building for the future, he also can be our guy for those circumstances. And so, I think this pick is indicative of, we want somebody that can help us now, but we need some guys that we can help get ready over the next couple years that'll be able to help us for a long time to come.
Absolutely. D-Fish and Decker right now on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And, let's get in the chat real quick at The Fan LA on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch, because we did mention the quote-unquote scouting department in that tease. And I want to bring up the scouting department because what was the one thing we heard ad nauseum last year about the Lakers? We know they can score. We know Luka can score. We know what this team can do offensively. But, man, everyone and their cousin was saying, defense. We just don't have the defenders that we need. We're not playing defense. Luka's lazy on defense. Now, of course, I think that's a gross over-exaggeration. However, right here in the chat, Robert Wallace says, and I quote, "Times sure have changed. Was taught that defense keeps you in games and ultimately wins you championships. Not these days. All about scoring and getting base hits." Talk to me. What is your thoughts on that, D-Fish? What's with the Lakers and their perceived lack of defense? And does this do anything to help them? And if which case, what do they need to do to help them on defense?
Well, I think a lot of their perceived lack of defense is specifically related to your superstar personnel. Luka, LeBron, and Austin combined are, LeBron, especially at this point in his career, is not to be an elite defender in the NBA. It takes so much energy that your veteran guys, one, or your superstar guys, two, are very rarely going to have. Steph Curry isn't the best defensive player on the Golden State Warriors. We don't ever say that. Mm-hmm. So because we're in LA, we're talking about the Lakers, but we don't circle Steph Curry in the same way defensively as we do sometimes our own guys. Steph has gotten better defensively. He makes the effort at it. I think Luka's gotten better defensively. He makes the effort at it. But if you have 3 guys on the court that are basically superstar type guys, it's putting a lot of pressure on 2 people to kind of anchor the defense. And so part of the Lakers' challenge is when those 3 guys are on the court together, then you may not have enough guys on the court that can do the elite level defensive things that you need in the NBA now compared to the Knicks or the Spurs or the Thunder, right? You might have SGA as a primary scorer and leader. You might have Jalen Brunson as a primary scorer and leader. But the rest of the guys are more of the anchor guys. Steph Curry is a primary scorer and leader, but Draymond Green is a more defensive-minded guy and a passer. All the other guys historically, Andre Iguodala, the other guys around Steph are the anchors of the defense, the energy, the intensity. And so that's where the Lakers are going to, need to continue to figure out how do we surround Luka and Austin and LeBron with the right guys, but then have enough lineup balance to be able to play elite defense and score offensively. Part of it is just youth as well. So getting a guy with this type of wingspan, this type of athleticism, there are some things that you have to technically be taught in terms of playing defense in the NBA that are very different than college. And if you have the physical athleticism to do it, like a lot of defense is just mindset. So it's not so much that like physically a guy can't do it. Some guys, I mean, that's a short list of guys that just literally can't do it.
Also, how do you draft a guy that has that? Like, how do you even find a guy that has that kind of mindset? And especially looking at college, because we've discussed it before, college and pro just not the same level. Now, it doesn't mean obviously there's crossover, but how do you identify a guy in college and be like, that's going to be an elite defender in the NBA? Maybe not right out the gate, but 3 years down the road, 4 years down the road.
I mean, there are probably some physical makeup things that that would jump off the page. A lot of it too is that's where the data and the analytics start to play a role. Like it helps you to confirm or not what you're seeing with your eyes. If a guy is a good rebounder, good defensive rebounder, from a data standpoint, you're able to pull the numbers and see, when he's in isolation situations and he's guarding somebody one-on-one, how often does the other guy score? For bigs, when they are protecting the rim and they're within 6 feet of the basket, like at what percentage does their opponent score? Like, so there are ways to measure certain things similar to offense, right? Like if a guy's a 40% three-point shooter in college, it's not a bad indication that he could be a good shooter in the NBA. Similar things on defense, like steals, rebounding, deflections, shot blocking. There are a number of different ways to kind of at least try and guesstimate, for lack of a better word. Okay, some of these things will be able to translate. And then also that's why like wingspan and some of the things we're learning at the combine also play a role as well. Wingspan allows you to close down space and disrupt angles that other things can't. And so
this cat's got one hell of a wingspan when you're talking about wingspan, over 7 feet of wingspan.
Yeah, he does. But again, a lot of it's mindset. Most of these guys in college and for most of their basketball journeys have been the best players on their team. So they haven't been asked to be the type of defensive players that they'll need to be asked to do when they get to the NBA. And so if you have the physical tools to do it and the mindset shift, to understand this is how I'm going to earn minutes in the NBA, you can get there. It's not impossible. Some guys are physically limited, but if you have the physical ability, you can get it done.
855-97-LA-FAN. Let us know what you guys think. Give us a call, 855-975-2326. Do you think the Lakers need to make adjustments on defense? What moves do you think they need to make, Los Angeles? Give D-Fish and I a call right here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And it's in the chat right now, by the way, at The Fan LA. And this is actually a fair question. Sports Wager 1, isn't J.J. Redick partially to blame for the poor defensive setup? Do you think some of this has to do with scheme as well, or is this more personnel for the Lakers, specifically on their defensive perceived lack thereof, I should say?
Good question. I mean, as coaches, you always take responsibility for what's happening. So I don't think it's a question of like J.J. Redick, pushing all of whatever blame or responsibility onto players for things happening. Like there's a recognition that everybody's in this together. I don't know if it's a scheme or tactical thing. I feel like positionally, the Lakers are oftentimes in the right spots, but you just can't. Shaq wasn't the best defender, right, from a technical standpoint, but just his sheer size and physicality, his ability to protect the rim and rebound the basketball, but he wasn't great in pick and roll. I know, because his guy was knocking my head off.
Call out the screen. Call out the screen.
So it's not, it's.
How about your boy Shaq?
Yeah, like it's not, your best players don't have to be the best defenders. The challenge again is that oftentimes the Lakers' best players are, when they're on the court at the same time, you're not going to have as much defense on the court. So some of it is, sure, it's a balance of scheme and tactical in terms of what are our coverages, what's the game plan, how are we covering certain guys. The other part of it is definitely personnel. Like, are these guys, defensive minded or capable of playing defense at an elite level? But then you have to score the ball. And so it's the offense does matter as well. And so the Lakers, some of it is about the roster, and I think they're continuing to try to chip away at, like, how do we find that balance between offense and defense and adding some guys that can do both without taking too much away from, like, Luka's going to be on the floor 38 minutes a game. Austin Reeves is going to be on the floor 38 minutes a game. LeBron's going to be on the floor 30 minutes a game. So you got to figure out in all of those minutes, how do we surround those guys with 2 or 3 other people? What lineups can we use when Luka's off the court or LeBron is off the court that allow us to still defend at a high level but then score enough points? You can't really point to just one thing. I don't think the Lakers' game planning defensively is bad or wrong. We're also talking about youth. I don't know if any NBA team with guys that are 40 years old are high-level defensive teams.
Mm-hmm.
The Warriors are a great example as well. Like, they don't defend anywhere near the way they defended previously because they're older. Some of the things that it takes to play elite defense now require youth and dynamic athleticism that you don't have at 40 compared to when you were 20.
Oh, that's factual. That is just factual. Plain and simple. That's a
reality
guy
of
that's
it.
about to turn 40 right now.
Yeah.
I can't defend anything now. Can't even defend myself anymore. By the way, D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1. The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, 855-97LA Fan. We want to hear from you. And what do you guys think about this team? But, hey, the Lakers weren't the only team that drafted last night. First overall, we got A.J. Debinsa, who is going over there to the Washington Wizards. All of a sudden, that team that we were kind of snickering at last year is starting to look kind of nasty with that potential three-headed monster with Trae Young. And listen, A.D., who I firmly now believe no chance we were ever going to really get him back, but boy, I loved that pie-in-the-sky thought there, D-Fish. I really, really did. Just the idea of him coming back was fantastic. But now, what do you think this guy's going to do for the Wizards going forward? First overall, is he the guy?
He is. I mean, that's why he was taken number 1. I think he's had the dream of this, the vision of it. He's done the work necessary to become the number 1 pick in the NBA draft, and I don't think it's too big for him. Like some guys, being the number 1 pick is almost like too big, even though they're capable of being it physically as a basketball player. Mm-hmm. They're not ready for what all comes with being the number 1 pick.
What comes with that? Like, what do you mean? Is it just the scrutiny and the eyeballs, or is there something more to that?
No, the scrutiny and the eyeballs, and I think it kind of goes to what we were talking about over the last couple of days. Like, more of these young players now are more prepared for it. Like, they're embracing what comes with the number 1 pick. Cooper Flagg showed us this past season. Like, these guys experience, in high school when they're playing on these shoe circuit teams and the way social and digital media covers sports, they're comfortable in front of the camera. They understand what they can and can't say. They're aware of branding and marketing and how
Cooper
to position themselves.
Yeah, and Cooper had a very specific, rough road in, with the whole AD trade that just happened, the Luka going out, the bad vibes that were in Dallas, and he still showed out with it.
Yeah, so they're not fearful of the things that come with being the guy and being on the stage, and the lights are bright and people expect you to perform well and play well. How big college sports are now. These guys are on national TV, a couple, 2 or 3 times a week. They're obviously growing their social media and their branding. And so there's just a comfort level with being a star that didn't always exist for athletes. So even when you were the number 1 pick, some of those guys weren't comfortable being in the spotlight. It's different now.
Yeah.
These guys are comfortable being in the spotlight.
They want to be in the spotlight.
They want to be. And Debinsa, I think, is a perfect example of a guy that there's a humility there, but he's really hungry. He wants to win. I think Trae Young and Anthony Davis are at the perfect age and time in their careers where not only are they going to be able to help him by being great performers next to him, but also be able to impart so much wisdom about the experience. Anthony Davis, as Raj tried to embarrass us yesterday with our final out game, Anthony Davis was also a number one pick in the NBA draft. He knows what it's like to be that guy and have people, if you have a bad 2 weeks, people are going to be questioning and writing things and saying things. So to have a teammate that's also been a number one pick, had high expectations, been a champion before, played with LeBron James, that's a lot of positive things to have. And I think Washington's going to be a fun team to watch this season.
I think so, too. But, hey, you got to also look at that number 2 pick, the other guy that they thought could go 1, Darren Peterson. Well, he's going over to Utah, which means the Lakers are going to have to deal with this cat for years to come. What do you think about a very highly motivated Darren Peterson, considering the fact that he was vocal when he was up on that podium that he was disappointed he did not go 1 overall?
I mean, that's fine. I like the mindset. I don't know how you expect to go 1 if people haven't seen a ton of you.
Same thing I was asking we were talking about it during the season, about how this guy was, quote unquote, load managing through an entire Kansas year.
Yeah, I mean, I think there was some news that came out that said he was having some issues with how he was using creatine and maybe not recognizing that it was ultimately he was more dehydrated than he thought. Mm-hmm. So that's what was leading to kind of some of the cramping and hamstring issues that he was experiencing. But, I mean, these teams are putting a lot on the line, and they want to know what you're about, what you're made of. Can they depend on you? Can they count on you? Clearly, the Jazz feel comfortable that they can. But Dibansta is probably a better fit for the Wizards based on the fact that they just signed Trae Young to a 4-year, $212 million contract. So you don't necessarily want a second guard that is also just like a primary scorer in his first thought. Right, Dibansta is a primary scorer, but he also enjoys making plays for other people. He also has better positional versatility on the defensive end with his length and height and athleticism, and you need that. Trae Young is a smallish guard that is going to be starting at the point guard position. So surrounding him with long, rangy, athletic guys is better than Darren Peterson is about 6'5", Dibansta 6'8". More, I don't want to say more athletic, but just a different athlete. So I think it was just a better fit, and Washington made the decision they thought was best for them.
Well, it's going to be very, very interesting. We will keep you updated on the draft as the show goes forward. More to discuss on that topic right here on D. Fish and Decker. But hey, coming up, man, the GOAT 1B had himself a hell of a day, but also Shohei Ohtani night as well. What do you need to see from Shohei Ohtani? Probably just more of the same that you've seen all year long. That and so much more right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. However, I got to say, Peyton, are you noticing that we're missing some people coming back from this break?
Yeah, quite a couple, actually. I thought maybe it could just be Fish, but we're also missing Raj back here.
No, let's go to the widescreen. Let's go to the widescreen. And you just hold it to the widescreen right here.
Yeah.
Just for Oh, what's up, D-Fish?
What's up, man?
How's it going, man?
I'm good.
Yeah, me too, dude. That's good. I don't know where Raj is. Hey, Peyton. Hey, Peyton, can you put it on your screen? Where did Raj go?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. He's coming in right now. He's coming in right now.
Oh, Raj
Here we
back.
go.
Everybody's
Raj is back.
We're going to get back to doing the sports radio today. Oh, hey, Raj. It's good to see you, buddy.
Hey.
Hey, you look good. You excited for Brazil tonight?
Yes, I am.
You should be.
For today at 3 p.m., I'm excited. It's a televised scrimmage against a certain nation, Scotland, I believe. But yeah,
very excited for my Scottish team taking on your Brazil team.
Televised scrimmage.
It is televised.
Disrespectful.
That's very ridiculous. I heard what he said. I refuse to acknowledge it. And by the way, how did that first game go for you? Who did you play in that first match?
we played one of the best teams in the group, Morocco, and we drew against them 1-1. Yeah, but no, this with the injuries, hopefully we get through, and I know we're going to talk some World Cup later in the show, and of course we have 6 games on today, so
we do.
That should be fun. But
yes, we do. But until then, we got to talk quickly about this Dodger matchup because we got our hell of a matchup tonight. Listen, Shohei Ohtani's going tonight, and he's supposed to be on the mound on playing a 2-way game. The Dodgers are off tomorrow, so I expect fully for Shohei Ohtani to do this 2-way game. That being said, D-Fish, would you have an issue at all if Shohei Ohtani just pitched on the mound and didn't take any at-bats? Because I'll freely admit, already won this series. I appreciate how they've actually held Shohei at times with some kids' gloves when it comes to the 2-way playing. I don't see much reason to actually bat him tonight. I understand to do it, but, dude, I have no problem the games that he's starting. Let's go ahead and just pull back the at-bats, especially in the month of June.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that. I don't disagree with that concept. I just lean towards trusting trusting Ohtani himself in terms of understanding his body, trusting Dave Roberts, and trusting the organization overall in terms of, making decisions. I mean, you talk about, I know the investment is deferred, but the investment is still guaranteed.
Oh, that's still an investment.
So
that's one hell of an investment.
I don't see a scenario where they're doing anything, especially on a consistent basis, that would increase the chances of that investment not paying off very well over time.
Completely.
We know he's exceeded the returns on investment so far. But the idea, of course, is like for the rest of this decade and beyond, for him to be the MVP type player that he's shown himself to be. So I trust that. I think there's going to be, there are going to be situations in the postseason where they need him to do both, and him being used to it enough. I mean, if this is start number 10, I think, if I'm not correct.
No, I think this should be start about number 12, if I were to guess.
Okay. So yeah, not a crazy amount of days where he's doing both, You're
not wrong.
If you think about it. So within the scheme of 70 games or so and approaching 80 games and these 12 starts, and I think a couple times he didn't hit. So maybe 10 games, 9 games where he's done both, and I don't think that ratio is too much to, expect him to be able to handle and still stay healthy.
It almost feels rude that I'm suggesting that the Dodgers should go ahead and pull back a little, considering the fact best record in the game, and they are as banged up as they are. But that
makes sense.
But that's the reason. The reason that they are so banged up is why I kind of think, well, God, the one guy I feel like this team can't lose is a Shohei Ohtani for everything he brings to the table, not to mention just the amount of crowds that just show up just only to see that guy. He's on the mound tonight against Joe Ryan, which, by the way, Shohei Ohtani is 7-2 this season. He's got a 1.47 ERA, a 0.88 whip. One hell of a season thus far. Also 78 strikeouts as we currently stand. As for the opponent, Joe Ryan, absolute ace for this franchise over there with the Minnesota Twins. He is 1 strikeout shy of 100 strikeouts, sitting at a 2.99 ERA, a 1 whip, and He's got a 5-3 record. Now, here's the thing. The Twins have also kind of put out there that he has been feeling a little under the weather, so pay close attention to this matchup. It could be that he's a late scratch. They could go with Zebby Matthews, or it could be a bullpen game for the Minnesota Twins. But honestly, like, what are you hoping to see out of Shohei Ohtani today, other than I'm expecting to see just more of Shohei Ohtani's better outings. Like his last couple of outings, I wouldn't say Shohei's gotten beaten up, but he's given up more runs in his last 2 outings than he did his previous 10.
I mean, expecting to see a better outing, I have no...
It's all relative when we're talking about Shohei Ohtani, right?
But also, like, just the game of baseball is just... It's really hard, as you know. And so I don't know if... you're going to go through stretches where, things aren't in sync as well, things aren't clicking as much. The more starts he has, the more film and video that people have to study, more pitches to study. Like, some people are going to be able to touch him up every now and then.
Every once in a while.
But I also, for sure, I could see this scenario also being why you do pitch him and hit him. Because, the pitching reps matter for sure, because right now they need it. I mean, with how many guys are banged up.
Arms are banged up. But here's the thing. He also has been dealing with that blister issue. He was bleeding last week. I even suggested last week, dude, why don't we just pull him off the mound for 2 starts? 2 starts and get another guy up there. And I totally understand people pushing back. Hell, right now, Sports Wager is pushing back. Imagine if we said this about in the NBA. Let's pull back Jalen Brunson because it's back-to-back. People will say pay Ohtani to do the same thing. I hear what you're saying, but, man, pitching and hitting at the same, it's just not the same thing. I don't know how else to describe it. As much as I want to say,
we do that in basketball.
We do,
right? Like you take into consideration, like it's a back-to-back. It's the 4th game in 5 nights. Like one of these nights, your guys that log heavy minutes, you got to pull back a little bit in order to make sure they're healthy for the long run of the season. And so I think there's going to be a point where the Dodgers can do that, maybe when they're healthier as a group.
Fair.
We're talking about how the gap is probably widening between the Miz and anybody else that's going for the Cy Young in the National League. And so, there'll probably become a point, I think you get to the All-Star break, right? And then you just kind of take a step back and assess where things are. How is Ohtani feeling? How's the team playing? Who's on the IL? And then you can kind of assess like how you want to manage it going into the second part of the season coming out of the All-Star break. But I think the blister probably even more so than the doing both is probably the thing to not be concerned about, as though a blister won't heal. But at what point can it heal if we don't give it time or space to do so?
So, listen, seeing blood on his jersey last week gave me some pause. That alone, just going like, dude, we got to get this right, in my personal opinion. That being said, he's also a guy that has had a couple. It's even in the chat. Good Karma's nailing with this, too. Nailed it. He's also on his 2nd Tommy John surgery. Listen, I feel like there is going to be a time when he's wearing a Los Angeles Dodgers jersey when the pitcher Shohei Ohtani will retire, or at least take a massive step back to being the starter that he is now. I don't know when that is, but I do think that day will come, whether it's going to be 3 years from now, 5 years from now, 7 years from now. Maybe he's relegated to being a bullpen arm that only comes into high leverage situations. I don't know what that future plan is, but I'm sure they're already kicking around multiple ideas. So on that respect, I kind of understand. Kind of ride the arm until the arm don't go no more. That being said, I'd like this arm to be perfectly healthy in October.
Agreed. I don't think you're wrong in expressing and wanting to see that, that's taken into consideration with, how decisions are being made right now. It's tough, man. There's so many, you can do everything humanly possible to position yourself, for a chance to play in the postseason or win it all, and things that are not in your control, sometimes just disrupted. And so the only thing that you can, kind of guarantee for sure is that, like, every chance you get to do something you love to do, and I think for Ohtani especially, Michael Jordan talked about it. Kobe talked about it. There are a lot of guys that have talked about it. There's also a responsibility they feel to the fans that support the game. Mm-hmm. That, like, in Minnesota, there are kids showing up to the game today just to see him.
100%.
Just to see him.
Just to see a legend, a literal legend right now.
And so I think that's also a part of it. Maybe he hasn't come out and said that, publicly at least, but maybe that's something that Dave Roberts knows, and that, Ohtani's camp and they've talked about it. And so he wants to kind of, like, step into the responsibility that he has as, kind of the guy of his era, that, like, every time it's his time to go out and perform, he's going to try to put on the best show he possibly can.
No question.
So that, little boys in Japan and little guys in, here in the U.S., get a chance to see him do his thing.
Yeah, well, listen, I'm very, very excited to see him pitch tonight, as we all should be. That being said, I really do hope we get Ohtani all season long. He is currently, if you believe reports, pretty much third in this tight NL race for the Cy Young. You mentioned Jacob Mizorowski. What a season he's having, and the gap is widening. Christopher Sanchez is still very much in the mix, but Shohei Ohtani very much dancing in this conversation. But we had Jeff Passan on last week. He firmly believes he's just on his way to another MVP, of which, if he doesn't win the Cy Young, he's on his way to another MVP yet again. All right, guys, coming up. Hear what MVP Cameron Carr called out? I'm not going to lie to you. I don't know what that means, so I'm really intrigued. So you should be too, as D-Fish and I hit it or quit it here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan. badass hype man in here right now, Raj. What do you got?
Well, you teased it, man. You didn't know what I'm talking about. Well, let me tell you what I'm talking about. They got receipts, gentlemen, on our new friend Cameron Carr, of course, the first-round pick of the Los Angeles Lakers. They asked him back, earlier this year, who he'd rather guard between SGA and Anthony Edwards. You know what his answer was, Fish?
No.
Well, his answer wasn't wasn't SGA because he says, yeah, I ain't dealing with that flopping. It's going to be Anthony Edwards he'd rather guard. So hit it or quit it on not wanting to deal with the floppers like yourself, D. Fish, from our new draft pick. I'm sorry. That was my bad. All right. There's no need for that.
You should go over there and show them what a flopper is, huh?
One of the things that I still feel like young players lose sight on is like sometimes it's better just not to say much at all. Like you don't have to have an opinion about everything. There's a way to answer that question without saying anything about either one of those guys. But guess what? You're there now, and you're going to find out which one is the most fun.
How about this? So, your ass better guard both of them.
So you're going to find out that there is no good answer to this question. So I quit it from the standpoint of you can't really, if you haven't worn the shoes yet, you can't speak on it.
Yeah.
You just can't. And that's how I feel. A college player can't speak to anything going on in the NBA because you're not there yet. So I quit it.
I quit it too, and now I'm really scared there's going to be a rude awakening for this cat when he goes up against SGA. I wasn't scared before. Now I am. Okay. I really wish that quote was never said by him. How about that?
Yeah, well.
That's what I would hit, but I'll quit it this day. But this is going to be rough.
All right. Hey, the NFL announces it will not hold a supplemental draft, and that's bad news for our gambling college quarterback friend, Brendan Sorsby, because he will not be playing in the league in 2026. Hit it or quit it on NFL. Just say, we ain't going to do one for you, son.
I think I hit it. I don't know. Were they planning to have a supplemental draft, or this was a special request?
They were planning on it, as far as I knew, and then they immediately announced the cancellation once this guy declared.
That's not a coincidence.
Wow.
It was very much a statement made towards this kid.
Wow.
They even responded to this kid, basically saying, "Yeah, you're not coming."
Okay. I don't know how I feel about that. That's pretty aggressive.
It is.
I guess I still hit it. I don't know what, like, to me, there's a there when an entire league decides they're just going to shut the whole operation down and not even deal with you. So, yeah, I hit it for now on that one.
I'm going to hit it. I think this is the right decision by the NFL, which, by the way, I don't think the NFL makes a whole lot of right decisions. So, listen, the kid was a gambler. $90,000 worth of gambling. Mm-hmm. The NCAA, we're not going to let him back into NCAA football. So we're going to let him into the NFL? I actually borderline commend the NFL by standing pat and saying, no, we want nothing to do with this.
Yeah. All right. Fair enough. Hey, guys, we got some more Floyd Money Mayweather news. Not sure how much money he has. As you know, we talked about it last week. He has 2 federal charges for writing that bad check, Fish, for $200,000 for a watch. And they're filing that. That's 2 federal charges. But that's not all. Mayweather is also currently being sued by a boxing promoter for taking $4.5 million in advance to fight Pacquiao before backing out of the fight. Hit it or quit it on Mayweather getting sued for backing out of a fight after taking the money, at least in advance.
Is this, they're supposed to be fighting Reese coming up, right? Is that? Or is
they announced it. The promoters announced it. He agreed to it, so they gave him a $4.5 million advance. Okay, cool. You get some of this money now. And then he's like, I'm cool. I ain't even gonna fight this dude.
Yeah, that would be stealing.
Who's this financial advisor?
That's by definition stealing.
Yeah, I mean, but I would guess there has to be a reason why he's backing out of the fight, not just because he doesn't feel like fighting. Sometimes there are situations where let's say you get the advance, but then there are also things that the promoters are supposed to be doing in relationship to the fight, that if they don't live up to the end of their bargain, then yeah, bro, you got to give up the money, because you're advancing me the money as a fighter.
Yeah.
But then you're going to promote the fight using my name, image, and likeness to bring in money. If you're not doing that the right way, you're also putting yourself at risk for making me look bad and stupid and crazy. So to me, this is more of a contextual thing. He definitely shouldn't be able to just take this money home like, I don't feel like it. I'm assuming there had to be a violation of what the promoter was supposed to be doing that he and his camp feel like they can take advantage of. Otherwise, they're just stealing money.
Man, I'm gonna quit it, but man, I'm having some trouble here because he's made $1.1 billion in fight purses in his career.
He's got a lot of expenses, though.
But he does have a lot of expenses, and he does have a bit of a. We mentioned gambling. Far as I know, I believe he likes the tables occasionally as well. I'm starting to ask this question: is Floyd Money Mayweather broke?
Might be just Mayweather now.
Like, is it Floyd? I'm a little
Floyd
low
Mayweather.
on Money Mayweather now. I'm starting to ask
Floyd
some
help a
questions.
brother out, Mayweather.
I don't know.
I'm just asking questions.
Bro, there's been rumors. Seriously, Fish, there's been some rumors, and boxers have been known in the past to make a lot of money, but
There was like a $200 million fraud case too. That was like kind of. I'm starting to worry about money over there, man.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, it's possible, but I don't know, man. I think it's, low-hanging fruit. It's anytime his name is attached to something, like, then, people are going to still just
You're
look
not
for
wrong.
a payday opportunity. But I understand what you guys are saying, yeah. It's
That's
possible.
That being said, it's in the chat. Dom says, Floyd, bad with money, Mayweather.
That's a good nickname.
name.
We might be able to use that,
Very
Dom.
simple.
Good looking out.
Rolls right off the tongue.
Yeah. Hey guys, we got some lollipop controversy in the Major League Baseballs. Now, keep it to your individual sports you played, but Jazz Chisholm, of course, our second baseman, sometimes third baseman for the Yankees, was in the field, Fish, with a lollipop in his mouth.
And they were getting their asses kicked in that game. Full transparency.
So hit it or quit it. Let's say for Hoops, Fish, having a lollipop in your mouth.
Yeah, no.
That's not gonna happen.
Not a lollipop, man.
Do you chew gum? Have you chewed gum when you play? I'm worried about that. I'm worried about swallowing and choking.
Yeah, I didn't want. Yeah, no gum. Mouthpiece, mouth guard.
Okay.
That's usual.
For setting those illegal screens, you needed a guard, you think?
Nah.
No?
Okay. Raj, come on now.
All right.
Unbelievable.
Raj, come on, man.
You are just
We're
a
making
master of the
progress
dark
this week,
arts.
bro.
I'm giving
We're
you
making
giving you
progress this
credit.
week.
My God.
A lollipop, no. It just doesn't even. That's not even. Yeah, you're still a pro. We're trying to win. We want to win the championship. Like, to me, it's hard for me to take you serious when you do that. And that's why it would be a quit it for me. I'm not saying that it doesn't work for him. Like,
yeah. What about you? You play baseball, Cody. Would it work for you? Would you play it?
No, dude. Listen,
Yeah.
I'm a big Jazz Chisholm defender. I will be till the day I'm dead.
All right.
I played with this guy in Arizona.
All right.
And I will tell you, his antics, they can get very tired real fast. And guys, he wears guys out in the locker room pretty quick. But he's super talented, and I think he's hilarious personally. That being said, dude, what are you doing? Like, and even his manager, Aaron Boone, came out and said some stuff about it, was not happy about it. But happy ending to the story. Jazz yesterday, homers in the game, has a whole thing of lollipops in the dugout, shows it over to the camera, and after the game, Aaron Boone said, "No, we're good today. You can have all the lollipops he wants today." You can have lollipops when you're playing good, baby.
Okay.
So just save them for the good games. That being said,
Yeah.
it was a bad look the other night.
It was bad.
It was a
It
bad
just looks
look.
dangerous, too.
And it just looked like, dude, what are you, a toddler? What are you
Yeah.
doing?
And they were
losing.
losing the game, you say?
Yeah, they were getting their asses beat.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
a
we forget too that like kids are actually watching, so I don't think guys always realize how impactful we are to like young people then wanting to emulate. Like some kid went out the next day into baseball practice
No
with a lollipop
question.
in his mouth.
And dude, it's just, what are we doing?
Yeah,
Like,
I
what are we
heard that.
doing?
All right, guys. Well, that's the hit it or quit it. But I do want to go back to something we did last hour. The top five, of course. It's the GOAT's birthday today, and the GOAT is Lionel Messi's birthday. So we wanted to, and he's 39. So we did the top five to do it at 40 plus. We had LeBron, Brady, Serena Williams, and Tiger Woods, and it is a 52% vote for LeBron James as the greatest at 40 to do it. Who do you guys think came in second without looking at the
I'm going to guess it's going to be – actually, I'm going to guess Serena Williams.
Okay, what about you, Fish?
Tom Brady.
Tom Brady. Yeah.
It was Tom. All right.
It was Tom
I voted
Brady.
for Serena Williams because I was mad I didn't put her on my top 5 list. When you said that, I immediately was mad at myself.
Well, Serena got 10% of the vote, and
Ricky
Tiger.
Henderson's, that's a great call, though, bro. Too.
Yeah,
Like, he's
I just wanted an opportunity to bring up Ricky Henderson
stories.
today. Yeah, I get any chance I can talk about Ricky Henderson, who this is apparently true, would sit in front of a full mirror, completely nude before games, and say over and over, "Ricky, you're the best." Awesome. Just awesome.
I do that before every show.
I know, me too. It's great. Anyways, we're going to continue doing that in hour 3 of this show. Guys, so much to talk about. Dodgers, draft, and World Cup right here on D. Fish and Decker and the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports.
We are back live.
Let's go,
on
Fish.
Fish and Decker, the new 97.1, The Fan, the voice of LA sports.
Nailed it.
We are ready to rock, man, in this 8 o'clock hour.
You and I are ready.
Are we? Are we really?
We are ready.
Are we really
we
ready?
are dialed in and locked
Is
in.
LA ready?
LA is ready. So, some of us are, still getting ready,
Some of us.
but it's okay.
And that man would be Raj.
It's okay.
Raj has been ready all day. Hey, don't let him turn you against me. I know what he's doing.
No.
He's been on your ass all day. He's been trying to call you a flopper. He called you a dark arts guy.
Fish said we need to get out the fine bucket for you, my friend.
He put the camera on the wide angle the last break when I was trying to come back in.
He wasn't even in there.
It's crazy. Oh, that might have been Peyton.
Dude, Peyton, telling you, little saboteur is all I'm saying.
All right.
Little
Let's see what
saboteur.
we doing, P?
Just
That was
hustle.
Crash Levy.
Oh, Crash. Got it. Crash like, I'm not even in there.
Yep. What are you going to do, man? What are you going to do? Just a bunch of hostile people in this work environment. But we got lots and lots to cover in today's show. What can we say? D. Fish and Decker right here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And, of course, our phone number, 855-97-LA-FAN. That's 855-975-2326. We got ourselves a draft last night, ladies and gentlemen. The Lakers seemingly has got their guy, Cameron Carr, 6'6" guard, out of Baylor University. Excited to see this guy, but you know what? 6'6" does not tell the story because he's got that 7-foot wingspan with those arms, man. The knock on him based on the scouting reports are very, very clear. Not much of a defender, which of course, as I jokingly said earlier, well, he's going to fit right in with these Lakers, huh? Because get it? Because they don't play defense. They don't play defense, Fish.
Oh, man. No, they do. They play defense, bro. Other teams are really good out there.
Yes, they are.
It's hard.
Yes, they are. And when you're playing defense against a team like OKC and the Spurs, that being said, just finding out last segment that he put out a statement when he was playing at Baylor about who does he not want to deal with defensively? Well, He doesn't want to mess with SGA because he ain't dealing with that flopping. Ooh, that is definitely something that's going to be put on a billboard over there in OKC at some point.
Yeah, even if it's not on a billboard, SGA will definitely probably catch wind of it. And it'll just be a quiet, motivating thing over the years, as many times as he plays.
He's going to put up 100 against the Lakers now.
He's going to try for
He's
sure.
going to put up 100 next time he plays the Lakers, so I am terrified. But they get him at 24, not 25, because they do trade up for their spot. What did you have any interesting read on that? I thought that was just kind of fascinating. After Quaintance went in the 20 spot to the Spurs, the Lakers were very much connected to him. We talked about it ad nauseum for the previous 2 days. So much so that we even thought they would kind of go for another big that was similar to him, but kind of about facing, going for this athletic shooting guard. It kind of caught me off guard. Definitely not upset about it. I'm just more intrigued with where the Lakers are kind of standing and sitting. What was your kind of read and reaction to, one, trading up to the Knicks only one spot, and two, this type of athletic player that the Lakers just got their hands on?
Yeah, one, I think the trade up to 24 maybe just signaled, this is a guy that they wanted. If there was somebody else on the board that came off, and or two guys or whatever, and this is the next name on the list that the Lakers wanted to get their hands on, trading up a spot, one could mean, by all indications they had, the Knicks were going to take him at 24, but the Knicks are in a difficult salary cap situation, and so they may have taken him but then had plans to move him somewhere else, right? So there could have been another team that was calling the Knicks to swap the 24th pick with another pick in order to get their hands on Cameron Carr because they liked him. And so the Lakers decided to go ahead and make sure they got him before the Knicks took him and maybe, worked out a trade with someone else. Because they value what he brings and potentially brings to the court in terms of the shooting, the length and athleticism, really explosive offensively in terms of attacking the rim. He has a scorer's mindset, pretty versatile, not an elite ball handler, but, can get his shot off. I think the biggest thing will be, again, can he defend? Can he defend multiple positions? And then he'll have to add some strength and some muscle mass just in order to be able to physically do some of the things you have to do as a guard in this league now. But shooting is the currency. I mean, it's kind of like you can't have enough, basic white T-shirts or, that white dress shirt that you just need to have in your closet. And shooting is one of those things now. You can't have enough of them in your closet. And he also, I think, has some toughness and some confidence that, gives him a chance to be good. And, 21 going on 22 years old is not as young as, other guys that are coming out of college. Dabansta's 19. Cameron Boozer's 18. So Cameron Carr's a guy that, even though he'll be a rookie, coming in at 21, 22, I think he went to Tennessee for a couple years before then transferring and ended up at Baylor. So he does have enough basketball experience that, there's some maturity there that maybe the Lakers feel like they can lean on him right away.
I can definitely see that, but now it opens up a massive question for the team itself because you mentioned another shooter. Well, they still got to sign back some of them shooters, one of which, of course, being Austin Reeves. We mentioned Luke earlier on in the matchup, talking about how they possibly bring him back. We talked about that earlier in the week, in fact. What is this going to do to these other players that they do need to bring back? Honestly, D-Fish, paint me a picture. What's next on the Lakers' agenda now that they drafted this particular cat? Is it simply Austin Reeves, LeBron, and then we figure it out? Or is there another direction this Laker team seemingly is looking, considering the fact this is kind of a different direction that they thought we were going just last night in the draft?
Yeah, I mean, they have to be prepared for all of those scenarios. The reality that Austin Reeves and LeBron are unrestricted free agents, the Lakers can't necessarily depend on their answer. Austin Reeves could decide he wants a different look. Austin Reeves might want to be an all-star in this league. The chances of him being an all-star playing next to Luka and next to LeBron are very low. So could you be upset if he had that individual aspiration for himself? No, you couldn't. Does he love being in L.A.? Does he want to win? I think he wants to be here. The Lakers can pay him more money than anybody else. So there are a lot of reasons why he probably will say yes. But the Lakers are probably also trying to convince Austin and LeBron why they should stay here. If they are working on some other conversations with other players, are they going to be able to re-sign Luke Kennard or Rui Hachimura or Jackson Hayes? How are those numbers fitting? And all of those conversations are happening in real time. So it's possible that, Jackson Hayes' number influences Austin Reeves' number by $2 million. And so you have to, there's that ebb and flow that's happening, right? So then you have to go and talk to LeBron and say, hey, okay, we feel like we can get Jackson Hayes done in this range. We feel like we can get Austin done in this range. This will put you in this range. Can we get a deal done in that range? And so this is like every hour on the hour at this point with the Lakers returning free agents before you then even have a negotiating window to talk to outside free agents.
D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1, The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And D-Fish, I want you to do me a favor. I want you to put your GM hat on because you were a former GM. Let's put you in Rob Pelinka's shoes right now.
Those are big shoes, bro.
Big shoes, man. Big shoes. But I feel like if there is a man that could fit in these damn shoes,
You got big feet, Fish.
his man is Derek Fisher. My guy, if you were running this, what are your priorities on the next step for the Lakers?
I mean, to me, I would continue to lean towards the group I've seen get the job done over the last year or so. 2 years ago, the Lakers chose continuity as the focal point in the offseason. They didn't want to continue down the path of this kind of turnover every year, 4, 5, 6 different guys coming in, trying to figure out the perfect pieces to fit next to AD and LeBron. And it just, it didn't work out. They swung for Russell Westbrook. They swung for other guys that they thought could be good fits and fit the needs that the roster had. But there was too much change. There was too much transition. And so I think a couple years ago there was a decision to we're going to get a core group of guys and maintain some continuity here and allow these guys to really grow closer together, build some camaraderie, build some chemistry. I think they continue to lean into that. You had a team this past season that won 53 games with significant injuries to their best players throughout the season that could easily, you're looking at a 58 to 60 win team without different personnel, just health. And so if you're talking about a team that's within a few wins of OKC and San Antonio in the Western Conference, it's basically what they were close to accomplishing without some significant injuries and setbacks. I like our chances. And so I think Luka, Austin, LeBron, you have the cap flexibility to go out and get some guys that can be some of the intangible, 3-and-D guys. Cameron Carr's body type those are the types of guys that I think the Lakers need to continue to focus on. Length, athleticism, explosiveness, dynamic players that can fill some of the voids on the defensive end, also in transition offensively in terms of rim finishing, guys that like Luka and LeBron can advance the ball to, and they can go above the rim and put it on your head, those type of guys. And just some dogs, guys that just bring competitive spirit every day. Marcus Smart is the perfect example of that type of wiring. The Lakers can go get 7 guys that are like that and surround Luka, LeBron, and Austin with that. They'll be all right.
So, D-Fish, tell me, what was it like being drafted in this spot and, entering a team, especially a team that's kind of already got that core? This is a young kid, and say they bring back this exact core. You mentioned the continuity, and continuity was such an important aspect of this team's growth. Say they bring back that same continuity again. Say we're rocking arguably the exact same team we had last year. How does this kid get implemented, and how welcoming is the rest of the team to implement him into said system?
Well, I think there's a potential that somebody isn't back that was a part of that, the group that we liked. Is it Luke Kennard? Is it Rui Hachimura? Do they have some plans with, to do something different with Marcus Smart? Marcus is in a situation where at this point in his career, I think there's a 1 year, I think he has another year, and it could be a team option. Is he looking for more financial security? Is there a move they're thinking about making there? But for Cameron Carr, when you're coming into a group that's already established, you got Hall of Fame veterans, you're just coming in like the mailman. Like whatever they ask you to do, you're doing it. Whatever time you need to be there, you're there. You're just continuing to learn and try to grasp every single piece of information that you can. In saying that, you also need to show up and be who you are. For me, coming into the Lakers in 1996, Nick Van Exel was already here. Eddie Jones was already here. Eldon Campbell was here.
God, I love
Cedric
that team, by the
Ceballos
way.
was here. And yeah, RIP to Eldon Campbell. So I couldn't come in looking to replicate what Nick Van Exel already was. But I was authentically a hard hat, intangible guy. So I'm diving on the floor for loose balls. I'm taking charges. I'm setting screens. I'm getting steals and deflections. I'm talking on defense. Like, I'm doing all the things that everybody else doesn't really need to. Like, these are all-stars. They don't have to really go get the mail. I got to go get the mail.
No question.
If we got to bring the donuts, I got to bring the donuts.
Mm-hmm.
And so you have to have that type of mentality coming into an established team without viewing yourself as being less than, right? Like, it doesn't.
Tricky to do.
It's very tricky because it doesn't mean you're not capable of doing more. You just have to have the internal strength and belief that, like, you can hold back all of what you are in order to make sure that you build some trust and some belief within the team, and then they'll give you the room to become more of what you are.
What was it like? Like, did Nick Van Exel ever have an issue with you coming in? It's like, oh, this guy's coming for my gig. Because at the end of the day, when you draft a guy, kind of coming for your gig a little bit, at least a little bit.
No, for sure. I'm sure he felt that way. The best story I have, which still pisses me off to this day, is the summer before we started training camp. UCLA men's gym over on the UCLA campus is that was the hub and still is in a lot of ways for summer basketball.
Oh, yeah. Great spot over there,
pick
Paulie.
up games, 5-on-5s, all the best guys in the league end up there at some point throughout the summer. And on this day, I go over there to play and compete. And Nick Van Exel's on one team, I'm on another team. But Magic Johnson is there on the sideline, just kind of there. I think he was on one of the teams. I think his team lost, which was almost impossible because Magic was always going to, if the game was tied 6-6 and we're going to 7, Magic was going to make sure his team got to 7. So I won't say more. But so Nick Van Exel and I are matched up against each other, and he was cooking. But Magic is literally on the sideline enjoying the fact that Nick Van Exel was frying me.
Oh, no. In front of your guy.
And I'm like, yo, I cannot believe this is happening. Like, Magic is literally my greatest of all time, and he's over here laughing at me getting fried. And so it wasn't so much Nick. He was great. He never gave me the energy that, I know you coming from my spot.
Yeah.
And I always give him a lot of love for that because I definitely was coming for his spot, it just as a competitor.
Absolutely.
But he never made me feel that way. But yeah, that's the story that, yeah, bro.
You ever talk to Magic about that? I'm like, dude, you have no idea.
No, I've never.
Well, he might hear about it now.
No, because it's if you get 5 minutes to talk to Magic, you're not going to bring up the time that he was laughing at you. You're going to be talking about a whole bunch of other stuff.
Absolutely. How can you not? By the way, D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1, The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And we got a Dodger matchup tonight. And listen, last night was a blast of a game if you're a Dodger fan. An absolute bludgeoning.
Your guy got his hits, man.
You bet your ass he got his hits. And, of course, I'm talking about living legend Chucky Robinson. Ladies and gentlemen, Chucky Robinson is a man who does not need batting gloves, does not want batting gloves. Don't ever talk to him about batting gloves. He had 2 knocks last night for the Los Angeles Dodgers and his first RBI of the season. And you know why I dig that so much? because this guy's a 31-year-old veteran who has not gotten a lot of opportunities at the big league level. And to see him get the opportunity, granted because of injury, and then see him succeed because that's what the Dodgers do. Everyone they bring up always does better than the last guy out. By the way, Call also with his first home run of the season. We have some sound of that.
Cranks this ball to deep left field. It's got a chance. It is gone. Alex Call's first home run of the season comes in his homecoming.
Alex Call, first home run of the season. Of course, that from Sportsnet LA last night. And I got to say, seeing the joy on Alex Call's face rounding the bases for his first home run of the season, he looked like a kid in a candy shop. It was great stuff to see. We saw Chucky Robinson with 2 base hits. Of course, another great night from Freddie Freeman, who got himself 3 hits last night. Andy Pages just won't stop, can't stop, should never stop this cat. One of the fact that he's out there doing what he's doing for the Los Angeles Dodgers, a team that's got Shohei Ohtani, Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman, Tommy Edman, and Max Muncy, and this guy is leading the team in most power categories: home runs, RBIs. Just as badass as it gets. And there's something about this team. I understand fans that don't like the Dodgers. I get it. I get those fans that are out there. But you know why? No, I get it, because we don't like people that are successful. The Dodgers are successful, and they're successful at everything. That's the thing that I think drives them nuts. They're maddening because they spend the money, so they're the most successful at that. Oh, they make all the money, they're the most successful at that. They play better than everyone, most successful at that. They develop better than everyone, they're the most successful at that. This team is playing with, and I apologize the phrase, a bunch of no-name guys, and they're still boat racing everybody, because there's something about this Dodger team, man. It's like, you ever see the movie Catch Me If You Can? There's a line in that where they're talking about same reason the Yankees always win. Everybody's too busy looking at them pinstripes. Well, the Dodgers don't wear pinstripes, but everybody's looking at the Dodgers pinstripes. They can't help it. That Dodger logo on that chest is like a world beater right now. It doesn't matter who you put into it. They become Superman.
It reminds me of there's a great image of Michael Phelps in a competition in the pool. And he's swimming, focused on his technique, head down in the water. And the guy in the lane 1 over is, when he comes up out of the water to catch his breath, he's looking right at Michael Phelps. And the idea of the image is to focus on running your race and not be so enamored with or focused on what the other guy is doing. And so, to your point, you're right. I think there are a lot of, I don't know whether teams, front offices, ownership groups, whatever, fans that are super focused on what the Dodgers are or are not, et cetera. But the Dodgers are just running their race. They're just focusing on what's in front of them. Whoever's in the lineup, who's pitching, who's out, who's not hitting well, who's on the IL. They're just getting the job done. And that's how you run a great race, is to focus on your race, not what everybody else is doing.
Couldn't agree more, man. Really, it's like they're playing the greatest round of golf ever. Yeah. There is no opponent.
Yes.
You're there. It's like the Dodgers are their own great opponent. You nailed that completely. But talking about the Dodgers' success, we had Jeff Passan on last week, and here's what he had to say about the Dodgers' success and people's reaction to it.
The issue, of course, if the Dodgers didn't have the payroll that they do, nobody would hate them. They would just be in awe. But because the Dodgers do spend a lot of money, I think the things that they do to complement that are overlooked. And the Dodgers do everything. They can go out and trade for guys because they have prospects to do it. They can develop guys and bring them to the big leagues and turn them into productive players. And we've seen that plenty in their rotation, and with Dalton Rushing and with Will Smith and with other homegrown guys. They scout well, they draft well, they sign well internationally, they develop well. They do everything well. And that, more than anything, Derek, is why people...
Just amazing stuff. They do everything well. And they also bring in the other names. He talks about the homegrown guys like the Dalton Rushings, the Will Smiths. Alex Call, he was a guy they traded for from Washington Nationals. He wasn't like some high-end guy, but they got him, and look what they're doing with him. They bring up Justin Robleski, who I do not think they had the intention of this guy being a starter throughout the season. He's got some of the best numbers that the Dodgers currently have, making himself a case that when Snell comes back and when Glasnow comes back, dude, can you take Robleski out of this spot? I don't know. I think Emmett Sheehan's days in the starting rotation might be a little bit numbered. He might be moving to the pen or maybe possibly even down. But he also mentioned the other big word, trade. The Dodgers are going to be active in the trade deadline. And if there's one thing the Dodgers need, I want to take that back. It's nothing. They don't need anything. But what everybody wants is arms. And the Dodgers very well might go get some more arms just because why the hell not? Guys, D-Fish and Decker right here. And we're going to be taking a quick break. Coming up, Max Crosby. Hey, Reiter for life? Well, at least for now. And we will discuss right here on D-Fish and Decker, the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. 97 LA Fan, D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Derek Fisher, myself, Cody Decker, the crooked ass man, Raj, and Peyton, Mitch on the ones and twos, making us look and sound better than we deserve every single day right here from the hours of 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. And, of course, you could join us in the chat right now at The Fan LA on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. The chat has been absolutely going crazy. Everyone loved your story, specifically about you getting cooked by Nick Van Exel directly in front of Magic
Thanks,
Johnson.
guys.
It had to happen to some of us. I mean, I'm trying to think of like the embarrassing things that I've done in my career, and boy, have I been embarrassed and humbled left and right when I was a player. But a great story from Fish. If you missed that, go back on the Odyssey app, check it out, and make sure you can take us on the go with the Odyssey app and the iHeart app. But again, our phone number, 855-97-LA-FAN. We are coming back talking a little bit about that man over there in Vegas, and that man is Max Crosby. Ladies and gentlemen, I know this is an LA sports channel. I know this is LA sports, but I'm sorry. The Raiders, as far as I'm concerned, are still very much LA sports. I grew up straight out of Compton, the Raider fan, man. I went to those Coliseum games until 1994. I was a very, very sad 6-year-old when they moved back to Oakland. And I have not abandoned my fandom of the Lakers, despite the fact that they have abandoned Los Angeles, Oakland twice, and basically the entire state of California at this point. That being said, right down the 15 freeway, you got Allegiant Stadium with the Raiders in Vegas, and Max Crosby has arguably been maybe the face of this team for the last couple of years. Defensive end, an absolute monster, a scary, scary man, and gotta say, love him as a Raider. Everything about him screams Raiders, from the tattoos to the demeanor to the way he goes about his business on defense to the way that there's a video that exists of him going after Gardner Minshew and kept sacking him and tackling him, and every single time yelled at him, said, "Get up, little boy." Said it over and over and over again to Gardner Minshew. And I thought it was hilarious because that is just such a Raider dude doing that. Just attacking you and practically spitting on you when you're down with that type of statement. Absolutely love it. Guy's a killer. That being said, this offseason, we saw the trade for 2 first-round picks over there to Baltimore, and then the mess kind of happened throughout the entire thing. Everyone was aware that Max Crosby was coming off of an injury, yet the medical came back a little worse than previously imagined or known, supposedly, if you believe reports. And then you see Max Crosby sent right back over to the Raiders. Raider Nation rejoices. Hell, Max Crosby rejoices being back over with Raider Nation, because let's be real clear, he is not a Raider. He's practically like the Raider at this point. And he said when he came back, Raider for life, baby. And I'd love to see that happen. I would. But I'm also aware of reality, my guy. The Raiders aren't going to be competing this year with their new head coach, Clint Kubiak. They're taking their first step towards a direction. I love the pick of Fernando Mendoza. I like the move of bringing in Kirk Cousins to mentor Fernando Mendoza. Okay, not bad. You're in the AFC West. That's the problem, because we got a healthy Patrick Mahomes coming back. Oh, and he's got some help in the backfield with some legs, so he doesn't have to do everything himself all of a sudden. Travis Kelce's back with that team. The Chargers are going to be back this year. As much as I make fun of the Chargers and how nobody in this city likes the Chargers or even wants the Chargers here, I'm not going to pretend the Chargers aren't nasty. The Chargers are a damn good team, to the point where watch out for the Chargers. Now, I don't think they're going to do much when it comes to the month of January, but yeah, I'm waiting for that to happen. But now it looks like Max Crosby might be on the block yet again, because if you believe reports, Max Crosby could be on the move. The question is, can they get what they were going to get from the Ravens? And if you believe reports, the Ravens, who were offering 2 first-round picks, the Raiders ain't going to be budging on Max Crosby for anything less. But the 2 teams that are being mentioned in the mix is unquestionably over there with the Chicago Bears and another team. But boy, oh boy, do we have ourselves some news. Not only do we have news, we got some serious breaking news because with that draft last night, it looks like the Los Angeles Lakers star Austin Reeves intends to sign a 4-year, $185 million maximum contract to return to the franchise that made him with a player option for a final season in 2029 and 2030. Sources tell ESPN Reeves declined his $14.9 million player option for this new max deal. He is back, baby. We got the first step and the first domino
All right.
to officially fall. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back Austin Reeves to the Los Angeles Lakers. Baby, D-Fish, what do you got on that signing?
Man, congratulations to Austin Reeves and to his family. To think about his journey and being a guy that, no team decided to draft. And now signing a 4-year deal that, will alter not only his life, but the potential to be a generational altering life experience, man, for his family. So congratulations to him. Congratulations to the Lakers as well, because in Austin agreeing to a 4-year deal at 185, there were a ton of conversations happening. From all reports, the number he could have signed for was upwards of 239 over 4 years. Mm-hmm. So that's a $54 million difference that the Lakers had to have convinced he and his agent that they are going to utilize the right way. That won't all go to any one particular player, but that flexibility should allow for the Lakers to continue to make some moves in this offseason. I don't know how anybody watches what just happened in the NBA Finals with Jalen Brunson at the helm and feel like, other teams couldn't replicate that, right? Like Jalen Brunson is a guy. Like, he's the straw that stirs the drink. Luka is a guy, the straw that stirs the drink.
Yep.
Right? Austin Reeves is as capable as anybody else on the Knicks. Like, so you can see there's a blueprint for still winning that the Lakers can possess. And, getting this done is a huge part of it. And so, the offseason can continue to start to take shape, and all eyes will probably turn to what conversation they're having with LeBron. And then, of course, when free agency opens, I think on the 30th at 6 Eastern, I believe, we'll see if there are any other conversations the Lakers have been having with outside free agents.
Now, paint me another picture. LeBron can sign back before that hits, correct? Because it was with the Lakers. Do you see a world where that happens? Because, listen, we thought we were going to be kind of dragged a little bit for a few weeks on this Austin Reeves thing. I think it's incredibly encouraging that this happened the night after the draft, like right away. Now it seems like the floodgates are opening. What direction do you see this team going?
Well, you have to, waiting until after the draft makes sense because you don't know which player you're going to end up with. You could end up trading up depending on the scenarios, and each slot comes with a particular salary amount. So the 24th pick gets paid a certain amount. The 14th pick gets paid a certain amount. The 29th pick gets paid a certain amount. Mm-hmm. So the day after the draft makes sense because you can slot in that 24th number. I don't know if we'll get a quick decision on LeBron because I still think part of it for him is it's timing, is deciding that he definitely wants to play again. But you still have to make sure this roster is something that is the best fit for him to plug into. So it's not only getting Austin done, but it's also utilizing those resources that Austin left on the table and that are available in free agency to fill it out so that LeBron really can see if he plugs himself back in, like this is worth all the sacrifice and all the commitment it's going to take to play at an all-star level at age 42.
Well, we're going to stay right on this. 855-97-LA fan. Hear more about Austin Reeves and his new extension. Breaking news just happening momentarily that just took place in the NBA. We want to hear from you. Are you excited, LA, to have Austin Reeves back here as a Laker? Are you disappointed, LA? Let us know. 855-97-LA fan or get in the chat. More on Austin Reeves and this breaking news right after this on D. Fish and Decker, the new 97.1. The Fan, the voice of LA sports.
The Fan, the voice of LA sports. The Fan, the voice of LA sports. The Fan, the voice of LA sports. The Fan, the voice of LA sports. The Fan, the voice of LA sports. The Fan, the voice of LA sports. The Fan, the voice of LA sports. The Fan, the voice of LA sports. The Fan, the voice of LA sports. The Fan, the voice of LA sports. The Fan, the voice of LA sports. The Fan, the voice of LA sports. The Fan, the voice of LA sports. The Fan, the voice of LA sports. The Fan, the voice of LA sports. The Fan, the voice of LA sports. The Fan, the voice of LA sports. The Fan, the voice of LA sports. The Fan, the voice of LA sports. The Fan, the voice of LA sports. The Fan, the voice of LA sports. The Fan, the voice of LA sports. The Fan, the voice of LA sports. The Fan, the voice of LA sports. The Fan, the voice of LA sports. The Fan, the voice of LA sports. The
Back, D-Fish and Decker, the new 97.1, The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you right now. Get in the chat right now at The Fan LA. Check us out on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. And, of course, give us a call, 855-97-LA-FAN. We just had some serious breaking news, massive news after last night's draft. The Los Angeles Lakers have officially brought back Austin Reeves, who is intending to sign a 4-year, $185 million maximum contract to return to the franchise with a player option for a final season in 2029-2030. Sources tell ESPN Reeves declined his $14.9 million option for a new max deal. And like you said, congratulations to Austin Reeves and getting paid. Gotta say this, though, very interesting considering who they drafted last night. A guy who has more shooting ability. It seems like the Lakers are just filling up on shooters right now, D-Fish, with the drafting of Cameron Carr last night. Luka Doncic clearly not going anywhere, building this team around, and now re-signing Austin Reeves for the foreseeable future.
Well, I mean, it's no different than other sports where, you need, positional, talent and skill in order to, set the opponent up to take advantage of, what they do well, to maximize what you do well. And shooting in the NBA right now is the thing that has the most gravity, right? Like players that can shoot the ball really well hold defenders. Austin Reeves is a guy that is a great creator of shots and offense off the dribble. And so he has the rare combination of being able to do both. Like, he's a tough shot maker, similar to Steph Curry off the dribble, where he can use multiple dribbles, create his own shot, make difficult shots, even with defenders nearby or in his face. He's also, good at catch and shoot threes. It's in playing off the ball. And so, when you think about, like, Luka Doncic and how talented he is in manipulating the game and his court mapping and how he can navigate NBA defenses, like having multiple guys that can stretch the floor and put pressure on the rim are the perfect guys, So you can see certain things starting to take shape. Now it's going to probably start to turn more to the front court, right? Like LeBron at the forward and wing position. Where does Rui Hachimura land in terms of another forward, wing type of player? Getting Jackson Hayes re-signed. Okay, and another big guy, and just size in the front court and positional versatility there. That'll really start to help this team take shape.
855-97-LA Fan, D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. We want to hear from you, Los Angeles. We got Austin Reeves back. How are you feeling about that? Are you excited about the Lakers' future? And, speak on that a little bit. Not just the future for the Lakers, but what exactly does Austin Reeves bring specifically to Luka's game? You brought up Luka and how he can map out the court the way he can. What is it about Austin Reeves specifically that really brings out the best in Luka's game? So much so that, if you believe reports, Luka was pretty adamant he wanted Austin Reeves back.
I think one is just more the comfort level in their personal relationship. It's kind of like co-pilots. Like, you don't have to like each other necessarily, but I'm sure it makes it a lot more fun when you actually like the co-pilot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it does.
And so, I think that's where it really starts with these two guys, is that there's a genuine kind of like brotherly relationship that they have that kind of puts them both in the same boat. Like, they want each other to do well. It's almost like a friendly competitive thing where they're pushing each other and kind of nudging each other to, like, continue to be great and bring the best out of each other. From a skill perspective, again, like Luka's a high usage guy. The ball's going to be in his hands a ton, but you need other guys that can create plays off the dribble so that you also can use Luka to bring defense away off the ball as well. So when, Austin Reeves can initiate offense, he can play a point guard-like role. He is not Kyrie Irving, but he is Kyrie Irving-like in terms of his ability to manipulate the basketball, good creator. One of the other skills that Austin still possesses at a high level is his free throw attempt rate. I would imagine is still one of the highest in the league. And so, Luka's a guy that forces referees to blow the whistle. Austin Reeves forces referees to blow the whistle. LeBron does not get a fair whistle just because he's so big and strong, but the Lakers have an ability to get to the free throw line consistently. That's another thing that guys like Austin Reeves are really able to do. And so this is great. Like, it really is. Luka is the face of this franchise moving forward.
Yep.
And securing a player that he knows he's going to play with for the next 4 years is a big deal, and I'm glad the Lakers were able to get this done.
By the way, I'm currently trying to look this up to see if I'm right. I'm just mathematically doing the math in my head, because he was coming off a separate deal for $100 million with the Lakers, and now with this deal for $185 million, not to mention the player option. I'm looking this up, and it seems as though I might be right. This might make him the highest paid undrafted player in NBA history. I'm trying to find some names. Fred VanVleet comes up as the undisputed king for the amount of money that he made of $225 million throughout his career. But, man, what are your thoughts on Austin Reeves, especially the undrafted aspect of it? It really kind of... What do you think that sends the message to players that aren't drafted yesterday in yesterday's draft game?
Just like we talked about, man, keep running your race. It's legitimately a marathon, and you can't try to determine that you've won or lost a race in mile 3 or mile 7 or mile 11 or mile 14 or mile 18 or or mile 22, because it's what, 26.2.
Mm-hmm.
And so you got to just keep running your race. And I think, Austin and guys that have found success, even though they weren't drafted by a team, proves that point. Obviously Tom Brady's history as the 199th pick, Mr. Irrelevant type of guy.
Classic.
Like, to end up being the GOAT from that position.
Brock Purdy, literally Mr. Irrelevant.
Yeah, so it's so when you have it, you have it. And as long as you're willing to actually put the time in and put the work in, sure, with some expectation of getting a certain outcome or bringing forth certain results, but you also have to just love the process and the grind and the journey, even if it doesn't work out for you exactly the way you wanted it to. But, I think guys that didn't get drafted, guys that get drafted lower than they think they should be, the best way to do it is how Austin did it. You come into the league, you work your way up, you earn everything you get, and it all comes back to you if you're putting the right work in.
By the way, this is official. He is the highest paid player undrafted in NBA history. Max Strus, number 5, with his $63 million contract. Naz Reid with his 3-year, $42 million contract, which, of course, gave him higher career earnings. Duncan Robinson, career $90 million in earnings. And number 2, Fred VanVleet, $225 million career earnings. Austin Reeves, number 1 highest paid non-drafted NBA player of all time, right here for the Los Angeles Lakers. So now it ends the next question, man. Where do the Lakers go from here? The, I guess, smart money, D-Fish? Lock up LeBron James next? How do they do that, and what does that money look like? If you're the GM, what kind of money do you think you can give to LeBron James while still being able to fill out the rest of this team with a potentially championship caliber team?
Yeah, that's more the question. They'll know the exact numbers. I think there's still going to be some fluidity with what other free agents are they going to resign. My guess is that LeBron is still going to go last, and they're having to, okay, you got to get Austin done. That was the top priority, clearly. They just made that clear.
Mm-hmm.
So now Austin is done. Are you re-signing Jackson Hayes? Okay, what is that number going to be? Are you re-signing Rui Hachimura? Are you re-signing Luke Kennard? Who else are you trying to get locked in and dialed in? But the entire time, you're in communication with LeBron around what number. You can't get too low with the number, but there's also a number that in order for us to fill out the roster, we believe this roster with these names, this positional versatility, this size up front can compete for an NBA championship this year. We have your permission to go out and get these things done. If you can go out and get these things done, then LeBron is going to be more willing to commit to a number that'll allow that to happen and work. So if you can go out and re-sign player A, B, C, maybe you go get a free agent, on the free agent market, and now there's $22.6 million left. You're more likely to get him to consider taking that pay cut than you can't get him to take that now with the hopes of signing those guys.
Yeah.
Because then if that doesn't work out, you've gotten him to agree to a much less number than what he's worth, and you haven't spent that money
and
yet.
That would be a bad look. That sounds like a great way to piss off LeBron
Correct.
James.
So you got to go buy all the groceries now and let me know how much change you got left. And then I'll let you know if these ingredients are what I want to eat.
Man, I hear what you're saying.
It's hard.
I hear what you're saying, but man, it seems like we're really playing with fire when it comes to that, because who's to say that somebody else didn't just step in and snag themselves
Yeah,
with
but
LeBron James?
that's the beauty of your front office is on top of that. There's not a lot of teams out there that can or will pay a max contract to LeBron at this stage. So it's just a matter of everybody staying in communication.
Guys, there's a lot of layers to break down. What do you think, LA? Austin Reeves is back. We want to hear from you. 855-97-LA-FAN. And we're going to keep this going, discuss this. Is the max contract too much for Austin Reeves? We will discuss right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. 855-97 LA fan. That's 855-975-2326. It is D Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And yes, we are reacting right now to the live breaking news. And what is that news? That, of course, is the Los Angeles Lakers star Austin Reeves intends to sign a 4-year, $185 million extension. Max contract specifically, with a player option in the final season. Sources tell ESPN Reeves declined his $14.9 million player option for this new max deal. And let's be real clear, it is a huge, huge deal for the Lakers right now. After drafting last night Cameron Carr and everything that the future holds for this team, and who better to come on and talk about it. He's not only just a unbelievable NBA analyst, writer, reporter at ESPN, but also the best Larry David connoisseur in the industry, the one and only Dave McMiniman, joining the show, D Fish and Decker. Welcome to the show, Dave. How you doing, man? How did this come to be so quickly overnight, my man?
Yeah, well, obviously it wasn't overnight. These discussions have been going on between the Lakers and Austin Reeves representatives for more than a month now. And obviously with the trades that went down 2 days ago, and one of them involving the Brooklyn Nets and using up some of that bountiful cap space to acquire Julius Randle in a trade from the Minnesota Timberwolves, that took away one of the options for a max for Austin Reeves. And I had reported that the Nets had some interest in Austin. So obviously that re-engaged the sides in discussions. And, I'll say this. I heard some rumblings about where the years and numbers stood midday yesterday, and it moved from that point to where it ended here. And Austin doesn't get the full 5 years from the Lakers, but to get a $46 million per annum is a tremendous win by his representatives.
Dave, D Fish here, man. Appreciate you jumping on with us. Help us with, what impact, now having Austin's, deal, headed towards being done. Where do the Lakers sit in terms of their next priorities? Like, we know this was a big deal to get done. What's next for the Lakers?
Yeah, it's like it will depend on of the team, space team. So if they're above, continue, and so we're talking about LeBron, Hachimura, Jackson Hayes, Luke Kennard. Use up $50 million in caps quickly, and then maybe use that DeAndre player option.
We're having a little bit of trouble. We're having a little bit of trouble hearing you, Dave, for some reason. Let's see if we can get you, Dave, right back on real quick. We're very sorry. For some reason, we're having a little bit of issues there. But, yeah, I mean, they got a lot of moves to make right here. We're going to get Dave right back on here momentarily in just 1 second. It is wild how this – what I'm looking forward to asking Dave about is, do you think that any of this had to do with the draft last night kind of spurting this kind of faster along, and where the Lakers currently are? Hopefully we'll get Dave right back on here. Of course, Dave McMiniman, NBA reporter for ESPN, joining the show. He'll have him back on just a moment here. D-Fish, do you think that had anything to do with it, or do you think this just kind of came to be? Like, this was, like you just mentioned, this has been a plan. We knew of the plan. Dave had reported already about the entire aspect about the Brooklyn Nets. And now that we saw the trade that happened to the Brooklyn Nets, it seemed like Austin Reeves might not be a home for him. But I'm just so curious. Do you think the draft had anything to do with spurring this simply the very next morning?
I mean, not in terms of like out of nowhere, but yes, in terms of like the Lakers knowing, like you have to know which pick you're drafting, not just which player, but which pick in terms of the number, because there's a certain amount of salary and contractual obligations that come with each number. So to land at the 24th pick or the 25th pick, like that's a different salary cap impact than the 18th pick or the 29th pick, or the Lakers could have decided to trade away pick number 25 and not even draft a player last night. So then now you have that additional room to utilize for a player transaction. So just the fact that the Lakers, finalized the deal, got the Cameron Carr draft pick selection, now they know how to slot that salary into their books. And then, yes, then it starts to give you a chance to focus on some other things. And most likely they had every intent to get this done and announce this today. Sure, because it was the day after the draft once the Lakers knew which draft pick they would be selecting.
The excitement is, by the way, there. I mean, we were going to have the question and maybe even debate a little bit whether or not the max contract was going to be is very warranted. What do you think? Is the max contract very much warranted for the performance that Austin Reeves has given the Lakers these last couple of years?
For sure. I mean, there's no question about it. I mean, Trae Young just signed a 4-year, $212 million deal in Washington. I think Austin being in that ballpark is more than appropriate. His performance has consistently been there. He has a bright future. He's still young at 27, 28 years old, I think. He has a lot of room to continue to grow and get better as well. So you're not only paying for, current or past production, you're also paying in some ways for the production that you're going to continue to receive over the next 4 years. And he may not make an all-star team just because the Western Conference is so filled with all-star caliber guys, but he is most likely going to perform at an all-star level over the next 4 years. He's going to average 20 points a game, 6 or 7 assists. He's always been a high percentage shooter because he takes a lot of really good shots. And so, and I think he chose a number or agreed to a number that still allows the Lakers to have some flexibility and some additional salary cap decisions.
All right, back on the line, talking all things this new Austin Reeves deal. NBA reporter for ESPN, and of course, Larry David extraordinaire, the one and only Dave McMenamin. Dave, so sorry we got cut off there for a second. Touch on what you were just talking about, specifically where this is going for the Lakers.
Yeah, absolutely. So if they operate as an above-the-cap team, they're going to be able to retain all the guys that they want to from last year's team. So obviously you're going to start that conversation with LeBron James. You're talking Luke Kennard, Jackson Hayes, Rui Hachimura. We'll see what happens with the player options for DeAndre Ayton and Marcus Smart. Then you're looking like the only ways you're going to change last year's team is by a trade. And obviously they have 2 future first-round picks they could trade, and you're also going to be probably looking to move the contracts of someone like a DeAndre Ayton if he opts in, or Jared Vanderbilt, Dalton Connect. And you also have a taxpayers mid-level exception, which is $15 million. That's how you change your team. If you don't go above the cap to re-sign those guys I just mentioned, you have $50 million to make your entire team from this point on. And basically all you have on it are Austin, Luka, those guys that might opt in, and Marcus and DeAndre Ayton, and Jared Vanderbilt, Dalton Connect, Deuce Euro, et cetera. So the way that it would make sense, if you have kind of proof of concept, is a term that Rob Pelinka likes to use. Mm-hmm. If what you saw from late February through the end of March last year, that 15-2 run, where you had a top 10 defense and a top 10 offense, and your 3 superstars playing in harmony together, if that was a proof of concept for you, you're going to want to go be above the cap team and then try to change this team through trades and through the mid-level exception. If you thought that was a farce and you were racking up wins late in the season when the best teams in the league maybe were already starting to taper down minutes to prep for a long playoff run, then you change things. The problem is it's not that great of a free agency class out there outside of the restricted free agents, and there's no guarantee if you put an offer on the table of Walker Kessler or Peyton Watson, some of the restricted free agents that the Lakers would have interest in, that their teams in Utah and Denver doesn't just say, we're going to match you, and we're going to wait all 48 hours to match you, so your free agency dollars are tied up to a guy that you're not going to get anyway.
We are speaking with Dave McMenamin, NBA reporter for ESPN, who is, of course, talking to us about the Austin Reeves deal. Dave, do the Lakers feel a certain amount of pressure right now, considering where they are in the West and seeing what OKC is going to be, and obviously the Spurs aren't going to be going anywhere anytime soon? Is there a little fire lit under them to win right now, especially with the LeBron age of it all?
I would think so. Listen, they're a team, as Derek can tell us better than anybody, that defines themselves through pursuit and accomplishment of championships. You hear about the 17 banners and the obsession for the 18th ad nauseum. And when you have, obviously, an all-time great like LeBron in your midst, and also someone in Luka Doncic who, quite frankly, since they've traded for Luka, and some of this is his contributions, he didn't play in this year's playoffs, but because of injury, but Luka Doncic has been a part of one Lakers playoff win since he came to the team. He was coming off a finals run with the Dallas Mavericks. I reported in a story last week on ESPN that, according to someone close to Luka, that the Lakers told Luka from the time they traded for him, summer of 2026, wait till the summer of 2026. That's when our plan will go into place. Mm-hmm. And so this person close to Luka told me, now we're excited that it's the summer of 2026. Okay, well, so far, people would say, Cameron Carr was a good draft night selection. Once that goes through by the league office, gets a stamp of approval. And I think a lot of people are pleased with this Austin Reeves deal. But there's still many more steps to go. And, I would say it's natural for the Lakers to feel a little bit of urgency or pressure, or however you want to term it, to make sure the remaining steps continue to go in the right direction.
Mm-hmm. Dave, how does a new ownership group, influence some of the decisions in free agency this year? Sometimes in that transition, new ownership groups want to kind of get the lay of the land before they swing for the fences, so to speak. And so, what have you heard or, kind of picked up on in terms of the new ownership group coming in and remaining committed to that pursuit of banners?
Yeah, just the thing I can say with certainty is the new ownership group has merged operations between the Dodgers and the Lakers, and people who have been very instrumental and successful in building a championship club for the Dodgers. Andrew Friedman, in particular, is involved in the Lakers strategy of building this roster. Beyond that, even though Mark Walters' group has some of the deepest pockets of any ownership group in the league, because of the apron system that the league currently has in place with the collective bargaining agreement for the salary cap, they can't just throw a bunch of money and outspend other teams on pure salary. There's restrictions in place against that. So I think where the influence will be felt is in kind of ways that will be hard to point our finger at as reporters, because ultimately I am also told when I speak to people that are speaking with the Lakers right now that Rob Pelinka is still very much in charge. Mm-hmm. And he is the person who the conversations are flowing in and out with when it comes to agents interacting with the Lakers right now as the free agency approaches. And so from my perspective, I don't think it's all that different than what we've seen in the past. But ultimately, there are more voices and more bosses that Rob has to answer to that are involved with Mark Walters' trusted group that have delivered 2 straight World Series for the LA Dodgers.
Speaking with Dave McDenaman, NBA reporter for ESPN. And last one, Dave, before we let you go, and thank you so much for joining us today. Can't stress that enough, especially on this short notice. Where are the Lakers' confidence level on bringing back LeBron James?
I couldn't tell you, honestly, and it's a fair question. I understand why you ask it. We can go to what Rob Pelinka said to us reporters at the end of the season during exit interviews, where they want for LeBron to be able to write the end of the story to his basketball journey the way he deems fit. And if that's the Lakers, they would be honored to be a part of that finishing touch, the final chapter. And so the way they have termed it, and Rob has termed it, is if LeBron says go, they're going to find a pathway for him to be a part of this team. Now, we don't know if LeBron James is going to play basketball next year. Like I said, my instinct was say yes. Iman Shumpert was just in France, the south of France, with him and some of the 2016 championship Cavs teammates, and said, hey, LeBron seemed like a guy who was going to play because based on his dietary kind of restrictions over there, it wasn't a guy who was like entering into retirement and, getting a second dessert. But that needs to happen first. And when LeBron decides that, will also determine what type of offer the Lakers or any other team could make. LeBron suggested on his podcast with Steve Nash about a month ago that he may take into August to make his decision.
Saw that.
Well, if he does that, the Lakers or pretty much any other team could offer him probably like the veteran minimum, because no one's going to keep their books open till August. That would be poor management. You have to start building your team out while free agency is hot. And so if we don't know what LeBron's doing until August, I would say kind of all bets are off, because at that point, the Lakers' advantage in re-signing him, which would be they can pay him more than just about any other contender in the league, it would become moot, because at that point, you're just talking about where is LeBron going to pick a veteran minimum contract from. And as Rich Paul said last week on Pat McAfee's show, about 10 to 12 teams have reached out to him with their interest in LeBron. So he could have 10 suitors offering him a veteran minimum contract, and he would decide from there.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very interesting offseason with LeBron James, and not to mention the rest of the Lakers offseason. Dave McMiniman, I cannot thank you enough. Thank you for joining D. Fish and Decker, ESPN reporter, and just thank you for the insight, and especially on this short notice. You're the man, my guy.
Yep, anything for D. Fish. Talk to you later, guys.
Appreciate it, Dave. Thanks, man.
Absolute legend. Thank you so much to Dave McMiniman. And yeah, by the way, we're going to stay on this conversation right now. Later on in the show, we have more guests to talk about it. But right now, let's get over to your calls. In fact, 855-97-LA-FAN. That's 855-975-2326. We are reacting to the new max contract handed over to Austin Reeves, $185 million maximum contract for the next 4 years to remain a Los Angeles Laker. Let's go to Sergio in Riverside. Sergio, talk to us. You're on with D. Fish and Decker.
Hi, I'm calling in here from Riverside, and it's pretty much interesting and surprisingly that Austin Reeves has finally gotten a new contract with the LA Lakers here in LA County with the LA Lakers, and they're going to keep him on till the 2029 till the 2030 season. Mm-hmm. So essentially, he's still working and still partnering with LeBron until around 2030, where his contract was supposed to end. And honestly, I am surprised and even completely uncharismatic. Like how he went for all of this, and honestly, it's worth it. Do I agree with that? Yeah, I agree with it. But is it worth it? Sort of. But with many of the current deals, I don't know, you got people like also in the NBA that was also like extending the deals, and there are a few players that are actually staying on. For example, like a few months ago, there are rumors that LeBron might be staying towards the LA Lakers. I don't know if it's rumored or not, but
it's a rumor right now as we currently stand. We don't know where LeBron's going to go. We just talked to Dave McMiniman about it. There could be up to 10 suitors willing to give LeBron, of course, that veteran minimum. In fact, I'm actually shocked it's only 10, D-Fish. If it's a veteran minimum thing, I'm shocked it's not all 30 just ringing them off the hook.
Yeah, I mean, it's only championship teams or teams that would be trying to legitimately have a chance to win a title that would be interested. 8 to 10 teams sounds about right. Anybody else, you're in your reset, kind of rebuild window. If you're one of those teams that just drafted like one of the best young players in this draft class this year, you to bring in LeBron and almost kind of automatically create a ceiling for the young guy to have to try to worry about managing is, sometimes can be difficult. So We'll see. I mean, Dave's point is correct on, like, LeBron is definitely going to take his time and be intentional about the decision. But the Lakers and I would say probably one or two other teams are gonna hold as long as humanly possible before they spend too much of their money. And some, like, LeBron still has the ability to put free agency on hold for everybody else.
Sure does.
So there are going to be guys that don't get signed until after LeBron makes his decision, because the teams that have a chance to sign LeBron, Lakers included, are not going to spend that money until he gives them a decision. That's just how it's going to go.
Dude, this is going to be a real interesting time. And, of course, we want your calls, 855-97-LA fan. How's your reaction? But coming up, another ESPN legend and talent joining the show. Jay Billis comes on the show, D. Fish and Decker, to talk all things NBA draft. And, hey, maybe he's got an opinion about this Austin Reeves signing, and maybe he's got an opinion about LeBron James. We will find out. D. Fish and Decker, the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. 97 LA Fan. Ladies and gentlemen, it is D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And of course, get in the chat at The Fan LA. Oh, man, the chat has been live all show long, and of course, we had a lot to talk about today. We talked a little bit about the World Cup. We've talked about the Los Angeles Dodgers on this show and their boat racing of the Minnesota Twins last night. We also previewed tonight's matchup between Joe Ryan and, of course, Shohei Ohtani. But, man, oh, man, we've done a lot of reaction to last night's NBA draft, and, of course, the news of Cameron Carr being drafted 24th overall by the Los Angeles Lakers. But not to be outdone, my goodness, we got breaking news on today's show, kind of rocking the Los Angeles landscape. Austin Reeves has apparently agreed and intends to sign a 4-year, $185 million max contract to return to the Los Angeles Lakers with a player option for the final season. So, man, oh, man, we have just been reacting to that. We just have Dave McMenamin on to discuss that and the future of the Lakers. But having digested it now for about 20 minutes, D-Fish, still feeling the same way? Still feeling good about the Lakers and this move? And does it really keep them open to make this team better in the future? Because he mentioned it, and we've mentioned it before. The summer of 25 is supposedly the year, right? That's what they've been saying to us. Or 26, I should say.
Yeah, no, I do. I think this is one of the steps that had to be taken this offseason in terms of, Luka's transition into Los Angeles, what the future looks like for him, and signing players, trading for players, drafting players that are going to fit best, next to him. And I think Austin Reeves is one of those guys, and this is one of the key steps this summer that had to be taken care of.
Well, guys, here to talk to us about all of that and, of course, the NBA draft. You know him from ESPN, and you can see it on his Twitter page, specifically ESPN Talent, baby. The one and only Jay Billis joins the show. Welcome to D. Fish and Decker. How you doing, Jay?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
Dude, just living the dream here in L.A. with this brand new news about Austin Reeves. How was the draft last night from your perspective, my guy?
It was great. It was a deep draft of really talented prospects, and I was kind of surprised that there weren't more surprises. There were a couple, and the trade market was not what I thought it would be. I figured there would be a lot more trades given the high value players or prospects there were, but I guess with some of the new rules coming in, teams might have been a little bit skittish with regard to giving up future picks.
Jay, Derek Fisher here, man. Thank you for joining us this morning. I'm sure you had a long night last night, man, so we appreciate you. We talked a lot about this draft class and of course the talent on the court, but you've covered so many of these guys, throughout their journey to this point. There's a lot of negatives around NIL and where players are, but tell us the positives. Talk to us about the positives of, I feel like these young guys are so much more prepared for the spotlight, the camera, the things that come with being lottery picks, et cetera. And what have you seen in that regard?
Derek, I think the fact that college players can be compensated now, even though it's still not anywhere near their value to the enterprise, has been nothing but a positive. You're seeing players stay longer in school, and look, there are different ways to develop as a player. You can certainly go to the NBA early, maybe before you're quote unquote ready, and still develop through the G League or with the amount of time you have and the resources to develop in the NBA. But I tend to think that college is still a great place, if not the best place to develop. So we've seen early entry numbers kind of plummet. There were probably 71 early entry candidates this year, and then some of those pulled out of the draft. And I think it's been nothing but a good thing. And for the players, what you really hear are the coaches and administrators complaining because they think that's their money. And they had complete control over the players before, and they don't have that now. There's players have choices with regard to transferring, and they also have opportunities with regard to money. But what I think is really interesting is, these young men are really smart, and you're always going to have the outlier where maybe there's a player that does something with his money that you don't agree with, or
you don't need that car or whatever. But overall, they've invested it. They take equity in some of their NIL deals. I mean, Seth Trimble, who could get drafted tonight in the second round out of North Carolina, took his NIL money. He's an owner-operator of a Ben & Jerry's franchise in Chapel Hill. And so they've been able to, create, and some of them been able to create generational wealth. And if they're smart and they put some of the money away or the lion's share of the money away, that compounds. When you're starting doing that at age 18, that's a tremendous head start in life. And, like Derek, for guys that are old, I'm older than you, but we weren't allowed to take a sandwich somewhere. So we had no access to money. And when, I didn't play in the NBA, I got drafted, but I went overseas. When I first started getting paid, I had no idea what to do with my money. I was 22 and I was never allowed to work, never allowed to really have money. And, my biggest transactions were what I owed Domino's Pizza. But these guys now they're signing contracts, they're doing business deals. They have a greater understanding of the financial world. When they get to the next level, they're far more prepared and I think far more mature as a result of it.
We are talking with Jay Billis, ESPN college basketball analyst, joining D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And Jay, Cameron Carr, didn't really see it coming, wasn't in any of our vision boards or any of our boards in general. What can this guy bring to the Los Angeles Lakers?
He brings a ton of athleticism, and he can shoot it. Like, he's one of these slashing, quick burst, straight line driving wings that has a really good stroke, so he can make shots. He's not all that big. I'm not even sure he's 6'5", but his arms are really long. He's got like a 7-foot wingspan or right there. He started his college career at Tennessee, and he didn't play much. But when the first time I really saw him was in practice, I think it was in Maui, and you're kind of watching Dalton Connect, who had transferred in from Northern Colorado, and he had played against Michigan State, and like you go, oh my God, this guy's unbelievable. And then you couldn't take your eyes off Cameron Carr, but he didn't play much. He's kind of developing. But when he got to Baylor, he kind of took off, and he averaged about, I don't know, say 19 a game. But he hit like 83s on the season. Baylor didn't have their best team, but and didn't have the kind of season that they're used to having. But he's got really good mobility. The numbers he put up at the combine with his agility testing, his vertical, all that were tremendous. And then he played one combine game and put up 30. And oddly enough, didn't play in the next game because of that, because he knew he showed everything he needed to show. But he's a good prospect. I think he's a lottery talent that you're able to get at what was it, 24, that the Lakers through that trade were able to get him. So, he'll add a lot to the Lakers roster, and especially as he gets older and develops.
Yeah, talk about his Cameron Carr's, his experience, right? We saw it similar to Dalton Connect, like coming in, a guy that, had been at multiple schools, and even though coming in as a rookie, like almost with a little bit more experience and maturity than most rookies. Dabansta's 19, Boozer's 18. But Cameron Carr, he may have the ability to be a little more mature and contribute a little earlier in his journey with the Lakers. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, you'd hope so, Derek. I mean, he's 21, but he's still kind of young in his development. And because he didn't play much at Tennessee, and I don't know if you guys agree with this, but one of the reasons that I like to see prospects play in college, I think when you go into the NBA and you're not what, us old guys would consider ready, it can affect your ego as a player. You go into the league and your ego is a supporting one. And, I kind of like players, I like it when players develop the ego of a great player. And he was able to do that. I think Connect did it too, but Connect played most of his career, at a lower level. And then he had that one, year where he kind of burst out at Tennessee and was first team All-America. Carr is a better athlete than Connect. Like, he's an NBA athlete right now.
Nice.
He still needs to get kind of stronger, and that'll happen, I think, as he continues to mature. And once you get there and you see all the bodies you have to deal with, you can't even recognize Steph Curry, his body from when he came out of Davidson years ago. So, like anything, there's a learning curve. But the fact that he has kind of stuck with it and through the transfer kind of developed into kind of a lead dog. But he needs to do it on a winning team. And that's one of the things. Like he wasn't on a winning team last year. I mean, they won games, but they weren't an NCAA tournament team.
We are speaking, of course, with ESPN college basketball analyst Jay Billis, who is joining D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And Jay, really quick, I got to ask you, because the news just came in. Los Angeles Lakers, Austin Reeves intends to sign a 4-year, $185 million max contract. Just what are your thoughts on that for the Lakers' future? And do you think this is a great step in the right direction for the franchise?
Yeah, not surprised. I mean, Austin Reeves, I first saw him when he was at Wichita State before he transferred to Oklahoma. And if you would have told me then, I mean, he could really shoot it. I remember he had a shoulder injury at Wichita State. But if you had told me then he was going to turn into this kind of all-star performer in the NBA, I'm not sure I would have believed it. And it kind of, going into the second round tonight, you kind of have to remind yourself that, man, there's still a lot of value there. I mean, Jalen Brunson was a second-round pick. Who would have thought that he would accomplish what he's accomplished? I don't think anybody predicted that. So, I'm glad to see that. I think, obviously the key for the Lakers is going to be what happens with LeBron, but things are looking up. That's a great, it's obviously great for Austin, but I think it's great for the Lakers to have that done.
Man, we are excited to have it done. Jay Billis, ESPN college analyst, cannot thank you enough for joining D-Fish and Decker. And man, seriously, thank you for the insight and enjoy the rest of this offseason, man.
Always my pleasure. Yeah, it starts tomorrow. I still got to work tonight. But tomorrow
Round 2 tonight.
Well, Jay, thank you so much, man, and good luck tonight, and enjoy that offseason tomorrow. The one and only Jay Billis joining us here on D-Fish and Decker. Guys, it is that time of the show where we are going to sit back and reflect with each other with our good friends Brock and Alex of the next show, Brock and Alex. And listen, it's time for Crosstalk. It's our favorite time, right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. New 97.1, The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And those of you that are watching us live on YouTube, and the chat has been absolutely staggering today. The views, the comments, everybody has been really digging the show today, and we appreciate everybody getting in the chat. But if you're in the chat, you're seeing a couple extra faces over here at this table. That's because our guys, Brock and Alex, of course, from the mid-morning show here on the new 97.1 The Fan. Brock and Alex, guys, welcome to the show. What are you guys going to talk about today? Anything going on in the world of LA sports?
Probably break down House of the Dragon.
Yeah,
like
I heard it was a good
fully
episode.
Detailed,
Wait, no, it's
scene by
started yet?
scene.
Yeah.
I
heard it was good.
don't tell me anything. Do not tell. I didn't even realize that started yet. So thank you for that.
Yeah, just a nice 4-hour breakdown. I
That's
understand the episodes are only 1 hour, but it's going to take 4 hours to break that down.
You got to get into detail.
Yes.
D-Fish and I spent at least 2 hours on House of the Dragon. And then Austin Reeves just had to rear his ugly head, man. Austin Reeves, 4 years, $185 million contract extension, of course. Max contract with a final year being a player option. What are your guys' breakdown on? Are you guys excited for more Austin Reeves? By the way, do you guys also agree with me? He no longer needs to do those bail bondsman ads anymore, right?
Right. He might be making good money.
Or maybe he doubles down and he gets more bail bonds ads.
Do what Shaq does and just do
everything
and make all the money. The hustle never stops. Even when you get to the top, there's like a certain mentality, and he has that hustle mentality.
I don't know. I feel like now that we've drafted Carr, now that's Carr's role to be the bail bonds guy.
If he's still making good money.
Yeah. T-Fish, were you the bail bonds guy?
The hustle don't stop.
Someone has to be the bail bonds guy.
Yeah, someone has to be, for sure. No, I always first lead with excitement of imagining the 13-year-old version of whether it's a quarterback that gets paid, a pitcher, a basketball player. How cool is that some kid from Arkansas, I believe, dreamed of playing for the Lakers one day, idolized Kobe, and now made generational wealth wearing that jersey. That is the coolest thing in the world.
I mean, it's pretty badass. I mean, it's almost like you a little bit, Fish, in the whole idea, like you idolized, Magic, and then you become a Laker legend yourself. Like that's as cool as it gets, man.
Yeah, you do that for free.
Yeah.
Right? So then
except he's doing it for $185 million.
Correct. So that makes it even sweeter. To Brock's point, man, that's where the brain goes first. To me, like, draft nights are just reminders of how hard work and sacrifice pays off, and how it takes a village, and you see the moms and the dads and the sisters and the brothers in it. Like, everybody's in on helping somebody achieve a dream. And so that's what makes the drafting super cool.
How full circle, though, that he went undrafted and then he got his max contract in day after the first round, in the middle of the draft.
A round that no one had the cojones to draft him in.
Betting on yourself. Just betting on yourself. That's such a full circle moment to have it happen during the NBA draft.
Big time. I can't even imagine. I mean, I didn't think I was going to be drafted and got drafted. I can't imagine what it's like to feel like you could get drafted or should and you don't.
Yeah.
And what that could do to your psyche, et cetera. But he just always seems to have had a very quiet confidence and belief in himself. And, from Wichita State to Oklahoma to undrafted to like playing for the team he wanted to play for. Like from what I've heard, even though he was undrafted, he was very intentional about playing for the Lakers right away. And so to then now position himself to land this type of deal.
It's amazing.
And then to know what you know about him right now, like, he's not satisfied.
No.
He's happy, but he's not satisfied. Like, his chip just got bigger.
Yeah.
I like that.
So it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun to see how he comes back next season.
Yeah, pretty fired up to see it. And guys, we did have a draft last night. What were your thoughts on the Lakers actually trading up one spot to get their hands on Cameron Carr?
You know what? If they saw their guy and they thought that, like, he wasn't going to be there in one more pick, like, they have to be aggressive this offseason. They have to do whatever it takes, whatever they need to do to not only like build that championship team, but like it's being reported, they told Luka Doncic and his team, like, this was the summer of 2026 is when we were making moves.
There's going to be a song about this someday. In the summer of 26.
Yeah. So, I went back and I was watching Carr highlights last night. Like, dude can dunk. Dude can fly.
But I still have this question, Fish. I mean, like 3-and-D. I'm told 3-and-D. Where's the D portion of this team, man? I'm looking. I can't find any of the D.
Nah, the D is pretty good, bro. The defense was good. Dave McMenamin just broke it down. The last month and a half of the season,
not
they
wrong,
were top
dude.
10 in offense
Yes,
and
they
top 10
were.
in defense. And that's when they were their healthiest until the injuries to Luka and Austin Reeves April 2nd. So, the Marcus Smart addition, the Jackson Hayes, DeAndre Ayton, Vando was in that mix. Like, they were doing some really good things. It got cut short. Shooting is the currency, though. Like, it really is. A big part of defense now is crashing the offensive board to get another offensive possession.
Yeah.
So, defense is a mindset. If you can get guys with length and athleticism and that can shoot it, that's definitely where it's going to start first.
I didn't think they would even have that pick. I expected the Giannis trade being a windfall where the Lakers can get in and use that pick to get a role player or two. But once that Giannis trade ended up being a little more straightforward, kind of sitting thinking, okay, so who the heck are they going to draft? And, the Lakers obviously need help in the front court, but they also need athleticism, and they got what a lot of people believe to be one of the more athletic guys in the entire draft. So will he be some major impact rookie of the year on paper right now? Probably not, but he has the thing that no one can teach, and that is athleticism.
Yeah.
You either have it or you don't, and he gets to surround himself with some incredible talent, and that'll probably bring the best out of Cameron Carr.
Man, I'm just fired up for the entire prospect of it. By the way, I have a feeling you guys have to do at least one segment today talking about the Dodgers. We got Ohtani tonight, by the way. Thoughts on Ohtani tonight, especially because I made the argument last week. Guys,
Cody doesn't want him to just
I don't want him to
Same
pitch.
with Brock.
I don't
Same
want
with
him to
Brock.
pitch.
Brock's
I
like,
I
sit
don't.
I want 2 weeks off of this cat. I don't want to see blood on his fingers one more time
Yeah.
ever. That's why.
If he bites that blister one time in that first inning, yank him.
You
I'm
are
sick of
DHing.
it.
You are
I'm
now
so
DH.
sick of it. No, I feel that when the knee inflammation popped up, coming up on 2 weeks now, I'm right there with you. I've been on the just rest him. You have a 9-game lead on the NL West. You have a 2.5-game lead on the entire MLB. You're rolling along. The series is secured. You're about to go on a 13 days in a row, I believe.
It's 19 games in 20 days.
19 games in 20 days,
Yeah.
and starting Friday, you play 13 days in a row. Sit down. You're a father of 2 now. You need some shut-eye. I know you're not getting any sleep at home right now.
Oh,
Rest
no, he's
the man.
got help. He for sure is a night nanny.
Rest the man.
He has $700 million. I
Rest-
think he's got to have somebody.
Rest the man.
He's sleeping just fine. Do you know that's like his thing? Like he has a special company from Japan where like he has to sleep like 12 hours plus
I'm not
a night,
shocked.
and he has a special pillow that's molded to him, a special mattress that he travels with everywhere he goes. Like sleep is his number one thing.
I
like he
love that.
openly talks about like how much sleep that he needs. It's
I
hilarious.
absolutely love that. However, there is one thing that I will push back and torpedo my own argument about how he should rest for the couple of weeks. It is his first start as a new father. And as we've seen offensively, Daddy's strength is very real because he is just homering left and right now.
You saying daddy's strength just
Daddy's strength is a
sends
real
me.
thing. It's not quantifiable. It's one of those intangibles. And frankly, I would like to see what Daddy's strength will do to his pitching arm today.
Do we see it across sports? I think I forget what the stat was, but for like quarterbacks who like either like just had a baby or like wide receivers, like something in the NFL, like they have like the best year of their career, like the year after they have a
Daddy
kid,
strength.
which is weird. But yeah, didn't he hit a home run in his first game back?
Yes, he did.
Yes, he
After
did.
And then he homered
having a
again.
son. Yeah. So he's going to be great.
So he will pitch a no-hitter today with three
With
homers
the
probably.
blister?
With a blister.
If I see one of two things, if I see him biting his finger,
Pull him.
or if I see blood, that 4K zoom in on his right thigh where he wipes the bloody finger, I am jumping through the TV and yanking him out of the game myself. I'm over it. Just sit down.
So how's everybody doing their World Cup thing right now? Because I got my boys going today.
I haven't looked.
I haven't looked today
Who
either.
had England? Because that had to hurt yesterday.
Oh, boy, that had to hurt. By the way, today was such a busy show. We didn't even get to eating crow about Ronaldo, which we all got to shovel some some crap about that one because I understand he was playing against
Except me.
toddlers yesterday and
Except
all.
me.
No, they were plumbers. Plumbers.
Sorry. They were playing against plumbers and all. I'm aware. But Ronaldo did have 2 goals, being the first guy to ever have 6 goals in 6 different World Cups.
And his team still hates him.
And his team
Yeah.
still hates him.
Did you see the interview where someone asked him about Messi and like?
Oh,
was
yeah, and
doing
he's
a
just like,
comparison?
"Next question."
No, he just like gave him a dirty
baby.
look and then immediately he's like, no, and like over here to the next one. Like, can't even hear his name. Lives rent free in his head.
Poor Bill Reiter. He has England.
Oh.
Oh, of course he does.
The World Cup just not going well for our boy Bill.
No. If Scotland continues this
Dude.
magical run the run, you are in quite a good place.
I
going
mean,
forward.
maybe. What do you got, Raj?
Well, we do have a first breaking news in the pool. For one, there are 6 games today, so this could be moving day, a term they use in golf.
Yeah.
But someone is clear by 2 points in first place, and they're sitting in that room right now.
I think they're to your left.
Is it Alex?
It is Alex. She's got 15 points.
How many more games has she played than everyone else?
That's not important.
That is very important. Seems pertinent to the
I think it
conversation.
helped with Austria, right? That helped me out.
So I need Scotland to
Yeah.
pull off a miracle today against Brazil.
Miracles
Are
happen.
they, Yeah, no.
Listen, they're rolling in hard in.
What's the line? Like, what's the like?
Oh, I
Brazil
actually
favored
just
by?
they're favored. Let's
Okay.
just start with that. They are definitely favored. I will give you that number. Talk amongst yourselves.
I will say this. Brazil.
God.
Brazil is second place behind Portugal regarding bad vibes.
Very
the,
true.
Yeah.
The Neymar of it all. There are some bad vibes in Brazil right now.
All right,
so
so yes, they are favored mathematically. If you are into numbers,
Yeah.
Brazil is minus 325 to win. If you want to take a flyer on Scotland, plus 850.
Okay.
That pays a lot. So if those of you that don't know, plus 850 means if you put down money and it's plus 850, you'll make a lot of money. Not positive what the number is, but you'll make a lot of money.
But you got it. Like,
I might take a stab at that,
their
actually.
fans have just been the story of the World Cup. Did you see Miller Lite brought in a whole boat
They've taken
of
over.
beer that said like for the Scots, reload for the Scots?
What can I say? You need to reload for the Scots. D-Fish,
Yeah.
we did it again, my guy.
All right, my brother.
Bright and early tomorrow, guys. And stick around because you want to listen to Brock and Alex for the next 4 hours right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. And guys, kick rocks, enjoy some sports. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
What's up, LA? Welcome to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here. And what a day, you guys. Breaking news. Lakers signed Austin Reeves to a 4-year, $185 million max deal. We're going to dive into that in just a moment. It's also Shohei Ohtani Day. I think Wednesdays are now just named Ohtani Days. I've seen that like there's all media is kind of agreeing to that. Like Wednesdays here, Ohtani Day. But should he actually be on the mound? We're going to also dive into that a little later. And World Cup, 6 matches today. This is where like this last week of this last stretch of the group stage is going to be busy in like the best way possible.
You are sitting there in first place.
Ow, I didn't even know. Raj told us in crosstalk. I was like, oh, is it me?
You know what? You are just so locked in on succeeding. Your 3 teams are out there kicking butt. You're not even worried about winning or losing.
No.
You're just out there doing your job
Just
and you're stacking good days. Me, on the other hand, Switzerland, you got to have my back today or I may be done for. So Switzerland, hold me down.
Oh, yeah. How have you been?
I'm floating. Senegal is kind of biting me in the butt right now.
Okay.
But Argentina, they look great. If Switzerland loses today, really, I need Argentina to win the whole thing, which is possible. That's kind of my only hope. But if
That is
Switzerland
possible.
wins today, I'm still in the fight.
That's just wild.
Hold
you
me down,
guys.
Swiss.
They're at noon. You got Bosnia and Qatar at noon, Switzerland and Canada at noon, Morocco and Haiti at 3 p.m. This one is what I have circled today. Scotland versus Brazil.
Yes.
At 3 p.m., you guys. And this is happening in Miami. I know we've talked a lot about the Tartan Army, and we saw them drink Boston Dry. We're seeing them take over Miami. They went to the Marlins game on Monday and did like a full bagpipe parade through Little Havana, and they got to march on the field, and then they let them on the warning track. Yeah. And then they were again in the outfield stands, and it was like their own karaoke bar, chanting, raging the entire game. So much so that the starting pitcher, and he's kind of like one of those like crazy guys, like he like hits himself as he's like running out of the bullpen. Like I heard the broadcast say, we know he's got a couple screws loose in there. I was like, huh, publicly saying that? Interesting. He spoke after the game and was like, that was the best fan base I've ever had, I've ever experienced. They are welcomed here any time. There is just a different level. And then I saw, because I'm telling you, like the Scotland fans, the Tartan Army, I don't know if you saw, but Robert Kraft put in a petition to the NFL seeing if he could get a game in Scotland because the fans were so crazy and they fell in love with the Boston area.
One genius idea from Robert Kraft. That will be a 90% Patriots stadium whenever they do play in Scotland, because it probably will happen. And 2, I love that the Scottish just love baseball now.
Dude,
they're going to start a baseball league when they all get back.
They went to a Red Sox game. They went to a Yankees game. They've now been to a Marlins game.
They're just taking over baseball stadiums.
I don't know what the Scots' chances are. Are they done after group play? Shay, do you know, do they need to, like, do they lose?
I think they need to draw. If they lose, they will definitely need help. But if they draw,
they could move on.
Or
I'm not
win,
ready for them to leave.
In. Yeah, agreed,
I wonder if they'll like jump on another team bandwagon and
I
like
hope so.
Maybe they'll stay a little longer. It was really funny. Miller Lite had a boat float full of beer that just said "Restock the Scots," and they brought it in through Miami, and it was just like this, literally just like sheets and sheets of Miller Lite.
Restock the Scots.
Genius. Absolutely genius. So, yeah, we got a lot going on today. Like I said, 6 World Cup games. Dodgers and Ohtani on the mound. First pitch at 4:40. But the biggest news of the day, you guys, is Austin Reeves. Breaking news this morning. The Lakers did not let Austin Reeves get to the open market. According to Shams, the 4-year max deal is projected to be $185 million with a player option in the 4th year. So it comes to about $46 million a year, making him the highest paid undrafted player ever in NBA history. And I kind of mentioned this during Crosstalk. What a full circle moment for Austin Reeves, who went undrafted, bet on himself and really wanted to be and become a Laker and be a part of this franchise. Like, that was his dream and his goal. And to now get a max deal and sign your max deal on draft week in the middle of the draft when you went undrafted is just such a cool full circle moment for him.
It is. And especially when you factor in he chose to be undrafted.
Yeah.
The Orlando Magic called him. They called his agent. And they said, hey, we're going to take him. Austin Reeves told his agent, say no, because I want to sign with the Lakers.
Yeah.
And as you mentioned, I want to bet on myself. And a lot of people bet on themselves and things don't work out. You typically don't hear those stories. They fade away. But we're sitting here looking at Austin Reeves $185 million richer because it worked out, because he played on a team that is on the biggest stage every single time that they play. He played on a team that is always loaded with talent, and even yet saw a path for him to succeed and break through. And here he is now, the number 2 option, a $185 million man, and a championship in sight.
You had a really, I didn't even think about this perspective of your first thought. And what was your first reaction when you saw the contract and the breaking news?
My instinct always goes, and especially because the NBA draft is here, whenever there's a draft of any sport, I always go back to my days and my experience during the draft and my brothers and my friends who also got drafted. And your gut instinct is always imagining the child version of that person who just got paid, of them in the backyard saying, I want to be in the MLB one day. I want to play baseball one day. I want to be a boxer. I want to do this or that. And it actually happening, and the 1% of the 1% of the 1% get to call themselves a professional NBA player, let alone a max player.
That's insane.
If everything goes right and money is managed, like Austin Reeves 6 generations from now, like Austin Reeves the 6th, can still be finding success and wealth off of what is built here, and that cannot be overlooked.
It's crazy because I love that too. It's one of my favorite things about the draft is just like it's a night and a day and a week where dreams come true. Something that these men and these families, because it's the whole family too. It's the mom and dad, it's the siblings, everyone who puts in the effort to make sure that this one dream comes true. And you have to have such unconditional support and belief in yourself, and to see that, it's like, yay, it's happened, but now the real work happens. So it's like, the dream hasn't been accomplished. It's like the first step of the dream is there, and now it's time to get to work. And it's a similar thing with Austin Reeves. It's like, he got his max contract. This is great. But now the real work starts. And it's a massive number for a former undrafted player, but that's the cost of keeping your core together. And most importantly, that's the cost of keeping your star player, Luka Doncic, happy.
It is a player-driven league. This is a perfect example of that. If we'll say Jalen Hurts walked into Howie Roseman's office and said, hey, you need to give Devontae Smith $150 million. If they want to, they will. But whether or not Jalen wants them there has no effect on whether or not they give Devontae Smith money, right? The NBA is straight. Like, there are 5 people on the court at a time. And if your most important player wants somebody there, that person is going to be there. And the thing for Austin Reeves is we can't factor out that he played himself into that role, right? Like if Luka Doncic did not think that Austin Reeves could positively contribute to this team, he would not be vouching for him. He would say, hey, you're my best bud, but you're going to have to go get paid in Brooklyn or Toronto or somewhere else. Luka Doncic believes in him, and if your best player believes in him, as management in a player-driven league, that's all you need, and you got to pay whatever he asks for.
It's just so crazy because when we were talking about this on Monday and even all last week, the conversation was, the Lakers are in negotiations with LeBron James. Like, that'll probably be the first piece they get done. And, maybe they won't even keep this draft pick that they got last night, which they ended up trading up one piece of 24 to get their guy. But the conversation was around, they're going to wait to see what they have left to pay Austin Reeves. And then literally breaking news this morning as we're walking in the building, Austin Reeves got signed. Austin Reeves is here. And the Lakers did not let him hit the open market. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. And he signed that 4-year max deal projected to be $185 million, the player option in the 4th year. So that's around $46 million a year. Were you surprised with the number? I mean, it could have been, I think the max was like, 5 and 2 something.
Yes.
But to do the 4-year 185, is this just the best fit for both parties?
It must be. To answer your question, yes, I was surprised, because if they were willing to pay this, then why wouldn't they be willing to pay the 5-year? And I'm sure Shams and all the reporters are going to dive through everything, and we'll eventually have our answer. But as we sit here right now, my biggest question is, why not 5 years? That puts the Lakers in a more flexible situation when that time comes, especially in 3 years, in a world where Luka does not re-sign for some reason. Maybe the Lakers wanted that flexibility. I could also see it being, we can give you the max only for 4 years from a Lakers standpoint. And if you want that 5th year, then we're going to lower it down to $200 million. So there's a million different scenarios. But to answer your question, I am surprised that it was not a 5-year deal, but he is going to sign it. So clearly Austin Reeves is pleased with it.
Yeah. So the first big piece of the Lakers offseason is set. I mean, really the first two, because it was, you got to do well in the draft. You got to sign Austin Reeves, figure out what you're going to do with LeBron James, and then they still need to go out and find that A-list center. So now that they have half of those kind of boxes checked for the biggest moves, it makes you think, because it was reported that Luka and his camp were told summer of 2026, this was when the Lakers were going to make big moves. This is when the transition was going to happen. This was when the restructured, obviously there are so many contracts on this Lakers roster that they have to figure out this offseason, which makes sense why they said summer of 2026, which is what we're in right now. And the reason it's such a big deal, and the reason like you got to make sure you do something, is because Luka's really only under Laker control for 2-3 years, right? And you don't want to say like, oh, well, he's gone after that. But if you don't construct a team and put together everything that you promised you were going to do to compete for a championship, Luka can decide to bounce and go elsewhere.
He can. And it's so funny because with the NBA, of course, you have player options, and when it gets here, I have to decide before next season if I want to remain here. But in the current NBA, I mean, we've seen now, like, even when Luka became a Laker, it doesn't matter what's on your contract. If I want to leave, I'm going to leave.
Or
right?
if, like, front office is going to trade you, like,
they're
nobody is safe.
Exactly.
He's the prime example that nobody is safe.
Exactly. So making him happy and doing what you said you were going to do for him is the only thing that matters in regards of making sure Luka Doncic is part of your future. We will get more into the draft later, but the fact that the Lakers did not draft a big man gives me comfort knowing that they have a plan, or are at least have enough potential targets to where they felt comfortable drafting a guard, a wing instead.
Yeah.
And I consider confidently as a Laker fan knowing that Pelinka has a few names circled, or something is in the works, and that A1 big man will be on the way shortly.
So that's maybe the next big piece that we're looking at, and LeBron might be the last factor now that we knew Austin Reeves was the priority.
Right.
Like Rob Pelinka made that known in the end of season presser, where, you know, again, we played the LeBron sound so many times, how it was an honor that he was with them, and any team that he would be on, like, it would be an honor. But like when he talked about Austin Reeves, he like perked up and his face lit up, and he was like, oh no, we are going to make something happen. We are talking with his people right now. So we knew that like this was in the works. I guess how fast it came about and how there weren't any leaks that they were almost close to a deal. I love that, because that means it was like they kept it close. And this was very much like the Dodgers way, because you have to remember, it's the new Dodgers ownership group that is running the Lakers now. And what do? They go out and they win, and they win championships, and they sign people that they believe can get them there, and they get the job done right away.
Yes, Mark Walter is here to do two things: make money and win championships.
Yeah.
And he has proven that he's really good at both of those things. So if you are LeBron James, right? You start off the offseason, your first public appearance in getting swept by the Thunder with Steve Nash on that podcast was, it may be June, it may be July, I'm willing to push it to August. We all knew that wasn't going to be the case, but he was setting the stage of this isn't going to happen very quickly.
Yeah.
Then, as you mentioned last week, during his golf trip, we hear word that negotiations are happening, and now all of a sudden this is a priority. Maybe it was a priority for LeBron. That doesn't necessarily mean it was a priority for Rob Pelinka and Lakers management.
Oh, interesting.
And I wonder if LeBron, because really there's only like 5 different agents in the NBA. I'm sure LeBron heard word that, okay, the Reeves thing is happening. I need to get in the mix because they're making moves, and if I want to be here and secure as much money as I possibly can, maybe I do need to speed up my timeline. Maybe August is too late. Maybe July is too late. So I bring that up because of the media availability that the Lakers have had so far. We have not heard word from the Lakers side that the LeBron James contract is one of urgency, but we have heard from LeBron that it is one of urgency.
So where did we hear the report that they were in contract negotiations?
Brian Windhorst.
Okay, yeah. So it was an ESPN, NBA insider.
Who is a LeBron guy.
Yeah.
And
so
has
fed
been.
to by LeBron's party.
I'm trying to read the tea leaves here.
Follow the path. It's like the telephone path. Like who's playing telephone here to get the word out?
Yes. So with LeBron, it's never what you see. It's what's going on behind
media
the
mogul,
scenes.
like media genius.
He knows how to play the game, and so
better
now,
than anyone,
because the level of urgency has gone from over here, over there, over here, over there. I'm starting to wonder. Okay, this is LeBron doing LeBron things, and not that he won't be a Laker, but I do feel that the urgency is a little one-sided for now.
Which is really interesting, and I kind of talked about this yesterday. Now that Giannis is on the Miami Heat, because I only see LeBron finishing out his career with a team he already has history with.
Yes.
So obviously that's the Lakers, that's the Cavs, and that's the Miami Heat. The Heat was kind of out of the question as of even like last week.
Yeah.
Cavs, once they made that brutal playoff run, it was like, I don't know if that's where he thinks he can go and they can win a championship. So it's probably going to be the Lakers, unless the Warriors were also kind of rumored, like they kind of get this like old man all-star group together and they get it done. But now that the Heat are looking like, they got Giannis, they got Bam, like he could go back and be that like third man again. Like that could be like a sign and trade option, which is really interesting. So there's a lot to watch, and we knew this was going to be like the summer of LeBron watch. I wasn't surprised that the Austin Reeves deal got done. I was surprised of like when it happened and how quickly it did, like after night 1 of the draft.
They wasted no time. And in regards for LeBron and the Heat, I would love to see it. Well, most importantly, I would love to see him as a Laker. If he says, I am not going to be a Laker, the next place is I would love to see him and Giannis and Bam on the same team. I feel a starting 5 structured with those 3 down low, and the versatility that they could bring would just be fun to watch if you're just a fan of basketball. But that being said, LeBron and Pat Riley would have to smooth over some things. That
did it end?
It ended very ugly. It ended very petty and very childish, but it was ugly. But if you are on the back end of your career and you just made and you see your former team make a big splash for Giannis, maybe we could put aside our differences. But that being said, priority for LeBron, I hope, is still to be a Laker. But is it still a Lakers priority to keep LeBron?
Which is funny when you say putting beef aside. It's like, I don't think I ever thought like Mike McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers were going to be back together again. It was like,
when you're on the back end of your career,
that ended pretty gnar. Like,
you're willing to look over some things.
Yeah. I forgot about the Pat Riley situation.
Yeah,
but that's what makes Miami so great, and which is why it's such a great fit and all those things. But yeah, you guys, Austin Reeves is a Laker, signing that max $185 million contract over 4 years with a player option. With the player option in the final season of 2029 through 30. So that means he declined his $14.9 million player option for the new max deal, which, duh.
Yeah.
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 Good
Gotta do
move. Good move. We're going to be continuing to talk about and break down this Austin Reeves max deal all day. We're going to have a few different Lakers guests and insiders joining the show. But coming up next, Dodgers are on a roll. And like I mentioned, it's Shohei Ohtani Wednesday, because that's just what Wednesdays are now. Don't go anywhere. More Brock and Alex when we come back. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show. Big breaking news of the day. Austin Reeves signs a max $185 million 4-year contract. We want to hear from you. What do you think about this deal? Was it the right move? Is it a great deal? Call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. So let's head over to Mitch in New Jersey right now. How we feeling about this? How we feeling about this Austin Reeves deal?
How we doing? Great show. Alex, Brock, welcome back.
Hey, Thank
you.
you.
Arrested?
Thank you.
Thank you. It was great. We overpay a little bit.
Yeah.
But we had to keep him. Hopefully LeBron comes to his senses. Pro bono. Come to his senses.
Pro bono?
Yeah, pro bono. Why not? For the love of the game. We used to do that back in the day. Well, before your time, at least. And guy, hope we can get Durant, Dort, and maybe we can make a trade and get an extra round pick for somebody. But, of course, we got to keep Rui and Jackson. And we're stuck with DeAndre Ayton, but hopefully we can find some love for the game, right?
Mitch came with some fire today.
Pro bono. I never considered that.
Dude, Mitch, that got both of us. You got Brock crying, laughing. You got me snorting. Thank you for that. We needed that laugh this morning. Mitch in New Jersey, friend of the show. Love having you on always.
Thank you. Have a nice one.
Yeah,
have a
you
good
too.
one, Mitch.
Yeah, I mean, I think the general consensus from Laker fans is it had to happen.
Yeah.
It had to happen.
And the best version of the Lakers that we have seen, that we saw last year, was in the month of March, where all three were healthy, all three being LeBron, Luka, and Austin Reeves. And still, we have yet to see, I believe they haven't even played more than 60 games together.
Is that what it's been? It's been like a year and a half?
Something like that, yeah. And so, due to various injuries among the three, there is an argument that we still don't even know what the ceiling for this team can be.
Yeah.
And if you are the Lakers and you are going to put all your chips in on something, you can put all your chips in on someone who is not currently in the building, or you can put all your chips on a key component to the best version of your team that you have seen in recent years, and hope that that third piece can sign for terms that are agreeable.
Well, it's not even all your chips, because they're going to have money left to be able to pay LeBron. And then the biggest thing is go out and get an A-list center, because that was the second biggest request from Luka Doncic. The first one that we heard towards the end of the season is, I don't want Austin Reeves to be a part of any trade deals. I need him back here. Make sure he's back here. And then the second one was, go out and get an A-lister. I need an A-list center.
When you look at Luka Doncic in the 2024 NBA Finals, where it was him and Kyrie in Dallas, and they fell to the Celtics, it was a pick-and-roll offense that was really held down by tall, athletic big men that can run. So we are expecting a tall, athletic big man who can play the pick-and-roll that DeAndre Ayton did not want to play, or at least did not play consistently. And now that Reeves is locked up, it's just refreshing the timeline until we see who that A1 center is.
Yeah, which is great, because I don't think any of us expected the Reeves deal to get done on draft. They probably had it all done draft night, and then the announcement comes out in the middle before the second round today. So this should be, this is great for the Lakers, great for Austin Reeves. If you missed it, Austin Reeves signed his 4-year, $185 million max deal with a player option in that fourth year. We're going to continue to break down this whole situation, have different Lakers guests on throughout the day. But let's talk some Dodgers, because they absolutely crushed it last night. 17 hits, beating the Twins 12-3. Freddie Freeman with 3 hits. Andy Pages. Offense broke it open late. Robleski gave them 7 strong innings. But it was also really kind of the Chucky Robinson game.
Come on, Chuck.
Dude, hats off to Chucky, who's really getting his moment. 31-year-old veteran. like, I don't know if you've watched it. Please watch his at-bats because he does not wear batting gloves.
He's old school, man.
Which is like, it's such a savage move, like to not wear batting gloves. But he got his first hit as a Dodger and first hit in the big leagues in 2 seasons. And take a listen to the call.
Robinson with a base hit. Chucky Robinson's first hit as a Dodger, his first hit in the big leagues in 2 seasons.
That's got to feel so good. That was a Sportsnet LA call.
Dream come true. So Chucky Robinson was thrown into the fold because Will Smith is still on the IL with the inflamed disc in his neck and the neck stiffness. And so you want to give Dalton Rushing a day off. You bring up Chucky Robinson. And you know firsthand from your time covering the Angels for a decade, there are a lot of lifers in the minor leagues.
Cody Decker.
There we go.
Cody Decker's like one of the greatest minor league players
ever. And how awesome is it that at 31 years old, definitely closer to the end than the beginning.
Yeah.
And you get the call. He got called up last year, I believe, for just the briefest moments. But he's going on almost 3 weeks now with the Dodgers. And he was batting ninth. He was the weak link of the lineup, but that's not even meant as an insult. That's just a fact. He was thrown into the fire due to injury, and the team was rallying around him. But my favorite thing about the Dodgers is when a player who is struggling or a player is new has a moment, they treat him like he's been there the whole time. And how they went nuts for him after that first hit, leading to his second hit, what was so great to see. And Chucky is going to be one of the more unique players because the batting gloves. I always say if you took a photo of him and put it in black and white, you would not know what decade that photo was from. He is old school to the T.
I know.
Baggy pants, no gloves.
Like
old
that's
school.
savage. When they have the close up of him in the box, I'm like, how many players don't wear batting gloves? Because that's like helps with your grip, obviously. That's why you have it, to have more power. Like, it's just such a batty move. I want to say something else, but I don't know if I can say say that on air, so I'm just gonna say batty instead.
I got you.
Like, I love it for him. 31-year-old veteran.
So cool.
Like getting your opportunity because obviously, as you just mentioned, Will Smith is still dealing with the neck stiffness injury. He's not even on the road.
No.
And then obviously the Dalton Rushing concussion protocol. I don't know if we've gotten updates there yet.
They cleared him of a concussion, but they did say they're going to be precautionary with it. So
okay, so I think he has a history, and he was showing concussion signs. And the way he described it, he was like, it felt like my brain was pumping.
Yeah, that's not good.
That's not pounding. I felt like my brain was pounding. I'm like, that right there is a red flag. Take the man out.
The fact that it was the very first pitch of the game.
Brutal. And he played another 2 innings.
Yes, he did. And you know what's so funny? If you go back and watch it, the batter, this was game 1 of the Twins, for those who didn't see it. The batter fouls back the first pitch. It smacks it. You even hear the crowd go, ooh.
Yeah, no, that was like a straight direct shot. Like
1,000 miles an hour.
Well, you got to think because it's like it's added velocity from the however fast the pitch was, like right off the bat to his face. That was gnarly.
So take all the time you need, Dalton Rushing, please.
Well, no, because they also need a backup.
They do.
What was it, Alex Call, that they said was going to be the emergency catcher?
I believe because he can do everything.
I know. The ultimate utility man, which also good for Alex Call getting his first home run of the season back against his hometown team. Like you could see the emotion on his face. You could see the emotion from the guys in the dugout. And talk about just taking advantage of every opportunity that you have. Alex Call has also been that guy.
2 for 4 yesterday with a home run, got walked twice. He just knows how to get on base. And the role that he's been playing the majority of the season is just, hey, we need a bat or we need a runner because you're the fastest guy on the team. So if it's late in the game and it's a tight game, Max Muncy gets on. Muncy, you're out. Alex Call, you're in. And sure enough, he finds a way to get home. He's so disciplined at the plate considering how few live at-bats he gets in comparison to the rest of the roster. and you can just always trust him to do the right thing in the right moment. So as he's getting more starting reps than normal in these past 2 weeks, he's making the most of it. He's so electric to watch.
It's so great. And then obviously the Dodgers MVP, Andy Pages, has just been lights out. 3 hits, scored twice, drove in a run. Like, if he is not an all-star this season, that is going to be like the biggest snub.
The last time I looked up the voting, he was number 1 for outfielders. So I'm hoping that
he better be.
That remains the same. Also,
I know
Sung Kim is he's 4th place for second baseman. I don't know what the rules are. I'm assuming he's not allowed to play in the All-Star game.
That's funny.
Allow him in.
I was going to talk about the other guy that you've been making a push for, Robleski.
Dynamite.
You have been making a strong case for his all-star appearance. I think for the last month plus, you've been driving the fan wagon, the Robleski fan wagon.
I'm driving it, willing to pick up anyone who wants to get on.
And he wasn't perfect, but you don't have to be when the offense is giving you that kind of performance last night. But he's really solidifying himself as one of the core pieces to this Dodgers rotation.
As far as consistency, not in regards to what he's done or talent, just regards of consistency. He's right there with Yamamoto. Like he shows up every single start. Yeah, he shows up every single start. And when you factor in Yamamoto's doing what we expected him to do this entire year,
as the World Series MVP.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Whereas Robleski at the start of the year, it was, okay, let's see what this guy can do. He's had a couple reps, but he's kind of just a placeholder until we get healthy. It's like, wait, no, he's a foundational piece. So you mentioned 7 innings, and 4 of those innings yesterday were of 10 pitches or fewer. He's throwing strikes. He is pitching confident. And my favorite part was in the 3rd inning when he gave up those 2 runs. It could have slid. A less confident pitcher spirals in that moment, and he finds a way to get out of it.
Which is really awesome, because we've heard Dave Roberts talk about that trait, and that being one of Yamamoto's best traits of just, you never have to worry if he gets in trouble because it's never going to throw him.
Yeah.
And to see that with the younger guys, if you can withstand having a tough inning and a tough moment and rebound and not let it derail you, you're going to be golden, and you're going to solidify your spot in this rotation. You guys, so much to get to today. Obviously, the Austin Reeves 4-year, $185 million max deal. The Lakers not letting him go anywhere, making Luka Doncic happy, making Austin Reeves a generational wealth player.
Yes, sir.
The highest paid undrafted NBA player of all time. Congratulations to Austin Reeves. It is also Shohei Ohtani Day. You guys, we have so much to get to throughout the show. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. Don't go anywhere, because when we come back, do you care, LA? That's coming up next. for everything, and you only really make a chunk of money from the Olympics or wherever it comes from, the U.S. Who I don't know who actually pays the athletes when you win, but you only get that when you win. The fact that these the best athletes in the world, everyone isn't getting paid is wild to me, especially since it's 4 years of your life training for this one event.
Right.
I care because they should be getting paid, especially with how much money the brands are making, the TV deals are making. It's the same thing with the NIL. Pay the people that are actually making this happen and putting the product together.
Yeah, it's a heartwarming story that Flavor Flav sponsors the women's bobsled and water polo team, but he shouldn't have to do that. Right? And one thing that maybe gets overlooked for the Olympics is there are so many qualifying events that if you have a full-time job or even a part-time job, I have qualifiers in Spain, then I have a qualifying tournament in Miami, then I have to go to Vancouver. There's tons of travel, and there are tons of trainers and nutrition and weight. There are so many things that go on that for someone with a full-time job, even if it is a well-paying job, is still insanely expensive. So long overdue. I mean, the Olympics have been around since, BC times, and we're just now figuring out.
Is it BC?
Didn't Greece start doing this?
They did. I don't know this. You're the historian. You're the one that reads the dictionary before bed. Brock, you're the person that's supposed to be.
People are starting to believe that, by the way.
Because it's true.
The first Olympics were 776 BC in Greece, and we're just now finding out a way to pay
more Brock fun facts of the day. These are my favorite.
Yes, we care, and it's long overdue. Shay.
Yeah, wild.
It's a long time coming, and it probably would have kept me playing volleyball if I knew there was more ways to make money doing it.
You just got to go play overseas. All my volleyball friends go play in Europe or they play in South America. That's where you're actually making the money.
It's funny, in the deals, they're we'll give you a car and an apartment.
Oh,
and all this.
everything.
It's great. They're living for free over there. Let's go on to the next one, guys. We were talking about this a little bit yesterday.
All right.
Chaz Chisholm, lollipop drama. Brock, I don't know if you saw it.
I'm up to speed on anything Jazz Chisholm. Don't you worry.
Good. So he took the field with a lollipop in his mouth during the Yankees' loss to the Tigers. Supposedly, this wasn't the first time. He did it almost a year ago now. It was during the winter time. He had a mask on, so you couldn't really see it. And you see the lollipop, and guess what? He was doing it while he was doing an at-bat. So he's sucking on that lollipop. Took 2 or 3 hits, didn't get a base hit or anything, but Aaron Boone was not happy about it at all. He didn't even know this was the second time it happened, and he basically said, "It won't be going on again. Do you care?"
The only reason I care is because the Yankees and they should not be caring this much over a lollipop. Do you know all the stuff that baseball players put in their mouth while they're playing? The
sugar is the least of your concerns.
Chew. What are those packets that is
the
straight
Zins?
Yeah, the
straight
tobacco.
Pouches,
the insane amounts of gum, the seeds that they have in there. Okay, maybe you'd be concerned that if he gets hit with a ball on the stick, but it's kind of a soft stick anyway. Guys play with insane chains that are pokey that if they play that could stab. I think about that all the time when I see athletes wearing jewelry. I'm like, what if you fall the wrong way? What if that actually stabs you somewhere on your body? I think about worst case scenario always, and that's what I think about. The fact that this is such a thing, it's we talked about this with the Yankees' facial hair. Get over yourselves.
Yeah.
He's sucking a lollipop.
I love the antics of Jazz Chisholm.
Yeah.
If he were a Dodger, maybe I would feel differently, but it wouldn't be a lollipop that pushes me over the edge. Now, I understand there are more unwritten rules in baseball than any other sport, and the Yankees, like you mentioned with the facial hair, have even more than every other team. Get over yourselves and pray that Aaron Judge can become his fully healthy self sometime soon. But Jazz Chisholm, keep eating all the lollipops, my man. Don't let Aaron Boone slow you
love
down.
that he's pushing the limits. This is the one team that has no tolerance for fun or any sort of
personality,
personality. You can't have your own facial hair. What they can have a mustache or something like that. That is insane to me in 2026. on the Yankees.
It's also funny when you bring in a player who is known for X, Y, and Z, and then you get mad that he's doing X, Y, and Z. It's like, this has always been Jazz.
That's
This
who
is
he
just
is.
what he does.
Like, I maybe get mad. Like, he's still, like, I don't have his stats up right now, but, like, I don't think he's
batting
playing bad.
226.
Okay. So it's not terrible.
Right.
It's not great, but it's not bad. Like, he's hustling. Like, I know he's fast around the base path, so it's not like he's slacking off.
Yeah.
Let the man eat his lollipop in peace. Get over yourself.
This is probably his last year as a Yankee.
For sure. It's not a good fit.
No,
it's not a good fit for
at
the
all.
personality.
So have all the lollipops you want, Jazz.
Dude, I want
Go
him to
for
come
it.
out there and do it again.
He probably will.
Please.
I think you will.
I think he will too. And it's funny, a lot of people were talking about how this has caused so much controversy, but there's those tobacco-free products, and obviously, like, chewing tobacco is banned in the MLB, but people still do it. And
Yeah,
it's like,
all the time.
if this is going to be controversial, why
It's
do we
sugar
look past all these
over
other
tobacco
things? You know what I
because
mean?
there's a little stick on the end.
Yeah.
That's
it's
why.
dangerous for kids.
A little stick. You shouldn't be playing with a lollipop in your mouth. It's like, okay, you shouldn't be chewing tobacco.
Yeah, like, what are we
Should
talking
be doing a
about
lot of
here?
things.
It's just people getting angry over some random thing. Just
Well,
getting
yeah,
angry
they're just
over
mad.
it. It doesn't make any sense
Just
to
mad
me.
because they're not playing well. All
I'm
right.
happy we're all on the same page here, guys. Well, the Celtics are trying to clean up the Jaylen Brown rumors. Brad Stevens says
Yeah,
Jaylen
right.
Brown is still valued by the Celtics after reports that Boston offered him 2 first-round picks to Milwaukee for Giannis. Stevens said Browns is still a big part of what they built. Do you care?
I care because I'm always rooting for the downfall of the Celtics. But this
I didn't
is
see
also
you going that way.
this is also part of the downside when you don't make the trade that that you've been flirting with forever. Like if the Celtics offered Jalen and 2 first-rounders to Milwaukee for Giannis, Jalen's agent knows that, and Jalen knows that.
Oh, for sure.
And Jalen goes on a live stream and essentially says, I want to have my own team because I had my own team for a little bit this year, and even though we didn't win a championship, this was the most fun I've ever had. Like, I still believe he will be moved somewhere, but for the meantime, you have to at least pretend to play nice.
No. This is like PR.
Yeah.
That's all this is. This is like PR trying to like cover the fact that you were trying to get rid of him. And it all kind of started, I think the big rumors and trade rumors started the live stream when he said this last season was his favorite Boston season ever, when, mind you, like his star teammate wasn't on the team. This wasn't the year that they won the NBA championship, but it was the year where he got to be kind of the center of attention and star of the show. Do we know if he's gone on and done a live stream since the Giannis trade went down?
To my knowledge, no.
I know
but
he was talking
good
about
question.
like if it was before and it's like you guys are turning me into a monster. And I don't know, like again, I don't know if that means like you're making me like come out, like you're making me seem like a monster, or you're going to turn me into a monster because of all of this.
I didn't consider
I don't know.
that.
There's kind of 2 ways you can look at it.
I did not consider that second part, but I do still fully believe that by tip-off of Game 1, Jaylen Brown will be an Atlanta Hawk.
Oh.
Yes. That's
Okay, is that the latest rumors?
Now-
or is
now
that just
that-
the Brock Vereen like prediction here?
So it was Milwaukee,
Yeah.
it was Atlanta, and
All right.
the Clippers were considered the long shot. Now that Milwaukee's gone, it's down to 2, and Atlanta I see happening much more realistically than the Clippers.
All right.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Congrats on your future new team.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. All right, you guys. Austin Reeves, 4-year, $185 million max deal with the Lakers. What's that mean for everyone else? What's up, LA? Welcome to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Hour number 2, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show, you guys. If you're watching the live stream, get in the chat. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. We want to hear from you and what you think about the Austin Reeves 4-year, $185 million max deal that was signed this morning. The Lakers not letting Austin Reeves get to the open market. We're going to dive into that in just a second. Also, Lakers trading up to get their guy last night in the draft. But it's also, we are entering, you guys, the crazy part of the World Cup where we have 6 matches today.
Let's go.
And during the commercial break, I was showing Brock. Scotland has been one of my favorite stories throughout this entire World Cup experience. I feel like the Tartan Army, which is what their fan base is called, is like bringing the world together. Like, who thought the World Cup and the Tartan Army were going to bring world peace to the United States?
Them playing today also colliding with, there are 2 matches in Mexico tonight at the same time. South Korea plays in Guadalajara.
Okay.
And Mexico plays in Mexico City. We are going to have some footage for us tomorrow morning.
Dude.
There are going to be some
Those
videos
are like
out there.
3 of the biggest drinkers, like in terms of fan base.
Yes.
Like the Mexico and South Korea and Scotland.
All on the same
3
day.
of them, like all of their fan bases have just been absolutely insane. But I was showing Brock, so Miller Lite, and I love that it was Miller Lite, decided to bring over, what are they called? A shipping crate.
Yes.
A shipping crate full of Miller Lite. And they brought it over on a boat, and it said, restock the Scots. Because as we know, they drank Boston dry. We had bars, multiple bars, saying that they ran out of beer and booze because of the Scots. They were drinking 3 times the amount that they sell on St. Patrick's Day. And then they made their way over to Miami. They were marching through Little Havana when they went to the Marlins game on Monday and just absolutely took over the outfield. I love them going to all these baseball games and just having that soccer vibe mentality in there, and they're chanting and singing for like a routine fly ball out.
It's crazy.
It's incredible. They're at all the beach clubs in South Beach. Like the Scots, going from Boston to Miami is about as polar opposite of vibe that you can get in like for like the in the sense of like both great party towns for the Scots, but as opposite of vibes as you can get. I have to imagine they're like, this is the same country. Boston and Miami. They're literally getting like the 2 extremes, but in the best way possible.
Miami is going to push them to the limit. 1, because of sunscreen. That sun does not play. Scots, the sun in Miami is different than the sun in Boston. It will harm you. So I want to hear that you took all the sunscreen that Florida has to offer. Be safe out there. 2, because Boston stays open till I want to say like 2 to 3
I don't know.
a.m.
I haven't done late night in Boston.
Yeah, well, that's because it's not really a thing.
Okay.
Now Miami will go to 10 a.m.
You want to go?
So
11 is
Scotland
still raging. I want to see them at 11.
That's
if
what I'm
you are
saying.
unaware of what 11 is, so was I when I was there, and I was out there covering the WBC, the last WBC, and my crew was like, "Oh, you want to go to 11?" I was like, "Sure." What's 11? They're like, "Don't worry about it." I was like,
"Don't ask questions."
Well, I'm in match. Like, I feel like maybe I should change because I'm in kind of like fancy pajamas right now. It was like a matching set that I wore throughout the day. They're like, no, you'll be fine. We show up. I'm like, are you guys kidding me? Are you kidding me?
I don't think 11 even opens till like 2 a.m.
No. Stay till the sun comes up. This young girl in this tiny little dress in the club came up to me. I'll never forget it. And we had a table and like, the bottle service, and we were like up high. So I got to just kind of like view everything. And she's like, I want to be like you when I grow up and not give a damn when I go to the club and wear whatever I want. I was like, cool.
Really cool thing to say to someone. Awesome. Really appreciate
I mean, I
that.
love my fit, but I knew it wasn't the vibe to come out to the club.
But the Tartan Army, this is their Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Because if they can survive Miami, which
Oh
never
my gosh.
closes,
Dude,
anything
they're
is
probably not
possible.
sleeping.
There's no way they can sleep
Because
there.
they're for sure going to. I only know 11 because that's the only one I went to. But I think there's a bunch of clubs that stay open all night, right?
Yes, Miami is the only place where nightlife is actually later than New York.
It's like it's
Miami
European
is nuts.
vibes,
Yes.
like because like Europe has a lot of that, like the Mykonos and the Ibizas, and I've been to both, and it's like the party's raging at 7, 8. Like, you rage until the sun comes up.
You're
beach.
eating dinner at midnight because you slept until 10:30 because the party doesn't even start.
It's crazy. I remember we went. So we went to Ibiza for our honeymoon. It was one of our stops, and we went to Mykonos the summer before, and we were trying to go out to dinner at 7, and places are closed. They're like,
why are you
we
here?
don't open until 10 p.m. Like, that's not what you do here. Like, everything's just late. But the sun also doesn't set until like 10:30, like later in the summer. So yeah, I am excited and nervous and more excited to see the Tartan Army just absolutely rage in the most like endearing way possible in Miami today for that match against Brazil. So like I said, there's 4 matches today: Bosnia and Qatar at noon, Switzerland and Canada at noon, Morocco and Haiti at 3 p.m., Scotland versus Brazil at 3 p.m., Czechia, Mexico at 6 p.m., and South Africa and South Korea at 6 p.m. Then we got Shohei Ohtani on the mound for the Dodgers because it's Wednesday. It's Shohei Ohtani Day. At the Twins to try to complete the sweep at 4:40. Orioles at Angels at 1 p.m. So there is so much going down today. So many games. We love this. But let's start with the breaking news this morning. And that was with Austin Reeves signing a 4-year max deal projected to be $185 million with a player option for that 4th year, bringing him to around $46 million a year, the highest paid undrafted player in NBA history. I mean, this is a massive number for anybody, but a former undrafted player is just so special and a full circle moment for Austin Reeves, who went undrafted, decided to go undrafted because he believed in himself and he wanted to play on the Lakers. And now the Lakers are giving him a max contract during draft day. Like, that's insane.
It's so special, and it's one of the things that makes sports just a universal, heartwarming moment for anyone, regardless if you are a Lakers fan, a Clippers fan, an Knicks fan. Moments like this are where you set all that aside and say, that is dope. That a kid from Arkansas who played at Wichita State and Oklahoma, who really at no point during his college career would you anticipate would be a max contract player, chooses not to be drafted, goes to the team that he grew up idolizing, wearing the same uniform that Kobe Bryant, his favorite player, used to wear. Like, you could not script a better movie. And now that he has been paid, he gets to do the next part of it, which is live up to that expectation. And him and Luka and whoever else wants to sign on, looking at you, LeBron James, there is one thing that will satisfy that contract and satisfy the fan base. It's, we're happy you got paid, but now it's time to go get that championship.
So that's kind of the theme of draft weekend too. It's like all these dreams coming true for these young players, but it's like, okay, now it's just that first part of the dream, because now the real job starts. It's like, okay, you got there, you got to the next level, but now the real work begins, because you gotta not only live up to the expectations, but help be a piece on a team that is championship or bust, to be an immediate help. I mean, Austin Reeves is the number 2. So like, he has to be an immediate help. And I think the most important thing to note here is that their number 1 in Luka Doncic made it very clear that this was the most important thing that the Lakers needed to do. He did not want him to be involved in any sort of trade that the Lakers would do, and that he needed him there to hopefully make this championship run. Because remember, Luka Doncic is only with the Lakers for another, for sure, 3, maybe even 2 years with that player option.
Yeah, he can leave essentially whenever he wants to, and he knows that the best version of himself involves a pick and roll partner, and Austin Reeves proved to be exactly that. And while Reeves getting the max is more or less, at least partially, a favor to Luka, he does deserve the credit of, he did at least put himself in that place. If Austin Reeves did not play at a high level, Luka would say, hey man, I love you, you're my buddy, but if you want the max, you're gonna have to go to Brooklyn, right? So Reeves did earn that. But with the expectation of it all, the Austin Reeves story up until yesterday, any success that he had with LeBron, with Luka when he came over, it was all through the lens of look at this undrafted free agent, right?
Yeah.
So no matter what he did, he was outperforming what was being expected of him, because most undrafted free agents in the NBA, you get 2 or 3 years as a role player and then you kind of fade from existence and maybe you go to Europe, right?
Yeah.
So Austin Reeves playing at a high level, averaging 35 points a game when LeBron and Luka were hurt, being a clear number 2 and a lights out 3-point shooter from time to time, but a dynamite pick and roll player was wow. This undrafted guy is on the mountaintop. But now that you get paid, well, now there's the real mountain.
Yeah.
And now it's, okay, all that was cute that you did before.
You just got invited to climb the big mountain.
Yes.
Here you go. It's a VIP entrance,
Yes.
but we are letting you in. You got the keys to the city. Now you got to get the job done.
And now it's time for him to respond. The rose-tinted glasses have been taken off. And now it's okay. Now who are you compared to other max players?
You are not the undrafted kid anymore. You are a max contract player. Like your narrative has changed.
Yes.
And now the pressure is there, unlike ever before. But I think he's a guy that can live up to that pressure. He has the confidence for it, and he has the attitude for it.
The beauty of it is, in a way, he's already done it, because how is a kid from small town Arkansas going to get a major scholarship, right?
Yeah.
And then he gets it. And then he transfers to an even bigger school. And then he lands on the Lakers. And he chose not to be drafted. He's counted on himself time and time again. And he's continued to prove people wrong. So for the sake of his sanity and not letting that pressure get to him, he just gets to look in the mirror and say, I've already done this. I just have to do it again.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's do it. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. We were just talking about Austin Reeves and that 4-year, $185 million max deal that him and the Lakers came to this morning. But guess what, you guys? Deshaun Jackson and Keyshawn Nixon are leading LA's biggest stars in a one-night celebrity basketball showdown. Paul Pierce, Jordan Love, YG, Terrell Owens, Le'Veon Bell, Kid Ink, Matt Barnes, Brandon Jennings, and more, all on the same court. One champion, emceed by Young Wayne from NBA 2K, music by DJs, food is going to be provided by Marathon Burger. So you can buy tickets to this event, or you can call right now for your chance to win a pair of tickets to Deshaun Jackson and Keyshawn Nixon's Celebrity Basketball Challenge. Like I said, so many stars are going to be there. All you have to do is call 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326 to win a pair of tickets to the celebrity game with Deshaun Jackson, Keyshawn Nixon, Paul Pierce, Jordan Love, YG, T.O., Le'Veon Bell, Kid Ink, Matt Barnes, Brandon Jennings, and so much more. We had Deshaun Jackson and Keyshawn Nixon on the show yesterday as guests, and I was like, hey, can you give us any other, hints of who's going to be there? They're like, nah, but it's big names. This is just the tease. So if you want to win a pair of tickets, call us right now at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. So it's so crazy that the Austin Reeves deal went down this morning, because we haven't even really talked about the Lakers getting their new draft pick, trading up from number 25 to 24 with the Knicks, getting Baylor guard Cameron Carr. Now, the move tells you, because it was they move up one spot to get their guy. They were not willing to risk losing the player that they wanted. And what we know about Cameron Carr, I ended up doing a YouTube highlight reel. I was like, all right, let me see. Let me see who this kid is. Athletic, confident, great shooter, great off the ball weapon, solid defense, but something that you can build off of. And a lot of the clips I was watching, dude, this kid can jump. He had so many tomahawk style dunks over multiple big guy players. So he has the ability and the confidence, I think, to come in and hopefully, because if you're coming to the Lakers, it's not a developmental team. This is a immediate impact. Let us improve parts of your game to help you get where you need to be.
Yeah, the Cameron Carr story is an interesting interesting one. He starts off at Tennessee, sits on the bench for a couple years. It's clear he's not going to crack through the lineup, so he transfers to Baylor last year. Baylor had a down year by Baylor standards, but he was the best player on that team. He showed lights out three-point shooting occasionally. I'm talking pulling up from 30-something feet way back and draining it. Was it every game? No, but it was often. The thing that showed up every day, though, was the athleticism. And we talk about whatever the Lakers construct and whatever vets they bring in, those vets have to be surrounded by young and athletic guys. And there are quite a few people who saw Cameron Carr as the most athletic guy in this draft. He was mocked as early as the early teens, so a lot of people consider this a steal. Okay. The fact that he slipped this far is due to the inconsistency. But when you surround a young guy with the one thing that you can't teach, I'm sorry, when you surround a guy who has the one thing that you can't teach, which is his athleticism. Yeah. And you surround him with people who are experienced, who can teach. You always bring up how LeBron's biggest impact is that he makes everyone around him better. Yeah. Cameron Carr will learn a ton from Luka. Cameron Carr, I'm not mad in a pick and roll system because he is running to the rack and he will dunk on anyone that's in his way. And as far as his weaknesses regarding consistency offensively and defensively, that just comes with reps. That just comes with time. People were upset because they thought that Terrace Reed Jr., the UConn center, was going to be the Lakers pick, especially after the trade. But the fact that they got a guard brings me comfort knowing Rob Pelinka was sitting there saying, our center position is already figured out. Let's just go get an athlete.
Yeah, kind of like seeing how everything, the trickle-down effect of last night to today, getting the Austin Reeves deal done, trading up to get Cameron Carr. I am not worried with whatever the Lakers' plan is because we all know the big thing they have to do is get an A-list center. And then they also need to figure out what they're going to do with LeBron James, which, again, he would be incredible to have back with the team. But I think the main focus and the number one goal is going to be who can we either pay, trade for, or make sure we get in the building as an A-list center. Now, did I think they were going to fill that hole in the draft? No. Like, were they going to do that with the 25th pick? That was going to be like the starting center on the Lakers? No. So I think this was a great depth, and as you mentioned, athletic pick. And it's funny because he had been interviewed a couple times about a few of his dunks going over players, and it's like, how did you think you could do that? He was like, well, I just looked and I knew I was more athletic than all of them and I could just get up and do it. So it's just like he has the confidence. There's been a couple receipts that have been pulled out about interview questions and responses that he's creating some bulletin board material.
Some media training will be in his future.
He is in LA, so he will definitely get it, which will he's going to need it. It's going to be great. Which is so good.
For those who didn't see, Cameron Carr was interviewed, I'm assuming at the Combine or somewhere where all the 2B rookies were getting interviewed. And they asked him, would you rather guard Anthony Edwards or Shai Gilgeous-Alexander? And he said something along the lines of, Anthony Edwards, so I don't have to deal with all of that flopping. Yeah. Not something you want to say to...
No. There's a better way to go about saying it where, like, again, like, you don't want to call out names and say, who would you rather guard, SGA or Cat? And say, well, definitely Cat because I don't want to deal with the flopping of SGA. Like, all you can say is, like, it's going to be tough guarding both of them. Like,
ding, ding, ding.
Stars in the NBA. Like, there are so many ways that you can, like, answer it in a way that's respectful. I mean, like, that's an MVP.
Yeah.
And that's someone that you're going to, that is the reigning MVP. Someone that you are going to have to face. Yes. And you are going to get schooled. Because he definitely heard that. Especially just because, like, everybody's bringing it up now.
Yes, so he will get all the PR training in the world that he needs. He is a Laker now. He was not a Laker when he said those words, but he knew that no matter where he went, I mean, he may have ended up being on the Thunder for all he knew. So just an insane thing to say when you don't even know what team you're going to play for. All that being said, excited about Cameron Carr. By all means, he is a project, but he has tremendous upside. And if you are on the court with Luka Doncic, Austin Reeves, hopefully LeBron James, and you can just be the athletic guy, be the Energizer Bunny, showing tons of effort. Good things will happen when you're playing with guys like Luka and LeBron.
He'll learn.
Good things happen
He'll
when
learn.
when you just have enough energy and do what you're told. I cannot wait to see what comes of the Cameron Carr story.
It's so funny because I tell so many young people in the industry, I was like, just so you know, anything you post on social media will come back and find you at some point. If you say something publicly that gets posted, if you say like you post that, like just be mindful. Just be mindful if you're going to be a public figure or working in the public eye. But I'm excited to see the potential, as you mentioned, of Cameron Carr. But right now, you guys, we have a winner. Congratulations to Donovan and Chino. You are going to the City Championship Celebrity Challenge on July 11th. In Harbor City, featuring Deshaun Jackson and Keyshawn Nixon. Congratulations. Yeah.
I hear some woos.
Woo, woo, woo. Donovan, who are you going to bring with you?
I'm not sure yet, but if Rob wants to go, I'm more than happy to take Rob on the chat.
From the
YouTube chat.
Okay. I like that.
Oh, that's fun. I love that. There's going to be so many fun guests there. Paul Pierce, YG, Matt Barnes, Jordan Love, and so much more. Plus, Marathon Burger is going to be feeding you out there. So congratulations, Donovan. Have the best time. We had Deshaun Jackson and Keyshawn Nixon on the show yesterday, and the way they were describing this event, it is going to be the first of many, and it sounds so much fun.
Congrats, Donovan.
Thanks, guys.
Yep, have fun.
One thing that is always funny, and it pains me to say this as a former football player, football players playing basketball is one of the funniest experiences.
I have to say, though, without a doubt, if you ask any football player, it's like, oh, yeah, I can ball.
All of them think that they can.
Oh, I could have gone pro.
They all think
I could have gone pro. Like, you know that. And it's funny when they were on yesterday, they were talking about, they're like, well, we were thinking, because it's the first annual, they were like, we were thinking of having a flag football game, but then we're like, let's just do a basketball game.
How football players talk about basketball as if it was a backup plan of theirs, like they could have just walked on to it's. And again, I used to be guilty of it. Just
really,
show them
what
some
was
grace.
what did you think? Because there's always that, like, if you weren't a football player, what would you be?
So exactly in that tone. As a DB, it comes from the mindset of, well, if I can stay in front of this wide receiver, what is the guy dribbling a basketball going to be able to do?
Yeah.
Wrong. As a player in a Burbank men's league, wrong.
Wait, are you playing in a men's league right now? You actually play right now?
Last year I did. This year I did not. So that lets you know how things went.
I love that so much.
Taking a year off.
Yeah, that's all right. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. When we come back, you guys, Dodgers are looking good. Obviously, they got hit with the injury bug while they were out in Minnesota. Ohtani on the mound today, looking for the sweep. But what are they going to do with Kyle Tucker? That's coming up next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the conversation. If you're watching the live stream on YouTube at The Fan LA, get in the chat. We want to know how you feel about this new Austin Reeves 4-year, $185 million max deal that got reported this morning. It's not official yet, is it? Or is it still just reports?
He has not signed it.
So it's still just reports.
My understanding is he's going to wait to sign it as like a strategic advantage for the Lakers. I'm not the cap space guru, but I know that when you sign the contract and
that's
when that money takes effect, it can move some things.
Okay, so they got to do some creative accounting here to make sure who this A-list center is they're going to sign, what they're going to do with LeBron James. Mm-hmm. Obviously, this was the first big piece that the Lakers needed to get done, most importantly because their star and their number one in Luka Doncic told them, I need you to keep Austin Reeves. I do not want him to be a part of any trade. So I was under the impression that maybe this was going to be the last thing that they did, again, to see what they could do with the other money. But it sounds like it might not like officially be inked until they do everything else. So it's kind of like best of both worlds.
Yeah.
You locked them in and it's like a verbal agreement. You figure everything else out and then you put pen to paper.
Yeah. So I know that with the NBA redoing all their rules with like aprons and second aprons, it used to be.
It's so funny. Like my visual when I see an apron is like what you put on when you're cooking in the kitchen. I'm
Kiss
like,
the cook.
I was like, is it just a half apron? Is it a full apron? Like, what are we talking about here?
Yeah.
Like that's all like that is my visual every time we talk about like the aprons in the NBA.
Yes.
Ooh, it makes me hungry. Barbecue.
Oh, I wish. The salary cap used to be a yellow light in the NBA. Like it was there, but you don't really have to stop at it. And now it's shifting to a red light. So to your point, it is important to get creative with when money is on the books. So my understanding of it is if Austin Reeves signed right now, then that money is on the books, and now that can affect potential trade options and LeBron and all stuff like that. Whereas, say, if he signs 48 hours from now and they've worked some other things out, et cetera, et cetera.
So then that gives me the impression that we're going to kind of see some sort of a move, maybe,
That's
or
what I
more
believe.
like... more signings or trades or like deals being done?
Again, last night, them not drafting a big man leads me to believe that it may still be being worked out, but they know who their big man of the future is.
Yeah, but drafting and trading up one pick for Cameron Carr, who is athletic, I think would be like in big words, the biggest thing about him. The youth and the athleticism should be good depth and shooting for this Lakers team. But let's switch gears and talk about the Dodgers, who absolutely crushed it last night. You guys, 17 hits, beating the Twins 12-3, an absolute beat down. Freddie Freeman and Andy Pages having a 3-hit night. The offense just broke open late. Your guy, Justin Robleski, gave them 7 strong innings, got in a bit of trouble, but the most important part, did not let it get to him. And Chucky Robinson, you guys, the 31-year-old veteran catcher, got a couple hits last night. His first as a Dodger and his first hit in the big leagues in 2 seasons. I will continue to talk about this because this man does not wear batting gloves, and that is the most batty thing I've ever seen, especially for the grip and the power of what he is able to do. Now, we see Chucky Robinson behind the plate because the Dodgers are dealing with some injuries. Obviously, Will Smith still dealing with the neck stiffness. He didn't even come on the road trip. Dalton Rushing was being evaluated for a concussion. I think he got cleared, but they just kind of gave him a day or two to make sure because he has some history there. But the other big injury that we saw in this series, really tough, was Kyle Tucker, who left the game with back spasms the first game of the series. And the hardest part about this is that Dave Roberts spent that entire pregame press conference kind of just talking about Kyle Tucker and how aware he is of the state that he's in, and he's not living up to the expectations that a $60 million player should be doing. And it's just so unfortunate to see, especially with back spasms, because there is no timetable. And for sure, like, is it going to act up again? I have to imagine, like, stress and everything internally, like, stress is gnarly. Like, it comes out in ways that, like, we can't even fully wrap our head around yet. And with everything that was going on, him finally getting booed at Dodger Stadium, not, like, living up to expectations, getting this situation where he's now dealing with back spasms.
The stress of it all is interesting, and I admittedly did not consider that, but I'm sure everyone in this office can say, yeah, sometimes I was stressed, and I was so stressed I got sick. I was so stressed my foot started hurt. Like your body just reacts weirdly to those things. It comes in the
weirdest ways.
That is a great point. The Kyle Tucker story has been a disappointing one by Dodger standards, right?
Yeah.
He starts off the year batting second, and as the year went on, kind of slowly moved back in the lineup, and then that series against the Pirates and I believe it was the White Sox right after, he kind of got back on track. He had worked on shortening his step when he was swinging, and it looked like that was working, but then he regressed, as you mentioned. The Boo Birds came out when he was at
home.
The Boo
Birds?
The Boo Birds,
Ooh,
yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
Is that a saying, or did
I think
you
so.
just...
I think
I don't know if I've ever heard it. I love it, though.
I've definitely heard it somewhere.
The Boo Birds.
And
I can see it now. Boo, 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 boo. Okay, keep going. Sorry. I derailed you. Back to your train of thought.
The Boos came out at home in what objectively was an embarrassing at-bat by Kyle Tucker standards. However, all that is to say, with the return of Tommy Edman, and the emergence of Alex Call, and Teoscar Hernandez began his rehab assignment 2 days ago. He's expecting to return after the A's series, after the San Diego series, so about a week from now.
So when they're back home?
Yes.
Okay.
If there was a time for Kyle Tucker to get hurt in what hopefully is not a serious injury, now is the time.
Yeah.
This is
the perfect window for you to get
you to have back spasms.
So if it's going to be now, make sure it's done by the time we get back home.
He needed a reset. He desperately needed one mentally.
Didn't I say, like, sometimes it's the mental IL?
Yeah.
And you never know what it is. And, like, sometimes teams will make up, like, injuries, and you're like, wait, what? Why? No, just don't ask any more questions.
He just needed a break.
And then you kind of get the, like, off-the-record information from, like, a player or, like, one of the, like, not the manager, but one of the other coaches, and they're like, he just, he needed a reset, and you're like, the mental IL. Got it.
Sprained ankle. Right.
Yeah. No, but this really was like a back. You saw him like bend down and hold his back.
It was like a weird. I don't even think he slid into second base, but he rounded, and immediately you're like, oh, something's up. But this is great timing, because this isn't a situation where you are desperate for outfielders. Tommy Edman in 6 games has 8 hits, and he's batting so well. He bat 5th yesterday in his 6th game back as a Dodger. Right?
Yeah.
And defensively, he's been responding. Alex Call, the name of the game is just throw him in the fire.
He'll go.
He's going to figure it out.
I think he's the emergency catcher, especially because, like, right now Will Smith's not on the road. Dalton Rushing's out with concussion protocol. They have Chucky Robinson in there, and I think they said it on the broadcast. They're like, I don't know if he's aware, but Alex Call right now is the emergency catcher.
He would figure it out on the spot. So if Kyle Tucker were to ever find a time to take a break, this is the time, and the Dodgers will be fine.
Yeah, and it's so interesting you bring up, again, Alex Call, because he can go anywhere. Like, that is how you make yourself valuable on a championship team. The ultimate utility guy that is like, yep, next man up mentality. And the Dodgers are so lucky in that sense, and it's kind of been the theme of this year with all of the injuries, especially their big name signings. Now with Kyle Tucker, again, day to day, you have Tyler Glass now. but also dealing with back spasms. We haven't seen him. Blake Snell with the loose bodies. Edwin Diaz with the loose bodies. Both had the surgery to remove the loose bodies. But 4 of your big recent signings are all on the IL. So how are the Dodgers getting it done? With the next man up, young guys.
Yes, it's the Alex Calls, it's the Tommy Edmonds, it's the Alex Freelands, who has been lights out at second base, thrown into the fire there, was initially up with the Dodgers, then they went with Kim, then they sent him back to Oklahoma and brought, like, whoever they call upon, they just respond. And there's so much comfort in knowing the guys who most teams have to worry about, the less experienced ones, are kind of the most consistent players on the Dodgers,
which is
times.
Great, and it kind of plays into when we had Dodgers reporter, Sportsnet LA reporter Kirsten Watson on the show. She talked about just kind of the vibe and the mentality of this entire team and the clubhouse, and even the stars don't put themselves above everybody else. Once you come into that clubhouse, everybody is treated equally, and everybody feels like they're treated equally, and it's very much a family, fun, positive environment. And I think just the fact that whoever comes in and up and is able to perform at the highest level is a great example of why that's so important and why that works.
Look at Eric Lauer. Couldn't get through 5 innings last year as a member of the Toronto Blue Jays. Comes over to the Dodgers, and yeah, it hasn't been Cy Young worthy, but it has been the best he has looked in years.
His last outing, all he needed was an opener. Like I haven't talked about an opener in a couple years here, but like that was the perfect thing he needed to get through, like, so he's not the first one through the lineup. Figured it out. And he even said, he's like, the Dodgers have done more with helping me develop and figure things out in this short amount of time than I have, like, any other team has.
Yes, and thank you for bringing that up, because one of the issues last year with Eric Lauer was he was struggling.
Yeah.
And the Blue Jays presented an opener for him, and he rejected it. He said, no opener, no chance. Something about being on the Dodgers, there is a level of respect that you are given and a level of respect you give to everyone around you, because they have won championships. They've been to places that you haven't been. And he was fine having an opener because that's what the Dodgers asked of him.
And it's not trying to embarrass you.
Right.
Like, although I know I can see it. Like, again, it's a mentality that you have to have as a pitcher. Like, no, I have to get the job done. I need to do this. And you almost have to put your ego aside and trust that they are doing this for your best interest, because something they saw and, like, whatever the numbers say, you have a hard time getting through that first part of the lineup. Let someone else do it. Come in and throw 6 scoreless, hitless innings.
That Dodgers uniform brings the best out of whoever wears it, and Eric Lauer, just another example.
Oh, it's fun to see. We're going to take a break here, you guys. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. But when we come back, where are we going this week, LA? And would you RSVP? Yes, that's coming up next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, we appreciate you being here. What a day for Laker fans, you guys. The deal that is getting done is Lakers Austin Reeves 4-year, $185 million max deal was being reported this morning. We've been talking about it all day. Obviously, the Lakers also drafting Cameron Carr after trading up to number 24 last night. It's Shohei Ohtani Day on the mound. Also, World Cup 6 matches today. First kickoff is in about 10 minutes. But I have so much FOMO right now, you guys. I am watching the Tartan Army absolutely take over Miami, and it is an insane parade through the streets with their bagpipes. Miller Lite brought in what are they called? The shipping container full of beer saying restock the Scots because they've drunk Boston dry. They were drinking Miami dry.
That is such a good phrase.
Restock the Scots.
Whoever thought of that,
brilliant.
Better get a raise.
Brilliant marketing. Brilliant marketing. And I hope they're just giving it to them for free because that means the Scots are going to come back and they're going to be a part of our culture now, which I didn't know we needed until they came here.
I must admit, I knew very little of Scottish
Scotland?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I knew plenty about Ireland. I feel like
I've been to Ireland, and that was been to Dublin, and I was the culture and when you want to go see culture, it's you go to the pubs and it's kosher to be out at the pubs 8 to 80. It's just a family event out there.
Yeah, and I feel that because Scotland kind of gets the little brother to Ireland just from an American education and culture standpoint. The World Cup, once again, providing an opportunity.
The world's obsessed.
Yeah, to put different cultures that you typically don't hear about on the main stage. And as long as they keep winning, I'm going to keep learning about
Tartan
Scotland.
Army is by far my favorite fan base.
Yeah.
My favorite fan base of the World Cup. Close up there with the Koreans in Mexico.
I want a documentary on what's going on
there
down there.
There should be.
Someone's
got to do it.
Yeah, South Korea based in Guadalajara and then Team Mexico based in Mexico City. Yeah. For those who have been under a rock, these two communities have been in lockstep, and they both play tonight. They both kick off at the same time, which means if they both
win... Are they
win,
both playing in Mexico?
Yes.
Oh.
South Korea is in Guadalajara
They're gonna be
and Mexico's in Mexico City. So if both of those teams win...
The watch parties are going to be insane no matter where you are in Mexico for that. Oh, my God, I'm so excited. But it is time, you guys, for LA RSVP. Let's bring in producer Shay.
What is up, guys? Welcome to the best party out there this week.
All right.
There's the BET Awards. There's the FIFA World Cup.
Oh, is it?
But this is the party to be at. Welcome to LA RSVP, the most exclusive segment on the air right now. It's where I tell Alex and Brock RSVP events that are happening in LA, and they tell me yes or no if they're going. I teased this one a little bit in Do You Care, but Alex was able to save me. USA is taking on Turkey at SoFi Stadium. Turkey. I got family there, too. Shame on me.
Yeah. Oh, come on.
I know, seriously. At SoFi Stadium, USA versus Turkey is Thursday night at SoFi Stadium at 7 p.m. The U.S. already knows its World Cup path, but there's still history on the line where they can be finishing for the first time ever 3-0 in the group stage. Do you guys RSVP for this?
Yeah, if someone's got tickets for me. Yeah, I'm going. It just looks so fun.
Yeah.
All of their matches have just looked so fun with the way the U.S. has really rallied around this team in a way we've never seen because there's never really been hope.
Yeah.
They've never lived up to expectations, let alone exceed expectations. So, yeah, hell yeah, RSVP to this. If someone's giving me some good seats, some box seats,
Who has
get me
Austin
there.
Reeves' number? Somebody hit up Austin Reeves. He would love to get us tickets to this game, I'm sure, right?
Oh, because of his max
Yeah,
contract?
sure.
I was like, where are we going with this? Why are we
We've only
hitting up
said good
Austin
things.
Reeves?
No, I'm RSVPing to this, and for the sake of the advancement of USA, because they are 2-0 right now. They've already advanced to the knockout round. I would love to see Balogun play for the first half and then rest for the second.
That's what will happen.
Yes. Pulisic keep your butt on the bench.
Do not
get that
out
calf
there.
ready. But all that being said, even still with the second half hopefully being all backups, I'm RZ ping to this. Let's go see history.
Yeah, I mean, I'm literally going just for the vibes, the crowd vibes, and everyone.
That's a good enough reason.
Yeah, the chants,
Vibes
the
are
energy.
enough.
I'm the vibe queen here.
Yeah.
Happy is my vibe, and
Yeah,
I love a good. Like literally, when I ask about people, I'm like, so they good vibe. What's their vibe?
That's all that matters.
That's all that matters. All about energy. It's all about vibes. All right, let's go, Shay. What do we got next?
And it's definitely one of the greatest vibes out there, so you definitely should check it out if you
Okay.
guys want to. LA Sports RSVP. We talked a lot about this yesterday, and we ate a little bit of it too. Barbecue, comedy, and USA Soccer in El Segundo. So barbecue, comedy, live music, craft beer, cocktails, and a USA Soccer watch party are all coming to El Segundo. The event includes 3 comedy shows, 2 barbecue tailgates, cooking classes from some of the best pitmasters in the world, and a barbecue festival finale on Sunday. So LA, are you pulling up to barbecue, laughs, and soccer in El Segundo?
Dude.
I like all these things.
Everything. Everything, you guys. And this is like right down the street from me. I'm in Hermosa, and this is in El Segundo. So this is in the South Bay. This is a short little like 15-minute drive for me. I actually was looking at tickets yesterday after they were here. They were promoting this event on KNX. And we walk in the building yesterday. I was like, I smell meat. Like, why am I smelling meat at like intense at like 9 a.m.? And it was because they brought in, you guys, brisket, ribs. I waited until after the show to try it, but I had them save me a little piece. That was some of the best brisket I have ever had in my life. Melt in your mouth, fatty, but the crispy, like peppered edges was just like, it was so good.
Now I have to have some barbecue. And it's going to be here at the festival. If you combine 6 things that I love,
Yeah.
I'm going to show up. It's that simple. If it was just a barbecue festival, I'd go. If it was just a comedy festival, I would go. You just keep adding on things that
But
keep making it better.
Barbecue, comedy, live music, beers, cocktails, and USA watch party, soccer watch parties.
Every box is checked.
I know. And you guys, I when I looked into this, you can buy tickets to just the barbecue, like pregame, just the comedy show, or you can get tickets that are an all-inclusive. You go and you get the barbecue before the comedy show, and then you get all the drinks and stuff like that.
Thank you for that insight. This is taking place tomorrow through Sunday, correct?
Yeah.
You're right.
That's
Pick a
gonna be
day.
fun.
Get there.
That's gonna
Get
be
your
fun.
butt there.
What else we got?
Whole lot of things to see. Last one, guys. The BET Awards are coming to Peacock Theater. The 2026 BET Awards are Sunday night at Peacock Theater in Los Angeles. Drewski's hosting performances from Cardi B, Doechii, Queen Latifah, a ton of other names. Lauryn Hill will receive a legendary Icon Award.
Ray?
Do you care?
Yeah, I was gonna be like, I'm not really a fan of going to award shows. It's kind of boring, but like Cardi B, Doechii, Queen Latifah, Ray, Nas, like, okay, after seeing like this lineup, I'm down.
One thing.
I want to see Doechii. I want to see Doechii and Cardi B. Like, those are like my top 2 on there that like, and Ray. Ray is so good.
I was going to say
Ray is
two
so
things.
good.
I just got introduced to Ray's music. She had an album come out a couple months ago.
Yeah.
Really unique.
She does Where the Hell Is My Husband?
Yes.
Baby, where the hell is my husband?
Very unique album.
It's taking him so long.
I couldn't even put it in a genre of music. It's just its own thing, and
It's like
I'm really digging
jazz, pop, blues.
Yeah,
she
and
has
she can
live,
sing her butt off.
live orchestra behind her. It was
insane. Phenomenal.
She is incredible.
I will say this: if you want to give Lauryn Hill an award, you better tell her that the show starts 5 hours before it actually does.
Oh, I heard about that. Right? She was late.
Lauryn Hill is not going to make this show. I promise you.
She's late to every concert ever.
She will show up at 11 p.m. when she was supposed to be on stage at 8. It's just her thing.
That's a thing?
That's a thing.
That just feels so rude to me.
I'm telling you right now.
Like, even as an artist,
be...
people are spending their hard-earned money to be there,
Yep.
have babysitters,
Yep.
have everything timed out
Yep.
and planned out, and you can't be there. I understand being a diva, and I understand, like, wanting to do your thing, but, like, you set the time. You set the concert time.
If the show starts at 8, tell Lauryn Hill the show starts at 2 p.m.
That's insane. I'm not here for that. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. When we come back, what happens now for the Lakers and LeBron? What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Hour number 3, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, we appreciate you being here. And we want you to be a part of the show. If you're watching the live stream, get in the chat. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326, because we want to hear your thoughts on the big Austin Reeves signing a 4-year, $185 million max contract. That news broke this morning with the Lakers. We will be diving into that in just a second. The Lakers also drafting Cameron Carr after trading up to number 24. Now, obviously not addressing the center situation, but did we think that they were going to get their starting center in the draft with the 25th, then trading up to the 24th pick? No, we did not. But what they did do is they got athletic, young, great shooter, and a player that has a lot of potential. So we're going to continue to talk about all that throughout the day. It's also Shohei Ohtani Day, you guys. He is on the mound for the Dodgers at 4:40 p.m. First pitch against the Twins, looking to complete the sweep. We have some feelings on that, and if he should really be... Should he really be on the mound? If you're listening, Brock is strongly shaking his head. No, absolutely not. If, in case you weren't aware, he is dealing with a blister on his pitching finger. I have no idea what the healing process has been like on that. He's dealing with inflammation behind his knee. But some positive stuff today. The first group of games, World Cup games, kicked off about 5 minutes ago. And as I said that was a reminder to Brock to where is our iPad? Why are we not watching the game right now? It's Bosnia and Qatar at 12. They kicked off Switzerland against Canada, and you need Switzerland. So that's the game we're going to be putting
desperately
on. Switzerland and Canada. And then the 3:00 window is where I'm most excited. We got Scotland against Brazil. I don't know if you guys have been following the Tartan Army story. That's the name of Scotland fans. They are by far my favorite fan base throughout this entire World Cup. I think they are single-handedly bringing the world together and helping bring world peace. just from everybody coming together and falling in love with them. You guys, they took over Boston, so much so that Boston has now become their sister city, and they're signing this deal with a city in Scotland and making it like they're having a Tartan Army Day in Boston next year. It's just such a beautiful thing. And right now, literally as we speak, they are in Miami marching through the streets. There was a photo, a video. I posted it on my story and I showed it to Brock. I don't get FOMO often, but seeing them just like parade style, like with the bagpipes and taking over. I think they're in South Beach,
yes,
something like that. They were doing it through Little Havana on Monday. But just seeing the crazy party and joy of Scotland taking on Brazil at 3 p.m. today in Miami has just been so much fun to watch.
You would assume that Team Brazil playing in Miami would be the most lopsided fan ratio yet. But the Scots have something to say. They showed up strong.
I swear, because they went so viral, if you were a fan and in Scotland and you saw what was happening in Boston, I feel like half the country bought tickets and was like, we're coming to Miami. We'll meet you guys in Miami.
Reinforcements are on the way. We are sending Miller Lite, and we're sending more kilts.
So in case you missed that as well, Miller Lite brought a shipping container, you guys, on a boat full of Miller Lite that said restock the Scots, because as we all know, it was a viral moment that they were drinking Boston bars dry. Like there was no more alcohol, and it was starting to happen in Miami. So Miller Lite came to the rescue with a boat with a shipping container full of Miller Lites.
How long do you think it lasts?
Not to the evening.
If they win, it's definitely not lasting until tomorrow.
No, it's impressive. I thought I had seen benders and strong drinkers in the music world. The soccer fans, the football fans, the European football fans is unlocking a new level of fandom and day drinking into evening drinking to like making it like roll into another club, another party, another party. Like that's just what they are. It like doesn't stop. Ever.
There are going to be trumpets and bagpipes blown until 10 a.m. tomorrow, no matter who wins. You have two cultures that love to play their instruments out loud, and it is going to be one hell of a night
But
in
like
Miami.
as opposite of like instruments, like what's is it? You said it's trumpets for Brazil.
I
Like what's the vibe for like the Brazilian fan base?
I believe it is trumpets that they are constantly playing. We will double check with producer Raj, who was with D-Fish and Decker in the morning.
That's his team.
He is a massive
I'm sure he's
Brazil
in the building.
fan.
So Raj, if you hear us,
he is here somewhere. I
go
believe
in
it's
the
trumpets that they're
control
always
room
playing.
and confirm the Brazilian vibe, since we are completely pumping up the Scotland vibe and the bagpipes. It's such a unique sound. In such a fun, like, I think that's why it's like, oh, yeah. It kind of feels like a beer call. Like, I hear the bagpipes, where's my drink? And that's all of Scott fans in Miami right now. Possibly all of Miami just jumping on the bandwagon, the fan wagon for whatever team. Just, that's so much fun. And we are scoreless in the Switzerland-Canada game in the 9th minute. So we'll keep you updated on all that action as it gets underway. As I mentioned, Shohei Ohtani on the mound for the Dodgers. We'll get to that in just a minute. But let's start with the breaking news this morning, and that is Austin Reeves signing a 4-year, $185 million max deal with the Lakers. And the first thing you think about when you hear this, Brock went like a really cool like mindset angle, but mine was also like, what a full circle moment of someone who decided to go undrafted because he wanted to bet on himself and really wanted to be with the Lakers, to then become a max player and sign a max deal or agree to a max deal during the draft is such an insane full circle moment.
It's so cool. And it's also the fact that he earned Luka's trust.
Mm-hmm.
And because he earned Luka's trust, it was a no-brainer that he had to come back, because if Luka wants him back, he has to come back. But Luka, he earned that, right? If Austin Reeves did not play to the level of where Luka did not think he could contribute to a championship team, then Austin Reeves would be signing for the max somewhere else. Yes, he is Luka's buddy, but Luka would never ask for the Lakers to sign someone who he did not have full faith in, and that confidence going forward will help Austin Reeves continue what has been such a magical story.
Yeah. So with the Austin Reeves situation, obviously that was the number one thing they needed to figure out. As you mentioned, Luka Doncic made it very clear he wanted Austin Reeves to stay here. He also didn't want him to be involved in a trade. Then the Lakers move up to draft Cameron Carr last night. We know that there's still going to be some sort of big play for an A-list center, because that was the second thing that Luka Doncic was really adamant about when he was talking to the front office. First was Austin Reeves, like, needs to be here, don't want him in a trade, and we need an A-list center. And the reason this is so important right now, you guys, it's being reported that Luka and his camp were told summer of 2026. That's when we're going to make some moves. The Lakers are going to be in that transition period. A lot of contracts are going to be up. And as we're seeing it right now, they are constructing and need to construct what they believe can be a championship contending team, someone that can compete and then beat OKC and the Spurs in a 7-game playoff series. And that all starts this morning by signing Austin Reeves to that max deal, drafting Cameron Carr. Now, as we know, the Lakers are not a draft and develop team. It's a draft, and we can help kind of pick up some parts of your game, but you have to be a pretty well plug and play player and someone who can make an impact right away. So then that makes you wonder what's going to happen with LeBron James, because that's the third piece of this. Okay, you got to sign Austin Reeves. You need an A-list center. What are we doing with LeBron James offseason? Because those are kind of the three big things. Now, Lakers can afford to pay LeBron, but it's now, what is LeBron going to be willing? What is that magic number? And is this looking like the roster? Because, again, he said he wants to be on a championship contending team, and we know the Lakers want to create a championship contending team. What is that magic number now that we know what they're paying Austin Reeves that they're going to be able to pay LeBron?
And it's important to factor in what we thought was a sense of urgency on the LeBron deal, because the first media appearance that LeBron had post getting swept by the Thunder was him firmly establishing that he was going to take his time. It may be June, it may be July, it may be August. And then last week during his golf trip, we hear that actually the Lakers and LeBron are trying to figure out a number that works for both parties. And actually, even throughout all of last season, they were working to figure out a number. And, okay, whoa, is this going to happen tomorrow? When's it going to happen? Maybe it's going to happen before Austin Reeves. And then Austin Reeves gets signed, and you kind of, in hindsight, realize LeBron is a master of the narrative. And while the urgency may have been shifted on his side, that doesn't necessarily mean it shifted on the Lakers side. I feel that for LeBron, the number itself probably hasn't changed regarding what's the least amount of money you will play for and still feel whole. But if the A-list center that I believe the Lakers know who it is going to be, or at least who they hope to be, and are just working out the final moves that need to be made because they did draft a guard, once that person is brought on and extended or signed, whatever it may be, that is what will largely impact how much room is left for LeBron. The Austin Reeves of it all probably doesn't impact a ton because everyone was assuming that was going to happen anyway.
He was going to get a max deal.
But now if you are LeBron, it's how can I establish my future before this trade takes place? But the Lakers are thinking the exact opposite.
It's just so hard because, does LeBron James and like what he's done throughout his career and what he's done for the game of basketball and what he's done on and off the court deserve a max deal? Of course he does. But is that realistic right now for what the Lakers want to put together and build around Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves and really make a run for a championship? And it also, we're going to keep talking about this, like, throughout until the next championship, is look what Jalen Brunson did, taking a $113 million cut in order for the Knicks to be able to build around him and pay the guys so they could make that championship run. Now, is LeBron going to be taking that big of a cut? It might be a 50% pay cut from what he made last year because he was in the 50 mils of what he was making a year. And the Lakers can afford to kind of right now hit that max salary for LeBron, but then they can't go out and they can't pay an A-list center, and then they can't pay the role players that they need to put around Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves and a LeBron James if he decides to come back.
If I am the Lakers and I want to bring some sort of leverage to the table, it's not the Jalen Brunson contract that I put in front of LeBron. It's, hey, remember when you were in Miami and Dwayne Wade took a $20 million pay cut in order to make room? Now it's your turn to do that. And I don't know how well that conversation will go, but I think in regards of you bringing up the Austin Reeves being signed to generational wealth on draft day when he wasn't drafted is a full circle moment. This is kind of a full circle moment as well for LeBron. Now the shoe is on the other foot, and you get to feel what your best friend felt at the time, and what are you willing to sacrifice to be part of this? Because Dwayne Wade was sitting there thinking, I already won a championship. I just wanted to be in Miami and play with my guys. LeBron, you've accomplished everything that there is to accomplish. So have the Lakers. So if you want to be here and play with your guys, take a note out of the Dwayne Wade handbook, and maybe that'll work for him. I don't know.
That's so tough.
It's a position no one wants to be in.
No, but again, like, he's not making his his income is not coming from this deal.
Right.
He is a billionaire. Most of his income is coming from his media companies, his partnerships, his deals outside of his actual NBA contract. So this is just it's a respect thing. What is a respectful number that honors, I'll use Rob Pelinka's quote, that honors one of the greatest players in the game, in a way, for not only what he has done in years past, but what we just saw him do in the first round of the playoffs when Austin Reeves and Luka Doncic were both out, and he was the number 3 in March when the Lakers had the best stretch of the season. And that was really the only time that we've seen all 3 of these guys healthy, and the potential of what they can be when they're healthy and working together and understanding their roles, which is basically LeBron going, I guess I'll be the number 3, which that takes so much for a superstar to be able to do that. And again, does he want to do that again in his farewell tour? It seems like when you're looking at everything, it makes the most sense with the most ready now championship team with a couple more pieces. Again, with that A-list center, Lakers are going to be able to pay him the most. Won a championship here. I just see him ending up. I think Lakers are the most probably in the lead of where he ends up.
Yeah.
But if he does a farewell tour and it's not the Lakers, I see it being with a team he has history with.
Yeah, and another aspect of it is this is the opposite of the Jaylen Brown situation. I bring up Jaylen Brown because he's still being rumored that the Clippers may be a long shot.
Oh.
So maybe Jaylen Brown is in LA here in a couple weeks.
They're bringing up your clips.
But
I knew you were going to sneak it in at some point. He's been trying to get him in, you guys, like almost every day.
To compare it to that, Jaylen Brown wants out of Boston because he wants his own team. He wants to be the man. He already won his ring. He already got his money. He wants to be the guy on his team. LeBron wants the opposite of that.
Yeah.
LeBron knows at 42 years old, which he will be by the end of next season, I can't ask myself to be the number 1 option for 82 games and a playoff run.
Yeah.
I want to be the final piece to something. Now, do I still want to be treated like the superstar? Of course. Do I still want to be on the billboards and the commercials and all of that? Of course. And he will if he's a Laker.
Well, and his name is still the draw. Too.
Exactly.
Like,
and
his name is still just as much of, if not more, definitely more than a Luka Doncic.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
For sure. For everything that he's done for the game of basketball. But on the court itself, I'm sure he understands that it is in the best interest of any team and himself to be a third option, because what he did against the Rockets, where he had to go back to being number 1, he is in the greatest shape that maybe any 40-something-year-old has ever been in.
Dude, it's insane. There's not an ounce of fat on his body. I remember the first game I covered this season was after, it was kind of that turning point game in March where Luka hit his first buzzer beater in overtime, and LeBron was diving on the floor to
Swatting
get the free ball.
Yeah.
Austin Reeves had the purposeful miss free throw to then get it back, make the shot, and then it was Luka's first buzzer beater like in OT for the game winner. Like, insane. And I was in the locker room talking to LeBron after. I did, like, you see it on TV of how great and like how well he takes care of his body and how great of shape he's in. He's in better shape than half of the younger guys on the team. And
even still, he knows that in that Houston Rockets series, I cannot do that for 82 games. It is asking too much. So LeBron is in this weird place where he's never not been the draw. His name has been on the marquee since he was 16 years old. And yet on the court, he knows he cannot be that guy anymore because it's just not in the best interest of him or the team. So I have sympathy regarding no one has really been in this scenario before because no one's supposed to be playing at this high a level this late in his career.
Yeah.
But hopefully he comes to an understanding that the Lakers' priorities may not align with your priorities, but it is in the best interest of you to remain a Laker as the third option.
Yeah. So I think we're going to get some sort of answer about LeBron James in the next maybe week, right? Because a lot of these contracts become official, what'd you say, July 6th?
It's the first week of July, yes.
Okay. So first week of July is next week.
Yep, there you go.
Yeah. So like in the next week, I think we're going to figure out like what next thing is going to be who is the big man, the center that the Lakers are going to be able to lock in because that's the next most important thing. Obviously, it was Austin Reeves. We hear that the verbal agreement has been done. A-list center, and then LeBron James.
Yes.
So it's going to be interesting. Once again, we are still on LeBron James watch this summer. But I'm so excited because coming up next, you guys, we have NBI writer for The Guardian, Claire DeLune, joining us on the show. So don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Currio here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, we appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show. So get in the chat on YouTube at The Fan LA. Biggest news of the day, the breaking news, Austin Reeves and the Lakers agreeing to a 4-year, $185 million max deal in the middle of the NBA draft. We've been talking about it all day, but I am so excited to bring in our first guest of the day, Reiter at The Guardian, Claire DeLune, joining the show. Thank you so much for being here.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Oh,
hey,
we got video. We love it. Okay, so what was your first reaction when you saw the Lakers gave Austin Reeves that projected 4-year, $185 million max deal?
It was a little more than I was expecting, to be honest. Obviously really happy for Austin. I think he is someone who has shown that he has continued to get better year over year. Every single opportunity he's been given, he's far exceeded that. So there's no reason to believe that he won't continue to get better and sort of match that average annual value of $46 million. But it's certainly not team friendly. It's a player friendly deal. It's definitely not the Jalen Brunson deal. And so, yeah, it was a little more than I was expecting. I was thinking maybe somewhere in like the 5 years, 200 kind of range was my prediction. So somewhere in like the 40 million a year range. But I mean, I think he earned it. It's just, it definitely makes team building. You have to be a little more creative, I would say, moving forward.
And Claire, while this move was expected, the Reeves and Lakers marriage, if you are LeBron James sitting wherever beach or golf course he's currently at, what does Austin Reeves officially coming back, no longer rumored, officially coming back, say to you?
So it's interesting. I'm not like a cap expert, but I know for this year, like the cap hold for Austin is still just that 20 million. So it doesn't really impact their ability to like pay LeBron or pay anyone else this year. It's more like the year after and moving forward as to when it's actually going to affect it. But I think it definitely broadcasts to LeBron, like our priority is Austin and Luka, you know, like you are. But I mean, I think the Lakers, we've talked about this before. Like, I think they've kind of made that message loud and clear this summer, last summer, you know, LeBron is no longer the priority. They're building for the future with their backcourt of the future of Luka and Austin. But certainly I'm sure it will come up, we'll say, in negotiations with LeBron if they try and offer him somewhere in like the $20 million range, that he's like, well, who among us was, you know, putting the team on our back in the first round of the playoffs? It wasn't Austin Reeves necessarily, and he's making 46. So yeah, I'm sure it will make the negotiation process a little bit more interesting.
I think the other interesting part, too, was last week when we were hearing rumors about the Lakers being in contract negotiations, the conversation was around LeBron James, that they were in talks throughout the season, then they took a little break, and then while he was on that crazy Cavs 10-year championship so cool. celebration, like looked so insane of a trip, that the conversation had opened back up, and they were the negotiations had opened back up. So it makes you think, was that more of a LeBron's camp kind of putting that word and feel out there?
I mean, they're probably doing both simultaneously. I would imagine that we're talking to Austin's people and also, you know, talking to LeBron at the same time. But I think with Austin, from what I've heard, it sounds like the Detroit noise was real. Like Detroit was prepared to offer him somewhere close to what he would have gotten with the Lakers, maybe not quite as much, maybe more like in the 44 range. I think, to me, when you saw the moves that Brooklyn and Chicago and Atlanta and like some of those teams were making earlier this week, of when Brooklyn got Julius Randle, to me what that signaled, and I think it's borne out, is that they got word from Austin's representation that something had been agreed to with the Lakers and that he was no longer available. And it sounds like probably this Austin deal got done sometime, you know, last week or earlier this week, and the rest of the league got word of that and moved accordingly. But yeah, their options were lose Austin for nothing, or negotiate something with him. And when there are other suitors interested, it's going to raise that number up.
Claire, Giannis was on the move just a day prior than the Austin Reeves announcements. Is there another big man that the Lakers can now put their focus on as they look to complete this starting five?
I mean, yeah, a lot of big men came off the board this week. Like that, if you're a Lakers fan, that's got to probably make you just a little bit nervous that like some of the names that had been floating around have now moved. And I mean, I think Khalil Ware is like maybe still an option, even though he was included in that trade. I don't know if Milwaukee's planning to keep him, but like Nick Claxton, who's a name that had been linked to the Lakers before, basically went for nothing. he became like a de facto free agent when Chicago became part of that deal and didn't have to give up anything to get him. And I think based on how the draft went last night, I would imagine Walker Kessler is probably staying in Utah. I mean, I don't know that for sure, but based on them drafting Peterson versus Boozer, I think that kind of signals to me that they're planning to keep Walker Kessler as part of their front court. So some of the names that had been kind of intriguing to the Lakers are starting to come off the board. I would say in the past, they haven't really been linked to the names that they've ended up getting. So who knows who's available or who's secretly available, or they're gonna get someone. It just might be underwhelming.
It's just wild because, as you mentioned, like Lakers being linked to names. I don't think anyone had on their bingo card that Luka Doncic was going to get traded to the Lakers for AD. So they're definitely going to do something, especially I think with the move that they made in the draft last night, and then obviously signing Austin Reeves, knowing that those are kind of the three big things they needed to do this offseason. But I wanted to go back to Austin Reeves because his story is a really cool full circle moment as someone who decided to go undrafted and take a shot on himself to be with the Lakers, to then end up becoming a max contract guy and agreeing to that contract during the draft. How does the pressure and kind of his whole narrative change because of all of that?
Oh, I mean, it's completely different overnight. Like, first of all, this is the biggest, contract that any undrafted player has ever signed in NBA history as of now. So that's just a different prospect. Like if you're overperforming your contract, your expectations you're exceeding the expectations by default because he was far surpassing what like a $14 million a year player would provide by any reasonable expectation. You make an extra $30 million a year, those expectations go through the roof. Like you're expected to perform. He's going to be on a max contract. Like he's expected to perform like a max player. And I have, full faith that Austin has shown that he's whatever expectations he's given, he's surpassed them. And I think he'll be awesome. And I think he'll work on, his strength. I think he'll work on his defense. I think he'll work on all the things that you would expect him to. But yeah, I mean, it was cute before, to be like incredible.
Yeah.
But it's a different story when you're making, 40 something million dollars a year. Like, especially with this fan base, the Lakers fan base is, for better or for worse, like they hold players accountable and they expect greatness and they expect championships. So those expectations are going to fall at his feet now.
Rui Hachimura and Marcus Smart were two names that were pretty significant for the Lakers in this recent playoff run. What is the current status on them and them, fingers crossed, remaining Lakers?
I mean, I don't know. I don't think, again, this Austin signing like changes that per se because of the cap hold situation and all the complexities there. I keep hearing, Marcus is like a priority to bring back. I think they'll try and retain Marcus if they can. I'm sure they would love to retain Rui as well. But if I had to guess, I would guess like Marcus is more likely to be retained than Rui. That's just based on like what I've heard this whole time as far as like team building priorities and who they're most, who they value the most. But I would imagine if they're able to get Rui to sign like even a relatively team friendly deal, that he'll be back as well.
So we know that this is a really important offseason for the Lakers, but also for Luka Doncic to see that they are building for the future, and for Rob Pelinka, I think, to keep his job. So what are the moves like that, all of the moves that need to be done this offseason to it be considered a successful offseason, to make Luka Doncic happy and to make the new ownership happy?
I mean, I think there's a difference between like what would be successful in a vacuum and what is like actually likely to happen. I think they for sure need a new starting center. Like that is unambiguous. I mean, Luka has said as much basically in as much as he can to the press this summer. I mean, I think the organization is aware of that. So I would expect that they're going to have a new starting center going into next year. Like whether that starting center is like, you know, an all-star caliber center or whether it's more of like a Mitchell Robinson, Robert Williams caliber remains to be seen. But I think that's priority number one. I think locking up Austin was honestly a huge priority for them this offseason because the options were do that or lose them for nothing. And so they did lock him up, even though it was for more money than people maybe expected. And then I think they do need another like high quality wing. I know that they kind of drafted a wing in the model of what they're looking for last night with Cameron Carr. And he definitely, you know, he's kind of like, I think the idea is he can be like the Derrick Jones Jr. in that Dallas Luka team where he's like, yes, he's not a big, but he is a lob threat and he has like that crazy athleticism and that bounce. And so I think he's a good option. You know, it's a good start because they really didn't have anybody like that on this team, but they need another good wing and they need to upgrade there as well. And then if it were me, I would prioritize us bringing back LeBron James as well. They're not going to do better than that in free agency this summer. I don't think you can create an Oklahoma City or a San Antonio overnight in one offseason and one summer. So if I were doing the team building, I would bring back LeBron, bring back Austin, and then try and get as good as you possibly can around that for one summer. And then next year when LeBron presumably would be coming off the books, that's when you fill out the rest of the roster.
Claire, the trio of LeBron James, Austin Reeves, and Luka Doncic only played 29 games together this recent season and only 25 games together the season prior to that. Does it bring you a level of excitement, maybe considering that we have yet to see how good this roster can be?
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see them run that part of the roster back, at least like the core. I still remain skeptical that that's even going to happen. Like I will kind of believe that when I see it, just because I haven't been shown any signs still that they're going to like pay LeBron an amount that he's not offended by. So like, but assuming that conversation can get massaged and smoothed over. I think there's so much potential there. And I think if the Knicks taught us anything, you know, from them winning the championship, it's like, I mean, I didn't write them off. They were actually my pick to win it all, probably around like round 2 of the playoffs. But there are ways to get creative with team building, to build around the margins around like 2 stars like an Austin and a Luka who are maybe like lacking a little defensively. And it's so much about at a certain point like catching fire at the right time and chemistry and like role players buying into their roles. And you know, people would have said mid-season last year that the Knicks were not like a true contender. And even going into the playoffs, I don't even think people thought they were a true contender, but they proved them wrong. And I think the Lakers are maybe closer than people thought based on that March that they had. And that March kind of reminded me in a lot of ways of that run the Knicks went on, where it's like you catch fire, there's intangibles, and like things just fall into place.
Claire, it's crazy because even in Game 5, people were still doubting the Knicks before. It was like, oh, maybe the Spurs. But I think the biggest thing we can take away as Laker fans and covering the Lakers is that the model is there. It doesn't have to be building through the draft like we saw with OKC and the Spurs. And was that kind of like your biggest takeaway for the Lakers? Like there is hope we can get to the top of the mountain with this structure?
Yeah, I think from a team building perspective, it's easy to replicate like a San Antonio or an OKC, but I also think just from like a throw out with the bathwater, like even if you feel far away from what people deem to be like a top tier contender, like ultimately so many factors play in a playoff run. Like you saw luck, health, all of these things, you know, like I said, chemistry, camaraderie, clicking at the right time, role players buying in. And to me, it's like if you improve even 2 spots on that Lakers roster and you have a healthy Luka and a healthy Austin and go through this playoffs again, like I could easily be convinced that they could come out of the West in that scenario, like if health breaks their way. Because you saw how good they looked without Luka or Austin, and that was such a top-heavy roster last year. So I don't think they're as far away as people think, and I think the Knicks showed that. I think they need a piece or two, but I think they're absolutely like right in the contender inner circle.
That's what we love to hear, Claire. Thank you so much for coming on. We love it.
Thanks for having me.
That was awesome.
Bye, guys. Thank you.
Bye. Yeah, I mean, we're delirious and we're like, so you're telling me there's a chance they're definitely getting back to the championship? Like, that was my first thought after watching the Knicks do what they did. Mm-hmm. But to have, an insider be like, I don't think they're as far away as people think they are. Like,
agreed.
That's facts.
Victor Wembanyama scares me, but as a team...
But he should scare everybody.
But he scares everyone walking planet Earth, that you share a planet with that guy. But as a team, the Spurs and the Knicks both being in the finals bring a sense of motivation. Yeah. Of, okay, we can hang with these teams, and we are not far away one bit. I completely agree.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. And once again, we are on LeBron James watch for the rest of the summer until he makes a decision. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. When we come back, it is time to spill the tea. I'm so excited because I have no idea what the tea is today. With Brock Vereen, don't go anywhere. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, we appreciate you being here. And we want you to be a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream on YouTube at The Fan LA, get in the chat. What do you think about this Austin Reeves 4-year, $185 million max deal that he and the Lakers agreed to this morning? Also, drafting Cameron Carr, trading up one spot to number 24 to get him. Probably what would we say the most athletic player in the draft. He was arguably one of the most athletic players. Go and watch some of these tomahawk dunks that he does. Just insane, like poster shots.
On
really
people,
fun.
over two people, behind people. He lives above the rim.
Yeah, so now we're on LeBron watch. We're on who are the Lakers going to pick up at center watch. It's also Shohei Ohtani day on the mound. You guys, first pitch at 4:40. We are scoreless right now in the Canada-Switzerland match. I don't have what's Bosnia and Qatar, Shay. Is that one also? You tell me what's going on there. And then Morocco, Haiti, Scotland, Brazil, both at 3. Czechia, Mexico, and South Africa and South Korea, both kicking off at 6 p.m. But guys, right now, it is time to spill the tea with Brock Vereen. What do you got for us today, Brock?
Well, today I have what I am praying is the final chapter of the Brendan Sorsby saga. As a brief recap, Brendan Sorsby transfers to Texas Tech to be their quarterback this season. It is then found out via the NCAA that while at Indiana and Cincinnati, his previous two schools, he placed thousands of bets, some of them even on his own team and teammates.
That's so bad.
The NCAA says, you're not playing football anymore. He sues the NCAA via a local court in Texas and is granted permission to play. He then unsubmits or rescinds rather his appeal and says, I'm instead going to enter the NFL supplemental draft. And here we are today.
Which is, explain the supplemental draft.
Happily. The supplemental draft is for players who were not eligible to be drafted at the time of the standard draft that they have every spring. Sometimes players get suspended. Sometimes players were suspended and then came back and then they missed the season, so they're just going to forego their final year. It's always
something
unique
went wrong.
Circumstances, and typically there's some kind of legal trouble. Yes.
Oh.
So Brendan Sorsby says, I'm not going to play at Texas Tech. I would just enter the supplemental draft.
Okay.
Here's where we are now, because as of yesterday, the NFL announced they are not having a supplemental draft this year. So the supplemental draft is not a guarantee. Each offseason, the NFL powers that be sit around and decide, are there enough players to where we need to have a supplemental draft? Or even if there is just one player, is their circumstance worthy of having a supplemental draft? Yesterday, the NFL decided that no, Brendan Sorsby's case does not qualify for a supplemental draft. If you have 5 minutes to kill, go back and read the entire letter that they wrote to Brendan Sorsby. They kind of fired some shots, and it was kind of a beatdown. I have a brief quote here from the head of NFL legal counsel, Lawrence Verrazani Jr., in response to Brendan Sorsby's petition to enter the supplemental draft. They said, your petition does not address these matters, the matters being him gambling, nor does it demonstrate accountability for your conduct or indicate whether or how you would adhere to the league's rules and policies governing the integrity of competition. Instead, even after receiving notice of the NCAA's decision rescinding your college eligibility in May, you sought to avoid the consequences of that determination through litigation rather than accepting responsibility for your actions. The NFL doing what the NCAA was not able to, saying, hey man, you have to face consequences of some kind. And where I feel Texas Tech went wrong is they immediately went the sympathy route, saying, this kid needs help, and the best thing for him is to play football because that is what he loves most. And I think what they overlooked is people will always root for people that have lost it all, right? Like, addiction is a real thing.
Yeah.
the sympathy will not come until consequences are faced.
Yeah.
You didn't hit rock bottom. You were suing the NCAA so that you could avoid rock bottom. People don't respond well to that. So, what are Brendan Sorsby's options? Enter the NFL in 2027, the NFL draft in 2027. He can play in the CFL legally, though that season has already begun, and that is really unlikely. He can play in the UFL, which is the spring league, but he would be preparing for the NFL draft at that time, so that's unlikely. Technically, he cannot play college football again because he withdrew his appeal, but if we've seen anything from the NCAA, there are no rules, and they'll figure something out if they want it to be. All that being said, I hope and I pray to God this is the last time we have to talk about Brendan Sorsby.
Wow.
And I hope that is the last time that he will be the T.
That's insane. Like, first of all, to the NFL.
Yeah.
Doing the right thing. Because it's not often we're applauding the NFL for doing the right thing. The fact that they took such a strong stand, and I mean, they had to because they have very strict gambling rules. I have a lot of friends that worked at NFL Network, which is now owned by ESPN, so I don't know what the new rules are, but formerly when it was just NFL Network, they couldn't even be seen in a sports book.
Right.
Just as like an employee of the NFL Network. Like, it is very strict in the NFL, even though their biggest sponsors are gambling sites and betting sites, which is the double-edged sword and the tightrope that you walk, as every sports league and team does with these sponsorships and these partnerships that you're having now with the gambling world, because that's just the future and what it is. However, the one thing that you cannot do,
I mean, it is
there
the
is
oldest
zero
rule.
Forgiveness, and there is no excuse. You cannot bet on your own teams.
There is
You
no
cannot bet on your
circumstance where
own
you can.
games that you're playing in. And that's what he did.
You can't do it. And there is a way that if they handled this better, Brendan Sorsby could find his way back on a football field. But because they went the arrogant route, because they immediately went on...
You can't tear me down.
Exactly.
You
They
can't tell
went
me
on
what to
the
do.
attack before admitting that you did something wrong.
Yeah.
Like, you have to say, I screwed up. And
Yes.
to not even admit that and to go to rehab for 30 days for... I don't even know what he was there for. I don't think they have addiction to gambling
I know
rehab.
they have hotlines, because I used to host a sports betting show, Fox Bet Live on FS1, and I would literally, in and out of every commercial break, hey, if you have a gambling problem, call this hotline. So I don't know what the rehabs look like.
But again, it was...
That was a PR stint.
Yes.
Like
and
that, because he
it
was planning. He was like, "Oh, I'm just going to go play in the NFL now." It's like
it was never just admitting I screwed up. I'm sorry. People can move on after that, but when you go on the offense before admitting wrong, no one is going to take your side. And Brendan Sorsby's lawyer, who initially helped him sue the NCAA, came out and said, well, we're going to look at... He essentially said, without saying, we're going to look at the legal options regarding the CBA. And two things. One, Brendan Sorsby is not an NFL player, so the NFL CBA does not apply to him, I don't think. Two, you can sue the NCAA all you want because they are a mess on their own. Buddy, the NFL does not play those games.
Dude.
Do not.
If you do this, you will never see a minute played in the NFL.
They do not play around,
This
man.
will ruin your chances of ever being, if there is even a glimmer of hope that you will maybe apologize and stay in shape and enter the next draft. If you do this and you sue the NFL
It's
for this
over.
decision,
It's
never
over.
a chance.
Not only are you going to lose, it's over. So the best thing Brendan Sorsby could do, if I could give any advice,
Give him
would
advice.
be for the next year, go on a world tour talking about the dangers of gambling addiction and throwing it all away.
Become the poster child.
Poster child for it. Stay in shape and just enter the draft next year. That's your best chance.
And you know
best
what?
odds.
I'm sure he'll get sponsored and get paid by one of
There
these
you go.
places because they want to be like, hey, don't be like him. Be responsible about it. Like, brought to you by DraftKings. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. Hour number 4 coming up next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Power hour number 4. Whether you're listening to us on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, we appreciate you being here. And you guys, we want you to be a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA on YouTube. We want to know what you think about this new Austin Reeves max contract. 4 years, $185 million. Reportedly agreed to this morning. That was the breaking news. Such a full circle moment for Austin Reeves during the NBA draft as a player who went undrafted, decided to bet on himself to not be drafted because he wanted to play for the Lakers, become the player that he has today in order to earn and deserve a max contract deal from the Lakers, and to sign that and become the highest paid undrafted player in NBA history during an NBA draft is such a cool full circle moment.
When you talk about sports providing opportunities to change lives, this is the embodiment of that. Small town Arkansas, and goes to Wichita State, then goes to Oklahoma, doesn't get drafted, and now has 185 of them things in the bank account, and many more to come if he continues playing the way that he's been playing.
It's just crazy because it goes to show, like, anything is possible, right? Even if you don't go drafted, even if you are Mr. Irrelevant, the last pick in the draft, and then you become the highest paid player in your sport. And I'm talking about quarterback for the 49ers.
Brock Purdy, yep.
There you go.
Yep.
By the way, I think Switzerland just scored. So you're up 1-0 on Canada now.
A first-minute goal of the second half. Wasted no time.
Yeah, I was like, I looked up. Where's your flag? There it is.
It's right here.
There you guys go. If you're wondering why we're rooting for certain teams, you guys, at the beginning of the World Cup, we did a blind draft with all of the talent here at the Fan LA. And so we each picked a favorite, a mid-level team. Oh, that was a great cross.
That was a beauty.
Wide open shot inside the box and just buried it in the back of the net, Switzerland. And then we picked a favorite, a mid, and a long shot. And those are the teams we're rooting for.
Switzerland was my mid, which I was not thrilled about because they have not held me down so far. And if I want to continue to have a chance at winning this thing among the 3 shows, then Switzerland has to win this match.
Love that. I think I'm in first place.
On this. Yes, you are?
Yeah.
Yes, you are. Yeah. I will tell you what it's like here at the bottom once I make my way back up to the top, because it's not fun down here.
Yeah, I got France, Colombia, and Austria.
Yeah.
I think those are my 3.
3 teams that are living large. So
yeah.
I have Argentina, so if Switzerland wins, I just have to ride Argentina. But if Switzerland loses this match, I'm pretty sure I'm done for.
Not bad.
Come on, Swiss.
Not bad. All right, you guys. So much World Cup action today, you guys. This is the first slate of games. We have 2 games in all of the slots today. Obviously, the 12 o'clock was Switzerland and Canada. Switzerland up 1-0. Then you have Bosnia versus Qatar. Is it still 2-1 Bosnia, Shay? Yep.
Yeah.
All
they're
right.
in half right now.
Okay. And then the 3 p.m. slot, you guys, I am so excited for this one. Scotland against Brazil. You guys, it is such a rager right now in Miami. I have so much FOMO not being a part of the Tartan Army. And like, if there was a fan base, because again, like I like to either hear the game, so like I need to be hearing the broadcast, and I think that just comes from 12 years of sideline reporting. And when I'm at games, I'm hearing what's going on, so then I can talk about it. So like I don't feel like I'm as invested if I can't hear the broadcast. So I either like to be like in a bar that's playing it so loud that it's over the cheers, or like at home on my couch. But for the Tartan Army, I would be so down just to be involved in that madness.
I want to hear all the
in
chants,
the stands,
all the singing.
Not hear anything that's going on in the game. Just like be a part of the vibes and the excitement. You guys.
Yeah, they have won over America for sure.
Yeah, if you haven't followed their story, they started in Boston. They drank Boston Dry. No joke. They ran out of beer. And then they came over to Miami, obviously, for this next match. And they once again they're drinking all the beer over there. They're taking over every baseball stadium that is in the cities that they're going to. They went to the Red Sox, they went to Yankees, and they went to Marlins on Monday. It's like a full parade down the street to get there. And Miller Lite today sent over a shipping container full of Miller Lite on a boat to the Scots that said restock the Scots so they won't run out of beer today. Genius marketing. I'm expecting if they pull off an upset win that there will be no more beer in an entire shipping container by tonight. Like, it is impressive how much these guys drink.
Not a chance will there be a single can left if Scotland can do the impossible and beat Brazil. Now, Brazil is far and away the more talented team, but the vibes are bad. The same way that before yesterday's match, the vibes in Portugal were rock bottom. Brazil is not far behind. Neymar is kind of banged up.
Oh, you're saying like on the team?
On the team, yes.
Okay.
Not as a country, just on the team. Neymar is hurt, but he's still there, and he's clearly annoying people, and he's trying to coach them, and they're clearly ignoring him. So when the vibes are bad, as you said, you are the vibe queen.
Yep.
There's something to be taken advantage of there for the Scots.
What's crazy is, like, I remember Brazil fans being like some of the craziest. I haven't heard or seen anything about Brazil fans now.
That's a great point. I have not.
Anything.
Yeah, I haven't seen a single video about them, actually.
No.
What's going on? I'm telling you, the vibes are bad.
I know. It's been the Scots. It's been the Norwegians with
South
the
Korea,
rowing. South Korea, Mexico.
The Netherlands have gotten after it a little bit.
Yeah, wait. Is it Netherlands that are... No, it's not. It's the... Who's doing the row? Norway. The Norwegians.
Yeah.
Okay, so I got that right.
Yeah, you got that right. You got it right.
Yeah. That's been like the biggest fan bases that we've
Brazil
seen going ham.
Is a staple in the World Cup, and we have not heard word from them one bit. Interesting,
right? So, but like maybe there'll be a little competition for like who can be crazier at the match today, 3 p.m. Scotland against Brazil in Miami. Then Czechia and Mexico at 6 p.m. South Africa and South Korea at 6 p.m. There's also the Morocco and Haiti in that 3 p.m. time slot. So that's going to be a lot of fun. But we also have Shohei Ohtani on the mound for the Dodgers in Minnesota, you guys, and he is looking to complete the sweep for the Dodgers. Wednesday is just now Shohei Ohtani Day, and we're going to dive into this matchup in just a second. But first, I need to ask the question. Are you happy that he's even starting today, Brock?
No, I don't want him out there one bit. I am understanding of Shohei being Shohei, but I am also of the belief that he clearly needs to make sure this blister is handled. And the idea that the blister that he's been picking at for the better part of 3 weeks now is magically healed over the 5 days since his last start. No, because he had more time between the previous 2 starts than this one. I don't know what they're going to be able to do to make this thing go away, but pitching is certainly going to make it worse. I also add to the fact that this series is already locked up.
Yeah.
You have a 2.5 game lead ahead of the Braves. So you have a 2.5 game lead across the entire MLB. You have a 9 game lead ahead of the Padres, so you have a 9 game lead ahead of the rest of the NL West. Now is the time where you need to take advantage if you are going to rest people.
Yeah.
And I swear, Alex, if I see him pick at that blister, even once this game, I'm jumping through the TV.
Have we had any updates, or are they just kind of like avoiding?
They just want us to forget it.
They're avoiding. Because I'm like trying to look it up right now. I'm like, Ohtani blister update, nothing. There is like nothing besides his last outing and Dave Roberts saying, it's not that bad. We're gonna keep the severity of the injury isn't bad. They're in a good spot. They'll continue to use Dermabond to treat the finger in between. Like that's all I see. So we're not getting any sort of like real update. It's like no, it's okay. Like just don't ask us about it. Deflect.
Can we get to a place where we don't need Dermabond before we put him on the mound? How about we get to a point where there doesn't need to be medicine or treatments, and then we get him up there? You have a series lead of 9 games. I'm sorry, you have a lead of 9 games across your division. You've already locked up the series and a 2.5 game lead on the rest of baseball. Rest him. There's nothing to gain here.
It's wild, you guys. Ohtani has been managing this blister on his middle finger of his throwing hand for over a month. And it was during his start against the Tampa Bay Rays, his last start, where the blister opened up and was noticeably bleeding on the mound and on his jersey during a rough 5-run inning. That was last Wednesday when they were playing during our show.
Yes,
we actually watched that meltdown of a 5th inning. So it's hard because you can't use anything on the blister while you're pitching. You can use it in between for the healing, but obviously he's not taking any significant time offs because he's still in the lineup and hitting every day, which it can be protected then, but you can't be protected while you're pitching. You can't have any outside substance on your finger. So yeah, when you already win the series, I don't know if you need to take any sort of risk and put him out there. It's so funny I've come full circle here because I was very much on the let the man cook, but that was before there were any kind of injuries. Once there's injuries and noticeable injuries and injuries that you can't hide anymore, like the inflammation behind his knee, which is getting affected when he's pitching, which is getting affected when he's running. The blister on your pitching finger, that's not going to heal unless you give him time off. Obviously, he's just fine at the plate. Let him continue to hit. But we know, and even if it's still not being talked about, we know Shohei Ohtani's goal this season, coming into the season, was Cy Young. So even though we are all under the impression that's probably out of the conversation now, he's still functioning under the mindset that he's going to do everything in his power to get there.
Yeah, and I completely understand someone being already, in my opinion, the greatest at what they do, wanting to maximize that.
Yeah.
However, I would hope someone, if Shohei is pushing to start, I would hope someone would sit him down and say, it's actually in your best interest to not start this game because you being completely healthy and blister free and a healthy knee, missing 1 start for the remainder of the year, and we can put this thing to bed for good, is so much better for you and the team than having to nitpick at this thing and having a sometimes sore, sometimes not sore knee for the foreseeable future. Starting, oh boy, back-to-back goals.
Another goal. Another goal by Switzerland. They're up 2-0 on Canada right now.
All right, Switzerland.
They're
not giving up. They're not giving up on me. I appreciate it. So starting Friday, the Dodgers begin a 13-day stretch where they play a game every single day.
Yeah.
They face the San Diego Padres 7 times over that 13-day stretch.
Yeah.
You save Shohei, fully healthy Shohei, and you can get through those games. And if you handle business during those games, the NOS is yours. You can put the Padres, who are currently 9 games behind you, to bed for good going into the All-Star break, which will be not long after that. And now you can just focus on October. So I would rather Shohei not play today, make an appearance during one of those Padres series, because it'll be the Padres, then the A's, and the Padres again. Put the Padres to bed, and now all eyes are just on how can we be as healthy as possible for October, but pitching today does not service your goal for dominating the NL West. It does not service your goal of getting to October as healthy as you can. And on a team that is more banged up than any other team in baseball right now, how are we not resting the best player on said team who is battling through things that he doesn't have to battle through?
It's crazy. We are like 2.5 weeks away from the All-Star break. And the stretch is nuts up until then, as you mentioned. Sandwich series against the Padres.
Sandwich series, I like that.
Yeah, because they go down to San Diego, then they go to the A's, and then they come home to play San Diego. So the A's in between the Padres series. Then they play the Rockies, then Arizona. So that back half is all divisional games leading up to the All-Star break, which starts on July 13th. And I'm with you here. There is no point. But again, like, this is where if you're in the mindset of Shohei Ohtani, the greatest player of all time, who, like, again, you have to have a crazy mindset to be like, oh no, I'm going to do the impossible and I'm going to pitch at the highest level and I'm going to hit at the highest level. So first you got to kind of put yourself in that mindset of like, he's not thinking like everybody else. So I'm sure because he came out and said, beginning of the season, Cy Young is my goal. If he misses a start and they skip a start, that's almost admitting defeat, because then, yeah, you are for sure out of the running for the Cy Young because you're missing innings in an outing when you are already having less innings because of how much days rest you have between your starts. So it's almost like if he does that, it's like, well, then he knows and he's admitting defeat that he can't be in there. So it's like, you gotta at least let me try.
Yeah, very few pitchers have won a Cy Young without a 162 inning. I believe that's considered like the golden number. Eric Gagne was actually one of them for the Dodgers, who did it without reaching the 162 inning mark. And yes, Shohei pitches fewer innings than any other Cy Young candidate, and missing a start would hinder that as well. But it also bears mentioning that Jacob Mizorowski and Christopher Sanchez would have to snap their legs and have to not be ahead of him for the Cy Young. It's just a magical season for both of those guys, and it's going to come down to both of them. Not even to mention Paul Skeens, who is the reigning Cy Young winner. It just wasn't meant to be this year, and next year can be your year, Shohei. You're still going to win the MVP, but I hope that the big picture, not just in the context of this is what's best for the Dodgers, it's also what's best for Shohei, just get fully healthy. How upset would Shohei be, would we be, would Dave Roberts be, would anyone in Los Angeles be if it's late September and Shohei is not 100%? Right? It's time to start factoring in the what ifs, and you would be kicking yourself. Anyone with decision-making power would be kicking themselves if they had an opportunity to get Shohei 100% before September, and he was anything but going forward, chasing Cy Young or getting at-bats when you don't necessarily need them. And I just want the big picture to be the focus right now.
It's crazy that you're like, yeah, he's trying to go to Cy Young, but he'll probably win MVP. It's like the MVP is like the afterthought. It's like, well, yeah, it's just he's the greatest we've ever seen, and he's the greatest in the game right now. So, like, we know that's going to happen anyway. It's just hard because, again, there's no way he is ever going to admit defeat. And by skipping a start, that's almost admitting defeat because there's no way you're going to reach that inning count to even be in the conversation to win a Cy Young.
And that mindset, which is part of the reason he is so great, is also why I'm nervous for today, because say that blister pops open again like it has the last 3 or 4 starts, and you see a bloody finger on his wiping a bloody finger on his pants come second inning, right?
Yeah.
It's not like he's going to come out of the game. Once he starts the game, he's going to see it through until Dave Roberts forces him out, right? So it's not a situation where, hey, Shohei, you're going to start, but if your knee starts hurting, let us know, buddy. Or if your finger starts bleeding, let us know.
He's not going to tell you.
Coming out.
Nah.
Which means it's only going to make it worse and worse and worse and worse when the series is tied up. I'm going to say it. This is the last time I say it, I promise. The series is already locked up. There is a 2.5 game lead on the rest of baseball. There is a 9 game lead on the NOS. There is no points rolling the dice today.
You know the other part I didn't think about? Chucky Robinson was starting the game yesterday, and Dalton Rushing caught Ohtani's last 2 outings.
Wow.
And remember, those were his 2 down outings of the season because he's used to pitching to Will Smith, and that catcher-pitcher relationship is one of the most important things. And we've already seen it kind of be off with Dalton Rushing. I'm curious what it's going to be like if, again, lineups aren't out yet, if it's Chucky Robinson again catching for Shohei Ohtani.
Definitely something to monitor.
Yeah.
amazing that you caught that. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
So we'll keep you posted as soon as the Dodgers lineup comes out. We're going to take a quick break here, you guys. But when we come back, senior NBA reporter for the California Post, Melissa Rowland's going to be joining the show. And I'm excited because she spends so much time with this Lakers team. We're going to be talking that new Austin max contract deal. The Lakers draft pick last night, Cameron Carr, and what are the odds and what's it looking like that they're going to get LeBron James? Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, we appreciate you being here. We want you to be a part of the show. We've been talking about it all day, you guys. Austin Reeves and the Lakers reportedly agreed to a 4-year, $185 million max deal. So I'm so excited to bring in our next guest, senior NBA reporter for the California Post, Melissa Rowland. Thank you for joining the show.
Thank you so much for having me on, guys.
Yeah, we finally got you. I love this. You spent so much time around this Lakers team, and I know there was a lot of conversation about like the LeBron contract last week. Were you surprised to wake up today and hear that the Lakers and Austin Reeves came to this max contract deal?
No, I think this was absolutely the right move for the Lakers to make. Austin has established himself as a borderline all-star. Luka loves him. The Detroit Pistons were after him, trying to offer him the max. The Lakers needed him, and they did the right thing by giving him that amount of money. I know that there might be some sticker shock when you look at next season. He's going to be making more than guys like Jalen Brunson and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. But Shea obviously is going to get paid the Supermax very soon. And AR deserves it. AR is a cornerstone for the Lakers. He's arguably the second best offensive option in the NBA. And the Lakers want to make Luka happy. And behind the scenes, I'm telling you, Luka and AR, like aside from their chemistry on the court, like they have a really, really good relationship. And this was just a smart move, both on and off the court for the Lakers.
Melissa, we can see the production and the numbers when AR and Luka are on the court at the same time, but could you elaborate more on that chemistry? What is it about Austin Reeves' game that brings out the best of Luka?
They just play off of each other really well. And I think there was some concerns early on about how if their games would match and if they'd complement one another, and they squashed all of those concerns. You saw it when LeBron was out at the top of the season. He missed the first 14 games because of sciatica, and they went 15-4. And over that period, AR had games with 51 points and 41 points back to back. You saw it later in the season when they went on that 16-2 run over the spring. I think an entire narrative sprung up about whether the Lakers are better without LeBron because of how well Luka and AR complement each other on the court. It's just seamless. They play off of each other well. They're good friends. It just really works.
Now, we've heard his former teammate and former Laker, Anthony Davis, talk about the one person that he really misses and wishes he was still playing with was Austin Reeves. And so I know you were just talking about the relationship between Austin Reeves and Luka Doncic and how special it is off the court. And you spend so much time around this team. Will you kind of paint the picture for us and explain what makes Austin such a special teammate that so many players just want to be around him?
Alex, you hit the nail over the head. Austin is just he's a glue guy. He's the type of guy who other guys want to be around. He's ultra competitive. He pours his heart into everything on the court. Guys want to play with guys like that. And then in the locker room, he's a great presence. I thought it was really powerful. Steve Kerr, toward the end of the season, unprovoked, brought up how Austin Reeves is the type of guy who everybody wants in a locker room. He coached him, obviously, during the World Cup, and he said he's just the type of guy who other guys like playing with. And you can't find that in box scores. That's the type of thing that's extremely rare. And not only is Austin Reeves an offensive wizard on the court, but he brings these intangibles that really raise the level of teams behind the scenes.
Melissa, what is your confidence level that LeBron James is a Laker next season?
Great question. I wavered a lot about this throughout the season, and there were moments when I was convinced that LeBron was coming back, and there were moments I was convinced that he was going to retire. The problem is he's still so good.
Yeah.
He's still one of the best players in the league. And I think, there were times when he questioned, why do I need this? When the Lakers maybe weren't playing as well, when there was that drama around Jimmy Buss after that ESPN story came out. I think there were times when he thought, why do I still need this? But then there were other times when, they had sailed to that 16-2 record and you saw how much he deeply loved it. And the one thing that he always says is he's going to do this as long as he's still excited to show up to arenas 5 hours before. He's going to do this as long as he still shows up to practices 3 hours beforehand. He's going to do this as long as he still is excited to put the work in that makes him unprecedentedly great at age 41. He's the only guy to have played 23 seasons in the league, and I don't think he's done. He's still too good, and I think it makes sense for him to come back to Lakers. I don't see him starting over with another franchise at this point in his career. I don't see him. He cares so much about narratives. I don't see him going to Golden State, although I think that would be a great number 2 option for him, and it would be really exciting if he did. I don't see him going back to Cleveland. He loves playing golf too much. He's not leaving that Southern California sun. And above all, he's a family guy, and he wants to attend as many of his daughter's games as possible. And his family is deeply rooted here. His wife is deeply rooted here. I can't imagine him leaving, and I can't imagine him retiring. So if I were to place a bet, I would say he will be a Laker next season.
So we all kind of knew the LeBron and Austin relationship before Luka got here, and that was the fact that he saw the potential in Austin and he pushed Austin to be better. And then the relationship kind of changed once Luka got here because Austin became Luka's guy, and then LeBron got pushed to that number 3 spot, as he said, first time he's ever been a number 3 in his career, let alone his life. So with Austin getting this max deal, how do you think that affects what LeBron wants to do? Do you think it helps the situation, or now it's like, well, if you're giving him a max deal, I deserve a max deal?
I think it would be very difficult for LeBron to command a max deal right now, even though he's still very much LeBron, even though he led them past the Rockets in the first round of the playoffs without Luka and without AR for much of the series. I mean, is he still a max player? Yes. Is LeBron going to command max money at this point? No, and therein lies the rub. LeBron historically has not been the type of guy who's willing to accept major salary cuts. So I think the Lakers, the onus is going to be on them to say, look, if you want to return, you're going to want to win a championship. And here's why, and here's how we can do this. If you accept this amount of money and we go after these guys, I think they're going to have a very clear roadmap as to why it makes sense for them to pay him less than the max for them to go after the type of guys who can turn them into a championship team. And I think if the Lakers are unable to prove that to him, I can't imagine this working.
Melissa, do you feel that the Lakers know who their big man is going to be next season, even if a deal is yet to be made?
Obviously, Ayton has a player option, but I think the Lakers desperately need to improve in that area. Ayton was too inconsistent. Let's just be honest about this. And Luka has made it clear that he wants to be paired with a really strong inside presence, with a rim defender, with the type of guy who, especially with Luka and AR now commanding this type of money, this team needs defense. And it needs a defensive presence inside. And that's going to be, I think, going forward, the Lakers' number 1 priority this offseason.
Are there any names and players right now that you've kind of been hearing, rumoring, that you believe the Lakers will be going after?
Well, there's a number of players. I think it's to be determined on whether those teams are going to be willing to play ball with the Lakers. But I can tell you this. Ever since the Lakers are under new ownership and they've placed a lot of emphasis in expanding their front office and putting really smart minds alongside Rob Pelinka, my bet is on them all finding a way to get a strong center.
Melissa, there was a list of goals for the Lakers this year. It was figure out what to do with Austin Reeves. It was figure out what to do with LeBron James. It was find a big man, but it was also get younger and more athletic on the wing. And they did that last night with drafting Cameron Carr. What can we expect of him, and what can he bring to the Lakers?
I think that was an interesting move that surprised us all. He's intriguing. What stands out to me about him is his three-point shooting and his athleticism, which were two areas the Lakers really needed to improve in. My question marks around him are he's a bit undersized. So I think he's going to need to build strength to really be competitive in the NBA and to really become a rotational player who makes a difference. But he's an intriguing guy, and I think that was a really exciting move for the Lakers to do.
So I think, Melissa, this is probably the biggest offseason that Rob Pelinka has ever had to kind of construct and put together just because of the new ownership and the fact that Luka Doncic made it very clear what he wants for this team to be a championship team and that you only really have him for sure for 3, even possibly 2 more years. So for this to be considered a successful offseason, what are the final things that he needs to do?
Look, both the Lakers and Luka Doncic are going to measure everything in terms of whether the Lakers are championship competitors. This is a 17-time championship winning franchise where anything less than winning a title is considered a failure. And when you have a guy like Luka who's in his prime and who holds a lot of power here, he's been saying from the start that he's looking to summer of 2026 as the Lakers' time to really build around him. And so far, they haven't made any major moves to do that. And so now's their time, and all eyes are on this front office to see what they're going to do, or else. I do think there's an or else asterisk here. The Lakers need to build a championship contender around Luka now, or else.
I'm feeling good, Alex. What about you?
I know. Melissa, thank you so much for all of your insight and finally coming on the show. We love having you.
Thank you guys so much.
Of course. Yeah, it's going to be really, really interesting to see what these final couple months are that the Lakers do. And obviously the first Lakers domino piece is Austin Reeves and locking him in, verbal contract reportedly being agreed to, that 4-year, $185 million max deal. I'm just curious. Does this make LeBron happy, or does this make
I think
now I need something like this.
I think it puts him in a situation he's never been in, where other people are getting paid before I am.
He's not the priority.
When has he ever been on a team and a free agent and not the first guy to get paid?
Never in my life.
There you go.
Never in my life.
It's unfamiliar territory, and oh my God, Canada scored.
Oh yeah, that was a while ago. You just weren't facing it. I didn't want to bring it up in the middle of the interview.
If Switzerland blows this,
they're not going to blow it. Well, there's still 10 plus minutes left because of the stoppage time. Take a deep breath.
Okay, all right.
You're going to be fine.
Deep breaths all around.
It's going to be just fine. But yeah, it's going to be interesting because, again, like as LeBron said during the season when he decided to take a step back and be that number 3 spot, it's the first time in my career, in my life, I've ever been a third option. So right now, this is the first time in his career and in his life that he hasn't been the priority during the offseason. And the big conversation of what's LeBron going to do? It's like, well, we can create a spot for you, but like, is it going to be a respectable number? Because that's all they're trying to figure it out. They would love to have him back. I think it's the best situation for him to come back for a final year farewell tour, whatever that is for LeBron James. As Melissa pointed out, being close to his family so he can be at his kids' games, and his wife is rooted here, loves the golf now. He's fully obsessed, as we all saw on that Scotland trip. He and the Cavs, the 2016 championship team, just went on. So, yeah, no one knows what's going on in LeBron James except for LeBron James.
It is funny. One of the downsides of playing elite level basketball well into your 40s is your kids are so much older than most kids are when players retire. So he's like, wait, I'm missing high school games? Oh, yeah, because I'm 42 and still playing at a high level.
Yep. It gonna be crazy. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, a little bit of crosstalk with D-Mac and Reiter going to be joining us next. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan.